Facing constant abuse, unfair treatment from an early age from relatives, Medea had already built up a strong front to show in front of others while she put on a smile in front of her mother to keep her from worrying about her. She wished to grow stronger and escape her family, to take care of her mother, while providing her with a life where she no longer needs to live a life of servitude to her family. That dream was cut short upon being captured and used as a pawn to bring down her mother. Then her life worsened. Many physical and mental abuses later, she became more alert to the emotions of others and could figure out when they would become hostile to her and when she should act a certain way. She had developed a severe survivor mentality which helped her live longer but be unable to trust others easily, since trusting in someone would only end in betrayal or end up hurting her in some way. As she was moved around as a slave, her body and mind were broken before being sold to the next person who was even more cruel than the last as they taunted her for her current state. Upon being bought by Alyssia, she remained quiet and vigilant during the time that she was undergoing treatment. Slowly her body was being restored, and she gained the opportunity to fix it in another way that would allow her to use her limbs once again, so she chose to undergo the procedure even if the risks were great. Even if she had not completely trusted Alyssia and the others completely, she volunteered because it could be a turning point in her life which she would risk her life upon. Even if she was to become a test subject, so long as she got what she desired, then she would not choose any differently because she was sick and tired of living so helplessly. Afterwards, she was taught on how to improve her swordsmanship along with several other body movements to improve her combat ability by Alyssia, so she quickly joined the activities and missions of the White Storm to pay back everything that had been done for her. Upon arriving at the East Blue, she had collected many samples as asked and gained a small following of mercenaries which followed her to the White Storm mercenary group and then continued to work as a mercenary. Some other adventures later had allowed her to grow closer to those within the inner circle of the crew and heal her mind a little more, allowing her to trust in those around her. Upon the birth of Xena and Yao, along with the trust of Alyssia, who allowed her to be a part of their life, Medea had let down her guard completely, but there would always be lingering problems within her that would be difficult to remove or heal. When the request came from Alyssia came for the current task, Medea questioned in her mind. This is unlike anything she has ever done before, and even she has been involved in purchasing slaves, so why is she doing this and why did she ask me to take part? Does she know that I want some kind of vengeance or justice of some kind, so that is why she has planned this, or is this part of some much bigger scheme? However, Alyssia patted her shoulder and knocked her out of her thoughts. This mission is important because it will do a big amount of damage to the criminal underworld within Sabaody archipelagos. Most places are allowed to run rampant and destroy many innocent people's lives right under the Marines' eyes who turn the other way. This is a chance to help those unfortunate people who have been taken advantage of, much like yourself, but to also spite the Marines who shout justice but do not have it in their hearts. You can get a little revenge for yourself, but control yourself during the whole thing and do not lose control of your rationality. Then you can truly get a little revenge on that part of the world that hurt you, but also save others like yourself. Medea quietly nodded with a look of determination in her eyes. In the present time, she had already gained entry into one of the buildings that she had to attack and was led to the main room. Before speaking to anyone, she placed her hands onto the bodies of the guards by her side, and they experienced an electric shock. As they started falling, Medea snatched the sword from one of them and unsheathed it quickly as she then disappeared from the remaining people's line of sight. She then appeared behind them and sheathed the sword, followed by many cries as blood spilled from the wounds created on each of the others' bodies. Medea threw the sword aside and then picked up a more suitable one with a thinner and longer blade, which followed with her moving from room to room as she cut down anyone involved with the slave trading building. Since she was familiar with the habits of people who like to hold on to control of others without allowing them off their leash, she quickly figured out the location where the keys would be hidden and then burned the slave papers. She quickly opened all of the cages and allowed everyone to escape as she dropped the keys and explained the same things that Alyssia had. After leaving the building, She headed to the next location where she followed the same methods as she used a combination of her light footwork and movements similar to flash step, which allowed her to slash many people quickly as she passed them, before they even noticed what was happening, which had been improved from her family's swordsmanship and further improved upon Alyssia, passing on Brooke's accomplishments and many others which had been tailor-made to suit her cyborg body. And enhancements. As she watched many greedy people who regarded human lives as things to be traded be cut down with the sword in her hands, and the eyes of those in despair turned more full of life, she felt a little better, even if it was just a small and temporary feeling. After hiding out, she traveled to the next location to carry out her mission, followed by the next one after that, as she used the growing crowd to let her travel to the next location and escape without being noticed. Just as the slaves from Grove 1 were fleeing, the groups that Alyssia and Medea had freed all done the same as they made their way towards each of the safe houses or headed towards one of the other groves to find their own way to hide out or escape from Sabaody archipelagos. Not everyone freed was a good person, and there would always be problems created by their release. So while some did their best to lay low, others only caused further trouble within Sabaody, which resulted in their capture by the Marines or something else. Some had even went to find the families that they had left behind upon being captured and had a happy reunion, but not every reunion was a happy one, as some walked in on the changes brought on by their disappearance over a long period of time. Without them being there, time moved on for others, and their loved ones had gotten over the process of missing them, resulting in them finding a Hugh person to support them or to receive love from. Most realistic people who cannot live without that support and have other worries like how they would be able to handle the debts or child left behind by the father or mother that disappeared had sought help from friends or received unexpected help from someone of the opposite gender, which let them move on with their lives and start anew. While some slaves awkwardly walked in and admitted their mistakes or pleaded for a chance to remain in their previous partner's lives, others had left distraught upon witnessing such scenes, while others let their anger get the best of them, which a very select few had resulted in tragedy. Some ex-pirates or criminals turned slave returned to those they had been hanging out with, so they could continue their own life, while some others sought revenge on those who had betrayed them, or a select few were reformed after what they had suffered. Many different types of predictable or unpredictable situations created by the possibilities of human emotion and logic within Sabaody archipelagos. While Alyssia's intent was to free those from the life of a slave, due to her own worldview, she was aware of the many consequences of her actions that would follow upon them being released, but she still chose to go ahead with it to save the larger probability of people who would be able to live a free life without a collar around their necks. It was the Marines' job to deal with the lawless parts of the world and enforce justice, but they continued to ignore such problems, so she could no longer just ignore it when such a big chance had presented itself, with the worst generation catching all of the attention and allowing her and others to act in the background. Even Medea and Jester were fully aware that what they were doing was not completely justified, and it may not result in a happy ending for everyone, but they still chose to take part in it all. Carrot had always been aware of many of Alyssia's actions and some of her goals or plans, so she was keenly aware of some of the activities she participated in and the reasons for doing so. Although Alyssia had purchased slaves like Medea, most of them were purchased to gain talented people that could help her or one of the businesses and groups she had founded in the future. If she was going to spend her berries, then she would wish for it to be paid back with their hard work or repay her the berries back over time before they regained their freedom. She did not purchase slaves to free them as a charitable act, but instead was for her own or a group's benefit, while some were needed for her research, but each slave was given the opportunity to rebuild their life and pay her back. Even if the slaves did decide to turn their backs on her afterwards, she would not mind in the slightest, and she would wish them well. However, that did not mean she did not care about the overall situation surrounding human trafficking. It was just that she did not have enough berries to be able to free every slave, and she could not support everyone who had been freed. Acts against slave houses and auctions would also become noticed by many others, and such acts would normally be associated with her, which would put her on the Marines' and world government's radar, so she could not help those people in any way. What Carrot did not know was that Alyssia was just quietly waiting for her time to deal a big blow to the slave traders and free many slaves in a single operation when the eyes of the major forces would be drawn to a certain place. Rather than using up her funds and attacking randomly, She chose Sabaody Archipelagos because it was one of the most important locations connected to the many world nobles and the celestial dragons, but the auction house was also formerly owned by Doflamingo and is currently in the possession of a man named Disco. Disco was later reduced to a vagrant after the events at the slave auction house, and Doflamingo had focused his efforts on the Smile artificial animal devil fruits, but that did not stop others in the criminal underworld from capturing people and finding or establishing a new place to sell their slaves. The best way to deal long-lasting damage was to hit many slave houses and eliminate any groups connected to them in one move, but Carrot did not think too much about the details and took it as another form of training. Upon seeing the people within the cages, Carrot was quite shocked at their state, but she held in her anger and remained patient as she was escorted to a private room to begin the initial business talks and transaction process. But she wasted no time as she quickly moved and created afterimages around the room. Just like Alyssia, she appeared by many people, but each time she passed there was a single hole in their throat or several lines on their chest and neck, which were very deep, killing them right away, and the surrounding monitoring devices were destroyed too. She then entered the corridor and dealt with many more guards and people affiliated with the slave house as she made her way to find what she was looking for. Many things were turned upside down as she searched for the keys until she finally located a safe which was easily destroyed by a quick swipe of her claw, which allowed her to gain access to the things inside. As she stood in front of the slaves that she had saved, she laughed. "Now you are all free. No need to thank me, so just go and live well. Remember to follow my previous instructions. Bye." Carrot visited many more places, and the amount of freed slaves increased further, so after completing her task, she had gotten away safely as she blended into the crowd. Jester had many experiences removing the filth that was rooted within his homeland, so the task given had not been anything new, but it made him feel a little nostalgic, as if he was back at the side of the princess once again. But then he quickly reminded himself that Alyssia may be kind, but she is not as noble as the princess who is willing to sacrifice herself for her homeland. Alyssia had her own goals and reasons for many of her actions, so even if she was doing a good deed, there would be some benefits for herself somewhere, or she would at least gain a little profit somehow. As he entered the room, he quickly snatched 2 daggers from within the clothes of 2 people nearby, and quickly cut their throats without warning. Snatch! Snatch! Before anyone could raise an alarm, one dagger flew towards the sea snail in the corner of the room, and the other went into the throat of another. He still moved forward and closed the gap between the last person and reached out his hand as a sword was coming down on him. Snatch! The arm came downward without the sword, and the sword was then impaled into the body of the person, which ended their life. Many knives and daggers were retrieved by him as he entered the hallway and began his ruthless one-sided slaughter as he remained untouched. Any person that turned their backs on him and attempted to flee suffered from a dagger entering the back of their head, killing them before they could reach an exit. Upon retrieving the keys and other things, he looked towards the bag he had brought with him and sighed. Sure enough, she cannot wait to use any chance to gain a profit, but this is better in the hands of us rather than being swallowed up by the surrounding groups. After releasing the prisoners, he dumped the bag in a secret location before heading towards the next location with a new one containing the berries to gain entry and look professional in front of the slave traders. Jester had been very quick to carry out the task since he was very experienced with it, and each time he completed his task, more people were added to the growing crowd that Alyssia, Medea, Carrot, and the mess created within Grove 1 had made. However, there was an additional bonus task that had been carried out at every location during and in between each attack on the slave houses, and that was the robbing of the berries and any valuables that were kept within the slave houses that each of them were able to access. Each time each of them had raided any safes or stashes of treasure or berries that were within each targeted location that they could quickly gain access to, they filled up the bag that they brought and dumped it in a secret location before going to the next location with a new bag. Even some slightly more valuable weapons were brought along with other things of value that could fit within the bags so that those other groups did not swallow up what they had left behind. If the most valuable items and berries were left behind, many groups would use the massacre as an excuse to raid the buildings and take control of it or loot it for themselves, which would give them a chance of becoming the next group to rise up as potentially a well-known and powerful criminal group that deals with the slave trade. to prevent others from taking their place. Alyssia had the most valuable items and berries removed from their grasp, so that there would not be another group dealing with human trafficking at such a large scale anytime soon.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Later, as they had all escaped the scene many times after completing their tasks, the bags were retrieved and gathered together as Alyssia, Carrot, Jester, and Medea all stood by the edge of Sabaody archipelagos, and a large figure appeared from under the water with a serpent on its back. Alyssia waved to them. Be sure to take all of those back with you, and do not lose them. Just sit in nests and use what I have given you all. Ghost will lead the way back, so you should not encounter many problems. Medea nodded quietly and let out a small noise. Jester kept up his trademark smile. How much do you think you profited this time? Alyssia shrugged helplessly. The food and drink along with the illegal building purchases are quite a loss overall, but I am sure that what we have gained will more than make up for the loss. So make sure you do not get any of it wet or lose any on your way back. Jester laughed. All right then, I was just joking, but it is good that what we have obtained did not land in the hands of others. Carrot added, Yes, I can buy more food. Alyssia shook her head. Glutton. If you wish to eat like a queen, then go kill a sea king or something, then I can cook up a feast. Why bother wasting berries on such a thing? All right, Ness and Ghost, you lead them back home and follow the scent of Xena and Yao. You three can help if Ghost cannot yet locate them since I left an eternal pose with you. They all let out a laugh and took out several items that are related to Fishman Island, which can be used to keep a bubble around them underwater and also keep items within, so upon hopping onto the back of Ness, they were all taken underwater and were protected within the bubbles. Alyssia yawned lazily as she walked towards the direction of Shucky's rip-off bar once again, where she updated the martial arts and sword-based skills from Rayleigh along with the newly updated skill sets of the Straw Hat Pirates that she had previously purchased before heading towards the current location of many of the worst generation. She passed by Killer, Kid, Law, Beepo, and the rest of their crew members, so she updated her main skills on the way there, and as she sat within a run-down bar, she looked towards the outside as she awaited the arrival of the main force of Marines along with Kizuru and the Pacifista. She continued to update her skills from Drake, Urage, Hawkins, and Apu. Upon the arrival of the Admiral Kizuru, Alyssia was able to watch the ongoing battle, as Kizuru easily defeated many of the worst generation on his own with his devil fruit abilities and his kicking style of combat. So she did not miss the chance to add to the many combat-related skills that she had purchased at a high mastery already. Everything that she had gained in terms of combat-based skills could be used to further improve her physique through harsher training, and some could even be used to improve her own style to make it even more polished. Even her hockey skills that had been purchased to advance during her time at Amazon Lily had been updated slightly from the many people that she had harvested the skills from recently. She remained on the island a little while longer and tracked down Senamaru to steal some of his skill mastery before meeting up with Kuma one last time. As a result of her actions within Sabaody archipelagos, she had succeeded in freeing a large amount of slaves, took down several criminal organizations or slave houses, and looted a large amount of things worth a lot of berries while providing a chance to build upon her relationships with Medea and Jester, who had been with her for a long time, but were the most difficult to open up to her completely and to help Carrot experience the darker parts of the world. Those were the benefits she had gained, but the system skills she had obtained were a mix of many different types, whether it be high-level people like Shucky, Rayleigh, and Kizuru's martial arts, or sword skills, while some of the others were more suited to a certain style of combat like Senamaru's sumo style. Each of them would help improve her own style of combat, but would also help to improve upon her crew members. So she planned to hurry back home after meeting up with Kuma to say her final farewells and update her additional science skills by the science department before he undergoes his final operation before the war. The Marine Science Base was a haven for Alyssia, who was pursuing many different scientific paths. With the resources provided, many scientists were making breakthroughs in their own fields, whether it be focused towards chemical weapons, mechs, body modifications, drugs, special serums, and so on. So anything that they had a breakthrough on was updated into her system to add to her science or engineering skills, unless it was a rare or unique skill like the Pacifista, SIQ serums, lineage factor, or any other more specialized research project. Thanks to this, her knowledge was increasing and becoming even more accurate, which allowed for more possibilities, and upon seeing any other unique science skills, she was able to spend a little amount of her points to purchase up to the basic or intermediate grade to open up the road towards new possibilities of research. After visiting a couple of times, she had been able to constantly update it as each of the projects had been progressing. Even the pacifista results had been updated upon them reaching completion, so Alyssia was able to learn a lot about the coding used within them, which directed their actions from who they listened to and protect to who they would attack. With her program skill, she saw new possibilities for the pacifista that were not there before, along with a solution for Kuma, so upon meeting him many times, she had recorded his personality, his habits, likes and dislikes, along with many other things about him, like who are his allies and enemies. Although it could not be considered perfect, it was a way to find a way to copy his personality and spirit a little. Upon making one final list of things to remember, Alyssia stood opposite Kuma with a sad and awkward look on her face. It seems that this will be the last time we can meet. Kuma remained quiet for a while before letting out a soft Alyssia scratched her head nervously. Are you sure that you cannot find a way around this? Even if the chances were small, she hoped that Kuma could find a way to live on, but she also knew the truth. Kuma had long been the world government's dog, and he did not have the power to resist his fate even if he struggled to. Kuma shook his head as he remained expressionless. I have asked for one final thing to be added to me once I am dead, but I have added an additional thing on top of that as you have asked me. Luckily, Dr. Vegapunk did not deny my request. The first request was so that I can defend the Straw Hat Pirate ship until they return, and the next was to not see you as a threat or enemy, but it took some convincing to allow it. In the end, I had to tell him that you were someone I cared for deeply and would not wish to harm in any kind of circumstances. I also did not wish for those who were in control of me to make me attack someone so close. Luckily, he believed it to be me wishing not to harm a close friend or a loved one, so he did not ask anymore since I would soon be dead and those feelings would no longer remain. The first one was what he was supposed to do in the original timeline, which let him guard the Thousand Sunny after the war for 2 years until their return, but the next request was related to what she had asked him. She could have asked for something else like still using him as a taxi, but she found that it was better for her to be able to approach him without being attacked once he had died. So she left a photographic image with him so that it could be added into his programming. If she got close to him, attacked him, or something else, then he would not be able to fight back and would remain still since he did not take her actions as hostile or a threat to him. During the times that he was beaten up and damaged by constant attacks during the 2 years, she would be the only person able to approach him safely and be able to fix him up or make some alterations to him in some way. This rule would only apply to Kuma and not the pacifista units. So, although she could get close enough to Kuma without being considered a threat, it would not be the same for the pacifista if she tried to do anything to them. Alyssia let out a sigh of relief. Then that is good. I hope that our final moments are peaceful and without pain. Kuma nodded before raising his hand. Goodbye. Please look out for my country, family and friends for me when I cannot do so. Alyssia replied, I promise. Right after, Kuma revealed a relieved smile as he slapped Alyssia on her way back home. Thank you. You do not know how relieved you have made me about the future. Although he was destined to die and faced difficulties even after his death, he was ready to sacrifice himself, but he still worried about many things that would take place in the world. One of them was Sorbet Kingdom. Another was Bonnie, who had become a member of the worst generation with a high bounty on her head. And finally, there was the Revolutionary Army, where many of his friends were. After his death, the Sorbet Kingdom would lose its former king and the source of their rain tools, since he could no longer send it himself. So he was worried about his homeland falling into ruin again after his death, and without Bonnie being there while Kani is left to handle everything on her own. He was worried about Bonnie, who was wanted by the world government, and was still avoiding capture, since she was likely to take up his role as the next hostage from Sorbet Kingdom to keep them obedient. Without him to offer aid and train the new recruits of the Revolutionary Army, many would have a more difficult time on their missions, and one failure may lead to the collapse of their forces, while many of his allies would be harmed or even die. Each of them weighed heavily on his mind, but he was relieved upon hearing Alyssia's sincere promise. Although she could not completely solve all of his worries, she could keep a watchful eye over them while providing some help when needed. Since she knew of future events, She was not too worried about the Revolutionary Army until the events of Baltimore involving the Blackbeard pirates, and she also knew that Bonnie would escape upon being captured by the Marines. There was one that would be difficult to manage since there was the calm belt between Sorbet Kingdom and the first half of the Grand Line, but since she now had Ghost and Ness, it would be a lot easier to transport some things over occasionally during the 2 years. While Kuma was undergoing his final operation which would end his life, Alyssia was sent back to Rika Island to continue her work and preparations for future events, while Medea, Carrot, and Jester arrived with what they had collected from the attack on the slave houses. A little while later, within the sunken castle of Rika Island, many people were sat around a large dinner table. The table was full of all kinds of food and drinks, while there were some candles on the table and around the room, which had been used to light up the room. Zahayajan, Sunila, Pashia, Monera, and Alyssia, Carrot, Tristan, Nika, Clifford, Archie, Alfred, Medea, Jester, Ivy, Lucier, Isa, Ushvin, and Ein were seated around the large table as Alyssia sat at the head of the table. Xena and Yao were in their baby rockers as they lay there quietly, while Lee and Ghost remained outside. In addition to the many people seated there within the room, 2 small figures could be seen standing on the table, who were the 2 Tontata tribe members Ting and Tun, who had been taking care of the gardens after they were lured away from their homeland. Alyssia lifted her cup to raise a toast and spoke. Some have known me for a long time, while some may have known me for longer than a year, and even some among you may have just gotten to know me recently. Some may know about my ideals and goals, while others do not, but I am happy to have many around me today, as our group has grown to such a size in less than 1 year and 5 months. This group began with me, Tristan and Carrot at a young age before adding Nika, Clifford and Archie before we set out to sea when I turned 16. From there we met new people, and the group grew bigger with every encounter and adventure we had. So first of all, I would like to say that I am glad to know each and every one of you, and thank you for sticking by my side this long. Many of those within the room started giving an applause for her speech, and the atmosphere became lively very quickly. She then continued to speak. I have called you all together for a specific reason this time, and it is very important. Many quietened down and started listening again. Alyssia cleared her throat before continuing. As most of you already know, the various powers within the seas form a delicate balance. There are the Revolutionary Army, the world government, the Marines, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea. With the rise of the worst generation, that balance has been starting to fall apart, and very soon this world will start changing. As you should have read in the newspapers, a new warlord of the sea has been appointed upon capturing a division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, which will soon result in a war with the Whitebeard pirates against the 7 warlords of the sea and the Marines. After that happens, you can expect a big change to the balance of power, and we will have to be prepared for the incoming storm that will come to the first half of the Grand Line. After the war takes place, Moria and Jinbi would no longer be in their warlord position, so they would need to be replaced with new people, and the Marines would start their recruitment and restructuring as Sengoku steps down from his position. New admirals would have to take the place of Kazan and Akainu after Akainu took over Sengoku's position, and Kazan left the Marines. With the death of Whitebeard and Ace, the surviving crew members would be left to defend the lands that are their own territory, but without Whitebeard, it would be more difficult to hold on to since Blackbeard had long known everything about the territories and the overall strength of his previous crew before his betrayal. From Whitebeard's final words, the world was once again inspired to set sail in search of the One Piece, so not just the first half of the Grand Line would be affected, but also many places within the New World. Among the many groups that were getting ready to enter the New World, most of the worst generation were already preparing to enter, while a small amount had decided to remain where they were for some time before finally entering. There was also the problem created from those who escaped from Impel Down that would soon start causing troubles around the world. Alyssia was worried that her business would be affected in some way by many of those changes brought to the world. Alfred spoke after a moment of silence. So, what is it that we need to do? He was already aware of some things going on in the world and the effects it would have on the business, so he had already made some plans to keep everything stable and running as usual, but he waited for Alyssia to give the order first. Alyssia laid back in her chair after finishing some of the food on her plate and then replied, For now, we can just continue our operations as usual, but we must be extra vigilant from now on with how we handle our transportation and the overall protection of our berries, employees, and the workplaces. It may just be me being paranoid, but in the future, anything could happen which could result in our business or people to suffer a big loss. We can later start doing business and missions in some locations where we had previously avoided once we are stable. During that time, I hope to release the first batch of weather tools to different islands, including places like Alyssia. Just because they have been doing business smoothly, the employees could work safely, and the amount of berries owned by her were all kept safe until she spent it was just a temporary thing if everyone was not prepared for what was to come. One or two mistakes would result in several ships being taken over by the new pirate groups that had come into the first half of the Grand Line. Many deaths, and a large amount of stolen items, which would make the White Storm Merchant Group take its first loss in a long time, since it had been established. However, if they are able to remain firm and handle it well enough, then they would be able to grow much more smoothly, resulting in an increase of their business's profits, and they would be able to keep the trust of those they had deals with, which would further improve the White Storm's image, influence and connections, allowing for more cooperation from other groups or islands that wish to do business or wish to receive protection from the White Storm. Upon the business becoming stable, it would also allow for other products to be brought out and sold to many islands that the White Storm could travel to and send their products. Among the products, the weather tools were the most unique and profitable among them, and they would sell well in certain islands where they suffer from really bad weather conditions like Alyssia, which could use a rain tool, while a place like Baltimore would benefit from heat-based tools. Zahajian cheerfully spoke up. I need more experience, so sign me up for it, and if anyone needs anything built, ask me soon before I become busy. Lucia looked over to him and said, I need some improvements to my weapons. Sunila spoke too. The bow that you made me is perfect, so thank you, but please keep making me some spare arrows just in case my others get lost or are damaged. Pasha and Isa were happily eating and chatting to each other while the others had formed their own small groups to talk and mess around with. Ushvin, Tristan, Nika, and Ein were discussing science-based topics ranging from mechanical engineering to medicine and serums, while occasionally dragging Zahajian into their conversation. Monera, Archie, Clifford, Carrot, Sunila, and Lucia were talking about their previous missions and things that they had experienced. Ivy and the two Tontata tribe members were discussing their love for plants and gardening, and Alfred was able to get a little closer to Medea to talk to her about how she was doing and how she was adapting to her changes. He used their similarities as cyborgs and the fact that they were both within the same room to strike up a conversation with his daughter, to get to know her a little better and make up for the time that they had been apart, but he still did not have the confidence to tell her the truth about how he was related to her. He was just happy to be able to see a small smile appear on his daughter's usually expressionless face and have a little time with her, so he did not wish to ruin the atmosphere and relationship he had built up with her to be ruined by bringing up that she is his child. Alyssia watched everyone as they were enjoying their food and drink, then raised her glass. Here is to the success of the next mission and what follows afterwards. We have little time left to prepare, but everything should already be in place. All that we need to do now is wait until the time is right and achieve the best desired result without suffering any losses or being discovered. So if you all remember the plan, then that is good, but if you forgot, then we can go over it again. Not long after the meal was over, a select group were chosen from them to be brought along on a dangerous mission, as they were instructed on each of their roles once again, and Alyssia brought Medea into a room where a figure was chained up. Follow what I say without error from now on, and you will be able to gain an improvement to your abilities. I had previously mentioned this to you, so you should be aware of why I brought you here. Medea nodded. Not long afterwards, there was a body that had bled out and died on the ground, which was the body of Enel, who had been captured, and standing over him was Medea, who had transformed into a body of lightning as she adapted to the changes within her body. Alyssia had long considered who she should give the Rumble Devil Fruit to for a long time, even considering to give it to Carrot, but she did not know how the powers would influence Carrot's Electro, and if it was even worth giving her such a power, since she was already quite strong and had very high talent, as she had also recently unlocked her hockey. Medea did not improve much unless she worked on her sword techniques or received further modifications, so the Rumble Logia Devil Fruit would help her gain more powerful attacks and achieve better speed and abilities to ignore attacks, while she would be able to keep herself powered and store energy up when combining her lightning powers and her power source. Alyssia smirked as she patted the shoulder of the lightning cyborg, and her hand did not pass through as she had used hockey. For now, just get used to your new abilities, and I will help you out a little with learning it. But if you are bored, you can use some generators or electrical-based tools to play with and fill them up with enough energy. Medea revealed a small smile as she spoke. Thank you. I will definitely find a way to pay you back. Alyssia shook her head and then started leaving. Just bury the body somewhere, but you can remove his head. I will be needing it for something, and you can just continue doing as you have. Slowly adjust to your abilities and try not to overly use and expose them to the outside world unless you absolutely need to. If you can take those powers from him, then there can also be someone who could do the same to you. Medea looked seriously towards Alyssia and then went to deal with the body. After everything was prepared, Alyssia took everyone up into the sky as they stepped upon an abandoned sky island nearby, where there was a ship there with many scientists and things around it. The events of Amazon Lily happened as Luffy landed there, resulting in him being captured, chased, and then being thrown into the battle against the two sisters of Boa Hancock. Luffy overcame his problems and gained a new admirer in the form of Boa Hancock, who had fallen for him. He gained her support so that he could gain entry to Impel Down as he tried to save Ace. He gained more allies as he made his way further down to the lower levels, but he was poisoned and dying. With the help of Bon Clay, he was able to make it far enough to be noticed by Ivankov, resulting in him being saved, but at a cost of some of his lifespan. Upon arriving at the place where Ace was held, Ace had already been taken out from his cell, so Jinbe and Crocodile were released from their cells, which made him gain some more allies on his journey to save Ace and escape from Impel Down. Thanks to Bon Clay's self-sacrifice, a large amount of prisoners were able to escape, while some had been freed by Blackbeard, who had made the worst of all the prisoners fight among themselves so that the winners could gain the chance to escape and join his crew. As the battle started between the Marines and Whitebeard, many numbers of pirates and Marines had died, and the ships were destroyed, which hurt the overall morale of the Whitebeard pirates. Squard's betrayal had resulted in a wound being dealt to the already sick Whitebeard, but it was revealed to be a plot of the Marines, and Whitebeard forgave him. The battle was becoming more chaotic as Ors Jr. ran ahead to save Ace, resulting in him losing a leg and suffering many fatal injuries from Moria and Doflamingo, but his body would later become a crucial piece that would provide an opening for his crew. The entry of Luffy, Jinbe, Buggy, Crocodile, and Ivankov, along with the many prisoners of Impel Down, as they all fell from the sky, caught everyone's attention, and the battlefield was once again shifted to Whitebeard's side once several events took place. When Luffy ran out of energy, he received another boost which allowed him to continue onwards and push past his limits as he gained the Whitebeard pirates' respect after saving Ace from being beheaded with a release of Conqueror's Haki. After punching Garp, Luffy arrived on the execution platform and took a hit from Sengoku after the key to the cuffs was broken by Kizaru. With the help from Galdino, who had infiltrated the execution platform as an executioner, Luffy was able to protect Ace and free him, which allowed them to both fight together after their reunion. What followed was the tragedy that took place as Ace sacrificed himself to save Luffy, which made him fall into despair and finally pass out, but Akainu did not stop there as he enforced his absolute justice to end Luffy's life too. Jinbe saved Luffy and held off Akainu, which allowed for Luffy to be carried away to safety, and Whitebeard took his revenge upon Akainu. As the admirals were busy pursuing Luffy and were distracted, Whitebeard had created a large pit along the battlefield which stopped others from reaching him, but also cut off his own path to escape. Blackbeard finally decided that it was time to show himself, and he started targeting his former captain along with his new crew members. Right before his death, Whitebeard shouted, "One Piece does exist." Whitebeard died standing with many wounds on his body, but not a single wound was on his back, and Blackbeard had become happy that his plan was reaching completion. Just as he was about to step forward with his crew, a change took place on the battlefield right at the place where Whitebeard stood. A large blue police box started materializing over Whitebeard as it seemed to be partly invisible at one moment before taking form the next until it finally settled and completely covered his body. A large amount of smoke or mist surrounded the box, which caught everyone off guard, and it obscured many people's vision in the surrounding area. Most people were still distracted with their pursuit of Luffy and the remaining Whitebeard pirates that were trying to escape, so not many were able to understand what was happening or could make a sudden move. Suddenly, as the smoke spread out and obstructed their vision, a large metallic claw fell down from the sky from what looked like a giant cloud to everyone else's eyes, and it grabbed onto the body of Whitebeard before anyone could make out what was happening. As the claw surrounded the dead body, a secondary action followed as several metal wires helped to secure the body in place, and then the long attachment to the claw started to retract as it pulled the body into the air towards the cloud in the sky. Blackbeard, who had let down his guard at the moment of his victory, had finally noticed what was happening, but the claw had already taken the body from him, so he panicked. No! He reached out his hand to activate his Darkness Devil Fruit power from his hand to pull the body back, but he was met with resistance, and then a bolt of lightning fell down upon his body, which made him roll around in pain for a moment due to his low pain threshold. Everyone never expected anything to appear in the sky, so suddenly, during such a moment during the war, and suddenly interfere with the battle, especially not Blackbeard. With several attempts to draw Whitebeard towards him, the body had already been taken, and then suddenly the cloud climbed higher into the sky and disappeared. The newly formed Blackbeard pirates were forced to confront Garp and Sengoku without the Quake Devil Fruit power in Blackbeard's hands, so they were beaten back a little bit. But Blackbeard was able to counter Sengoku's Devil Fruit with his own darkness abilities, which he was far more proficient in than he would be upon using the Quake abilities after just eating it. They mostly relied on their numbers to put up a struggle against Garp and Sengoku until Shanks finally arrived on the battlefield and called for the battle to be put to an end after Kobe's act of bravery. The injured Blackbeard pirates were forced to retreat, and the war finally came to an end, but nobody could be sure who was behind the mysterious appearance on the battlefield before snatching Whitebeard's body. After the large cloud had disappeared and gained some distance, the illusion had faded away, and many were left to speculate who was behind such an act and questioned why they had done so. While those with a brain could speculate who created the illusions, they did not have solid proof, so they could not point their finger recklessly, and the people behind it did not do any harm or interfere in the war in a big way, so they could hardly put any crimes on their heads. Shanks took Ace's dead body to be buried, and Luffy had been taken by law. In the sky, there was a person who had schemed the whole thing, and she was cackling to herself as she had her arms stretched out towards the sky with her staff in one of her hands. "Wah! You have been beaten this time, Teach," and looked over and face-bombed. "Are you sure that it is safe for us to do this?" Alyssia shrugged. "We did not interfere or cause any problems, so it will be partly overlooked, and even if some take an interest, you could just go into hiding for a little while until it all blows over with the excuse that you are writing a new album." The abilities displayed could be recognized by many, but it did not mean it had to be, and who was behind the illusion as other Devil Fruit powers could display similar effects. She had only been seen turning small pictures into illusions of a certain size, and had not ever shown an illusion to the scale that she had used during the battle. So even if she was later suspected, it could be explained that what had been done was beyond her abilities. Even if, and the White Storm became the suspects behind what had happened, the Marines would have their hands full in the future and would be much too busy to do a thorough investigation, since it was low on their priority list. Nearby was a tall and bulky figure, which was Archie. His claws were covered with blood as he stood over the body of Whitebeard, who had died, and he started to sense the new power that had taken root within his body. Just as he wished to test it out, Alyssia grabbed him by the arm and spoke. "Not yet. You need to find a secluded place to practice so that you can get used to it. Just remember that you cannot use it yet, or be seen with the power, otherwise you will be hunted down by others, so that they can steal it from you. They will also target the White Storm if they find out who was behind this." In order to allow her plan to work, she needed the Arc Maxim and to pull it off, but also someone to absorb the power after gaining the body of Whitebeard. The final element was the mechanical claw that somewhat resembled a claw from a claw machine, but it had several modifications to secure the body in place after holding onto it, and it started falling and stopping quickly and accurately, then retracted quickly upon catching the intended target. She had also mixed real with unreal elements in her plan to create further confusion, so even while a large part of the cloud illusion was a fake, She had mixed her thunder clouds within and used them to attack those below when it was needed. Several parts of the claw were reinforced and coated in sea prism to prevent any damage to it, as it may even be attacked by ranged attacks like flying wind blades or other devil fruit powers, so it was able to avoid damage from many of the Blackbeard pirates who try to get the body of Whitebeard back. As the Arc Maxim rose to a greater height, even Sanjiao Wolf, the mountain-sized man, had been unable to reach for the body in time before she had escaped. Out of everyone that she had in mind for Whitebeard's devil fruit, she had chosen Archie because he was the most defensive and stationary fighter among the group. Although he preferred to gain something more defensive, the Quake powers could be used in ways suited to his style, allowing for his punches or palm strikes to incorporate many of Whitebeard's moves, while he could also use his claws along with one of the more dangerous abilities that Whitebeard used during the war. Archie nodded quietly before sitting down, and Alyssia spoke. "Let's go home." Many changes will take place after this, and many of you will need to be updated on your training plans. Now, activate the burst. The Arc Maxim was then pushed through the air at a fast speed to gain a further distance away from the battlefield thanks to the additional modifications that had been done to it after she had claimed it for herself, just so that she would have extra insurance to escape any kind of pursuits from people like Doflamingo or other Moonwalk users. The Quake Devil Fruit was not her only gain, as she was able to fly over the battlefield with the Arc Maxim disguised and mixing in with the clouds. As she had gotten close to the battlefield, she was able to gain many skills from all around her as she updated her skills from the Marines, Blackbeard pirates, Warlords, and the Whitebeard pirates that were on the battlefield. Many different types of skills ranging from updates to her 6 powers, her martial arts, Elbaf Spear from the surrounding giants, weapon-based skills, and many other types of skills of very high-ranking fighters of the world. Whether it be Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, Kizaru, Akainu Kazan, Boa Hancock, Doflamingo, Blackbeard, Jinbe, Mihawk, or many others like Jozu or Marco, she was able to use their skills to update her own to further improve upon what she already had to improve her own training and style of combat, while gaining more than enough to improve upon everyone else in her crew to a much higher grade. In another location within Sabaody Archipelagos, there was another event that took place which was even less important, but it did catch the attention of a certain person. Many of the worst generation were watching the battle on the large screen and had seen the appearance of the strange blue box along with the misty smoke before the disappearance of Whitebeard. Suddenly, a filthy-looking person who looked like a beggar walked towards Mad Monk Urich and carried a box towards him before placing it on the ground. "I was paid to deliver this to you. Goodbye." It looked like he had just been handed the box with instructions on who to deliver it to, and he must have been paid already, so he hurried towards his home, not knowing what had happened behind him. Urich opened the box and looked inside to see the head that lay within. "Is this some kind of joke?" He lifted it out and got a better look at it, then he burst out into laughter. "Ah! Enel, you are finally dead." His face looked a little more relieved as a small tear escaped the corner of his eye. With the problems created by Blackbeard, the prisoners from Impel Down, and the surviving members of the Whitebeard pirates, the Marines started moving to chase after those not quick enough to get away during the early stages, so they were kept busy. In an unknown location, Ace was buried by another grave which had his hat and weapons above along with Whitebeard's weapon, but Whitebeard's body had been kept sealed within Rika Island as it was kept safe by Alyssia, so the grave left in the unknown location was just a symbolic grave for him. Upon waking up, Luffy fell further into despair, but was given a firm wake-up call from Jinbe, resulting in their trip back to Marineford where the Paramount War took place, as many of the high-ranking Marines were kept busy as they chased after those who got away. To fill up the vacant positions left behind from Jinbe and Moria after Jinbe had fled and Moria had been put on their hit list, the world government appointed Buggy as a warlord to gain a little more control over the many released prisoners that had become Buggy's loyal followers. Just as the 2-year training was about to take part for Luffy and his crew members, the newspaper arrived at the sunken castle, which showed the photo of Luffy with the markings on his arm. Alyssia was busy going over the many gains that she had received from her previous outings and coming up with many more detailed plans for each of her crew members. For example, she had started adding blade techniques from many people who had participated in the Paramount War to help improve Midia's swordsmanship, which had been gained from people like Thunder Lord Megumi and Haruda of the Whitebeard Pirates. Some more defensive fighter styles were added to Archie, like those used by Diamond Jozu. For herself, there were some minor improvements to be made to her style of combat, after she had gained many leg-based moves from Marco, Kizaru, and many others, along with the gains that she got from those with insights into many other special abilities. For Monera, she had gained the combat techniques of Namor from the Whitebeard pirates and Jinbe. Many other high-level sword, blunt damage weapon, and dagger skills were gained to further improve Clifford, Ushman, Lucier, Jester, and Zahajan styles like those from Mihawk, Whitebeard, Vista, Atmos, Mamanga, and many others from those that were on the battlefield. For Tristan, Alyssia had gained many skills from Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, and many others to help improve her boxing style, while she gained many things to improve upon for Carrot and Ivy's style of combat. Some of Boa Hancock's skills based off her mastery over combat, dance techniques, and sniper-based skills came in useful for helping to improve upon Aiza, Ivy, Nika, and Pascia and Sunila's styles of combat and their overall training plan, while she had gained a lot more from the sniper abilities around her. Even the people of the Blackbeard pirates were each put to use as she extracted each of their combat abilities, like updating the shockwave attacks from Burgess and gaining sword skills from Shiryu, or gaining skills from Katarina Devon, Vasco Shot, and many others that would become the Titanic captains of the Blackbeard pirates. Upon arriving back at Rico Island, she put them all through even tougher training, and she checked her status to see her progress during the 4 to 5 months during the start of the original story since her 17th birthday. Most of her stats had surpassed 30 base stats, which could put her on par or be stronger than people like Doflamingo, Katakuri, or other direct subordinates to different crews, and with the addition of the bonus stats from her secondary profession or talents. She had gained an additional 4 strength stats and 8 agility stats, which pushed her overall body strength to 36 out of the world's limitations at 40, while her agility had surpassed it with the additional 8 points, giving her 42 agility points. As a player of the game or a system user, she had the advantage of being able to surpass the world's limitations with the help of the 2 talents and other methods if she can explore deep enough to find other methods to surpass the limitations. At the age of 17 years and 4 to 5 months, she had already become the fastest person alive with pure physical ability, and with her electro and other abilities stacked upon it, she could gain many advantages over others who were already at Emperor or Admiral level, but she still required more time to digest what she had collected and improve upon her haki and other layered powers or techniques as they were combined together. Even her endurance was at 33 after she had been tempering her body with electro, so she had become very durable, but it did not stop there. Compared to others who had durable skin, muscles, and bones, she had tempered the insides of her body too, so she was not as weak on the inside and could not be defeated so easily by internal attacks. Her current state was enough to call her a hidden boss within the world, but she was still quite cautious and would not reveal herself until she had reached the very peak. Then there was the additional bonus points added to her intelligence and spirit, which had, or would soon reach the limit of the base stats, so her senses and intelligence were already beyond the world's current limitations, or known maximum recorded stage for every intelligent life form in the world. Name: Alyssia Lucine. Age 17 Y4-5M. Race mink kangaroo. Birthplace Zoe, Night Guards affiliation. Main profession or job martial artist rank 4. Secondary professions or talents leg martial arts and navigation. Strength 32/40 plus 4. Agility 34/40 plus 8. Stamina 35/40. Endurance 33/40. Intelligence 19/20 plus 4. Spirit 15/15 plus 8. Electro Power Core 25/40. Limited to lowest stat of stamina and endurance until it reaches the limit of the body's final potential. She could easily step out into the world and create a big disturbance as she was, but her being alone was not enough. She needed a reliable and strong crew to contend against others, but also to cover a large area within the Grand Line. There was also the underlying issue that her haki had not yet reached the stage of mastery, where she could damage Kaido, who had a much higher mastery over it, and had a strong body even before he consumed the fish Zoan Devil Fruit, which allowed him to transform into a dragon upon achieving an awakened state. Upon finishing guiding everyone who had gathered, she spoke. I will give you all enough time to develop what I have taught you during the next 7 to 8 months before I decide on who to send to the new world and who should remain where they are. I hope to see some improvements, and I will watch over you all as you encounter any problems, but also help guide you all. Technically, she was planning on helping them boost their mastery over hockey, so that she could improve theirs at a very fast pace under the pressure of her own. But she also hoped that when faced with many other hockey users, her own would be able to improve. Many types of high-end training equipment were made to be used within the sunken castle, so it would help to improve her body's stats further while she increases her own training, but it would also help her crew to improve their body's strength further. Sunila had a look of worry on her face as she pulled aside Alyssia after her training. I know that you did mention some things, but how was my empress after the war? Did she get hurt at all? Alyssia shook her head and spoke. No, she was fine from what I had seen and did not suffer any major wounds. If anything, she seems to have fallen in love with a man and is doing well. I can expect that she is living very happily right about now. Since Boa Hancock had gotten over her worries after Luffy had woken up, she would be in a very good state of mind and would be fussing over him as he recovered and started training with Rayleigh. Sunila stood on the spot and sighed. I really could not be of any help to her or you this time. Her gaze turned more serious and determined as she spoke. Next time I will not be the same, and I will be able to offer my help in some way. I will get much stronger with what you have taught me. Among the crew members, some of them still had past regrets to make up for or connections to their homeland, so certain events would affect them too, but Sunila was the sole person affected by the events of the Paramount War because Boa Hancock was ordered to participate. She had not really faced off against many strong opponents, and instead of helping in the battle, she often obstructed the Marines and Pacifista from doing their duties, so she was able to survive and slip away afterwards upon giving the excuse that she wished to chase after those that had escaped. However, for Sunila, she had been worried about Amazon Lily's empress, since everyone in Amazon Lily greatly respected and admired Boa Hancock. Alyssia patted her shoulder and said, "Just keep improving and spar against me sometime so that you can keep working on your hockey. You're already strong enough, but in the face of absolute power or war potential, you still have a long way to go. This time spent can help you catch up to me and the others a little, so keep working hard, future Archer God." Sunila blushed upon receiving the sudden title from Alyssia, but then she replied, "I will." It was not just Sunila that had been affected by the events of the war, though. Many of them felt pressure about the incoming troubles brought to the first half of the Grand Line, so they worked even harder to improve themselves. Even Pascia and Isa and Ein, who were slightly weaker than the rest, had started to improve in their own ways, whether it be improving their weaponry, physique, power mastery, or their individual professional skills like their singing or dancing, while Ivy, Medea, and Archie were slowly gaining mastery over their own abilities when they were allowed to use them upon being provided a safe place to use them, like in the abandoned Sky Islands. With the growing population of pirates, the overall situation within the seas and lawless areas were increasing everywhere. Even Rika Island was starting to experience its first wave of problems in a long time, and the lawless king was busy with power struggles and bringing the new people who had arrived under his rule. A month had passed, and small changes were happening everywhere, as many of the crew members had took on what Alyssia had taught them, and they had each gone back to their original roles just before the pirates started to cause any major disturbances for the White Storm. Dr. Indigo, Tristan, and Alyssia were mainly focused on their development of different types of drugs and serums, while Ein, Ushvin, and Nika were focused on weapons development and working on a mech design under the project named Valkyrie. Their combined efforts allowed for many breakthroughs in the research of different types of projects related to serums and other types of medicinal solutions to help build up immunity to different types of poisons, venoms, and diseases. On a sky island on the White Sea, a figure of a young lady stood with a small cat by her side. The young lady was very tall, as she was much over 6 foot tall and had animal features and a tail, so the small cat looked tiny by her side. Alyssia took out a strange-looking serum before removing the protective seal on the needle. "This should hurt, but you have been expecting this. Be brave, little one." Lee tilted her head in confusion, but when her eyes focused on the serum, her eyes turned excited as if she had caught sight of a new toy or delicacy. "Meow. Mro. Mommy. Give me." Just as she was about to move forward, Alyssia sat down with Lee between her hands as she restrained her. The needle entered the body of Lee, and she let out a small cry. After injecting the whole contents of the serum, Alyssia removed the needle and then stopped restraining Lee before taking a step back as she backed away. Lee's body started to heat up as she underwent changes throughout her body. The SIQ serum that had been made specifically for her body had started to work as it started changing her to suit her current environment. She was evolving to suit the white sea within the sky. Her body size was beginning to grow and her physique was becoming much more powerful. Over the period of a couple of hours, she had to endure through the changes while Alyssia observed everything and occasionally gave her some liquid food solution to keep her energy levels up and keep her awake during the changes so that she would not fall unconscious from hunger or the pain. She was by Lee's side the whole time until Lee finally appeared before her in the completed form. Her previous body, which only went past Alyssia's ankle, had grown past her thigh and was a tiny bit shorter than her knee area. The build of Lee's body had become very streamlined as it was suited for fast movement and agility, and her claws and teeth had become much sharper. The overall toughness, stamina, and strength of her body had increased a little more, but she experienced the largest growth on her overall agility. The biggest changes were the feather patterns on her legs, just above her paws, on the end of her tail, around her neck, and the pair of wings that had grown out from her back that resembled either an angel wing like the Burkin tribe or feathered bird's wings similar to a griffin. The wings were stretched out as Lee found them to be amusing to play with, but she was very clumsy upon using them for the first time. In the end, she ended up rolling around on the floor, but as the wings had not been brought back in, her roll was obstructed, resulting in a comical scene of a confused cat. Eventually, she learned how to properly use her wings, but also how to spread them out and how to wrap them around and close to her body so that they did not get in the way of her rolling around. Alyssia watched on and sighed. Well, it is a success, and some things have been confirmed about the solution. The environment can have a big effect on the evolution, so it could be best to let other beasts experience evolution in places that are related to their weakness. That way they can overcome that weakness after they have evolved. There is also the possibility of some lucky ones to develop a power of their own, but this may also be influenced by a more extreme environment. Some environments could be simulated by weather science to control these factors, but there are also some other environments that cannot always be replicated, so there may be a needed location to visit to achieve the best results. For example, an extreme ice land or a volcanic island would be best for those with weaknesses to heat and cold. Lee tilted her head cutely and then let out a meow. Meow meow mro mommy. Looks so strange. Lee was quite excited at her changes as she had moved at a very fast speed around as if unobstructed by the wind, and she circled around Alyssia, but Alyssia leaned over and caught her by the back of her neck and lifted her up. Well, it did not help with developing the intelligence, I guess, but this is still a good result already. Let's go home, little one. However, as she approached the edge of the sky island, a playful light appeared in her eyes. Sorry, little one. To learn to walk, one must first fall many times before they can walk properly. So fall. She let go of Lee, and the winged cat fell from the sky island. Bruh. After that, Alyssia stepped off too, and quickly caught up to the panicking winged cat as it screeched at a very high pitch. Alyssia kept controlling her descent as she moved by Lee's side and tapped the wings of Lee several times, resulting in Lee instinctively moving them until they had been properly spread out, and they slowed down her fall. The winged cat was gliding downward much slower than before, and Alyssia started kicking her legs to allow herself a smoother descent until she was able to moonwalk by Lee's side. She occasionally tapped the wings and moved them to let Lee get used to flapping them and positioning them to allow for better gliding, control of her direction of flight, and the speed, but also to let her slowly grasp how to fly. Animals are instinctual beings that learn by experience, so the best way for Lee to learn was to make her overcome the lack of practice with her wings with real experience. Once she had overcome the life and death practice, simple actions and things to learn on how to master her body would no longer need to be taught or learned, since she was able to slowly adapt and grow familiar with her movements during her fall when she was most desperate to survive. Lee, who was the tiny kitten with the ability to turn bigger with her Link's Zoan Devil Fruit powers, often walked around in a little protective space suit, which made her look very cute, had transformed into a slightly bigger and majestic winged cat that was able to fly through the sky and move very fast even without its devil fruit powers. Alyssia observed carefully as the cat had later grasped the movements and circled around her quickly. I knew that you had the potential in you to survive and come out the other side even better than before. I cannot yet imagine how much your evolution will be when layered with a newly fitted suit and your devil fruit ability. It is worth looking forward to. So follow me back home, and I will prepare you some fish." Upon hearing the word fish, Lee turned excited and circled around Alyssia many times quickly, and then chased after her as Alyssia made her way back down towards Rika Island. After using the serum on Lee, she spent some time preparing several for different other animals as she worked with Dr. Indigo and Tristan on the SIQ serums for them. Each of the crew members were having their own difficulties and challenges out in the world as Alyssia received more updates about those being injured during battle as the difficulty increased after many had escaped from many of the floors of Impel Down, while some of them were previously notorious pirates from a long time ago. Some were still able to display their previous strengths, while some had been reduced in power from many years of imprisonment and aging. After being suppressed for too long, upon being free, they had released their desires upon anyone that crossed them, whether it be the ordinary citizens, businesses, nobles, anyone with some form of authority, or the Marines and other influences. The White Storm had done well to hold them off so far, but that did not mean that they could hold on forever, as there would eventually be more serious injuries to them, or even death for many. The ships that had one of the main crew members on board or sea creatures to help protect the ships were better off than others, as they were able to gain much better protection. Even the underworld of Rika Island was experiencing a slight reshuffling of power, as the lawless king used many tactics to make his least loyal people or traitors among his alliance face off against the new people that had arrived, which allowed him to deal with the new threat and stabilize his forces a little. Around the world, many things had continued to happen, like Garp's return to the East Blue, Akainu and Kazan's battle, which resulted in Kazan defecting from the Marines, Blackbeard leading his crew to steal devil fruits from people in the New World while he was searching for a suitable replacement for the Quake devil fruit that he had failed to acquire. Punk Hazard, which was the site of their battle, was transformed completely into a land split up by the two opposing powers of ice and magma, while Caesar Clown would soon occupy it for his own purposes. Another problem happened within the Marines, which was related to the training instructor Zephyr, who had many of his trainees wiped out and suffered more grievances, as he had to swallow his anger, which would soon lead to him leaving to form the Neo-Marines. As everything was going on in Rika Island or around the Grand Line, those within the sunken island remained unaffected by most of it, but upon reading the newspaper, Alyssia frowned as her eyes fell upon something interesting. So that time will soon be approaching. She threw the newspaper aside and then walked towards a shelf where there was a row of metal cans, which she picked up one of them with a black coloring. She started rolling it back and forth for a while before placing it in front of herself. "Soon I will be able to use this." She then took out a sea snail and spoke. "Keep a lookout for the actions and movements of the buggy pirates, then keep me updated if they show any changes. If possible, try to find a way to get to some mercenary groups that are looking for work before they approach his group too." Buggy had started using his new power as a warlord to work on forming the Buggy mercenaries, but it was still in its early stages, so it could not possibly be formed so soon to be able to compete with the White Storm mercenaries, even with the many loyal escaped prisoners on Buggy's side. With Buggy's fame, he would attract many strong combatants within the 2-year time skip, but Alyssia did not wish for those with high combat power to go to him, especially the group of giants, so she had them monitored from within. With the increasing number of conflicts around the Grand Line, there would soon be many emerging powers in Paradise or the New World, while Luffy was learning hockey with Rayleigh. He is gradually adapting to armament hockey after recovering from his wounds, but he could not yet fully grasp it even after enduring hellish training under Rayleigh and fighting strong beasts day and night. Just as he was gradually getting used to it, the outside world was disturbed as Burndy World reunited with his former crew, the World Pirates, as they started to re-emerge in the world, which resulted in the calling of the warlords to prevent further destruction. To counter the world government's move against them, they targeted the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, so that they could use her as a hostage, which resulted in them arriving on the island that Luffy was training on, while Boa Hancock's sisters were there to leave Luffy some things to help him survive and live on the island. After recovering from his defeat from Burndy World, Luffy and Hancock left to confront their crew, while Buggy had soon arrived, followed by Mihawk. After several defeats, Luffy was able to briefly use armament hockey during a moment of becoming enraged towards Burndy World and was able to knock him down. During their final confrontation, Luffy was able to produce a Red Hawk attack to defeat him and escape. However, what many did not notice was that a certain individual had snuck into the battlefield and started purchasing the surrounding skills from everyone, whether it be Garam's use of hammer techniques, shipbuilding, or the fishman karate from Sebastian, along with many other fighting techniques from those around her like those from Burndy World. However, her main purpose was not to be caught, so she did not stick around for long, as she had remained invisible because of the suit on her body made with Germa technology. Before the event had reached the climax, and just after Boa Hancock had defeated the ship Dr. Nine by turning her to stone, Alyssia entered the room after Hancock had left and grabbed a hold of the stone body, which was still living even after being petrified. She lifted it onto her shoulders and then quickly covered it with her cape to provide some invisibility before escaping the ship and flying away with her before the Marines destroyed the ship and killed all those from the world pirates. Alyssia looked towards the destruction brought on by Mihawk's sword and Akainu's magma punches, and then fled back towards Rika Island with her newly acquired doctor, which had a large variety of herbal knowledge, including her own rejuvenating mix and many other types of mixtures for different purposes. Not only were her medical skills useful, but her Campo style of combat, which uses medicinal herbs and poison to attack her opponents and enhance her own strength. Not only was she skilled enough in her old age to take down many Marines, but she was able to fight on par with Boa Hancock, so Alyssia had to bring her back. Since Boa Hancock had turned Knighton into stone, she would remain alive in a frozen state until released, so she was just a frozen set of skills to Alyssia to use until the stone body can no longer be preserved, so she was careful not to damage it as she landed back in Rika Island. Dr. Indigo had previously provided Tristan with a new way to improve her fighting style and combat effectiveness even further, but upon acquiring the stone statue of Knight, Alyssia saw even more possibilities for Tristan's style of combat. Tristan was not a pure martial artist or combatant, but she was a capable fighter due to her mink race, which allowed her to defeat many opponents with ease and grow in strength quickly, but her main role was always that of a doctor. If she could apply her medicinal skills from everything she had learned into a similar way of using the style of Knighton with her own martial arts, then she would be able to grow even stronger, and with Alyssa's persistent training of the non-hockey users of a young age, those among the minks were slowly beginning to awaken and grasp it one after another, so each of them would become the main force of the crew, along with Sunila, Monera, Jester, and Lucier, while Medea was rising up with her newly gained abilities from her Rumble Logia Devil Fruit, and some had more talent towards observation like Isa, Nika, and Ushvin. Most others preferred armament or trained in both. With her newly gained knowledge, Alyssia started to continue her work on different types of serums and medicinal solutions with Tristan and Dr. Indigo with Knighton by their side. During the time taken to scout the forest for intruders, a figure was barely seen as a smaller-sized monkey mink flash stepped from tree to tree at great speeds. Usually there was someone on a rotation to protect the sunken castle and its surroundings to help better protect the area around the sunken castle, the roads, the shipyard, and docking areas. Late at night, it was Nika's turn to scout the area, and she had encountered intruders more frequently on the lands lately. It had only been a couple of months since the events within Marineford, which made many of the crew members realize that their own powers were still insignificant in the face of the absolute power of certain individuals or groups in the world. It was not a lie that some of them may have even become a little more lazy and self-satisfied with their current power or achievements beforehand, but that all changed after the Paramount War. Many had regained their determination and started working much harder to improve themselves. Nika, who had mainly been stuck in her laboratory for a long time, training or occasionally participating in battles, eventually stepped outside and regained her senses for battle once more. Her small figure leapt from tree to tree until her eyes could see far away within the dark forest. Very far away outside the territory, there were a group of fierce-looking men and women who were chasing a smaller woman who was carrying a small child in her arms. The group that chased her seemed to be cursing the woman, and they did not hold back as several arrows were fired towards the woman's legs and waist area, which she barely avoided as she ran, but a large wound until one pierced into her thigh. She dropped the child in her arms and pushed it to leave her behind. She truly believed that she was being a burden to the child now that she was wounded, so she shouted, "Go! Listen, please! Quickly go!" The small child had a look of despair on its face, and as tears flowed down their cheeks. But as an obedient child, they had no choice but to obey the final request of the woman. The child got up from the ground clumsily and fled a little further, but their small legs could not carry them fast enough to escape, which resulted in them both being captured. Just in their moment of despair, the strange sound came from far away, and a metallic bullet-shaped object flew from outside the territorial range of the central part of the island, which entered the eye of the main fierce-looking man who helped the woman by her hair as he tried to drag her away. The bullet passed through his head and entered the shoulder of the man standing nearby due to the positioning of them and the sniper who was firing from a higher place. The woman used the opportunity that she was freed to grab the dropped weapon and stabbed it into the leg of one of the other men who were nearby and held onto her child. The child was dropped, and another bullet flew into the crowd without much of a pause as it entered the skull of a woman that held a spear in her hands as she aimed it towards the woman. Each time there would be 1 to 3 quick and skillful shots fired within a second or two, before there would be a slight flash within the forest far away before another couple of shots followed from another location. Although Nika had many possibilities for her technology and types of electroguns and tools, she had not forgotten her basic training about various vantage points and repositioning to not be discovered and fired at or hunted down. Her agile body and electro allowed her to escape right after firing a single or a couple of shots and allow her to find a new place to shoot from. Most of the time, her biggest advantageous place was in a forest area which allowed her more hiding places and vantage points, so that was where her talents usually shone. If it was a defensive battle in her own environment, then she would be able to show her potential even more when traps were added into her arsenal. It took a very short amount of time to kill or inflict a deadly wound upon the group that were pursuing the woman and child. Meanwhile, Nika sat in contemplation on a tree top as she looked toward the approaching child and woman. So this must be the feeling that Alyssia had mentioned. The ability to sense things further, and especially sense the life signs or aura of others. If I did not have this, then I may not have been able to make such a long and complicated shot from this distance. Although she could vaguely see the overall situation through the lens on her sniper rifle that was made from smaller and less weighted, but just as powerful electromagnet parts, she was not capable of achieving such an accurate shot with it from a very long distance with many obstructions in the way while they were moving around. A single shot could accidentally enter the body of those she was trying to save if her shot was even slightly off target. But as she had slowly grasped observation hockey a little better, she was able to sense the aura of life around her, and far away a little more faintly but stronger ones were much clearer. As she entered a concentrated state while firing, she was able to sense the movements of the animals and trees around her along with the other changes in the environment, which allowed her to hit the man in the eye and take out another even from a difficult range and position. From there, she was able to get much closer and gain more of an advantageous position with the first bullets that she had fired before any more harm came to the woman and child. Each time, she would fire accurately towards the more aggressive and hostile strong auras to protect the 2 weak ones until the 2 weak ones were safe to move through the forest. She provided cover afterwards to help the 2 of them reach closer to her and to protect them from the roaming wild beasts that had been attracted by the scent of blood. After providing the woman and child a safe passage into the territory owned by Alyssia and her crew, Nika escorted them while remaining vigilant as she asked them about their identities. Upon arriving back at the sunken castle, she sent them to receive first aid and reported everything to those within the walls. Upon meeting Alyssia, she spoke. "We had 2 people fleeing from a large group. This time, they seem to be even more aggressive than normal, and they are more focused on capturing people alive for whatever reason. I expect that there may be repeating problems in the future where some individuals or groups may try to flee into our territory to gain protection." Alyssia replied, "This is nothing big right now, but it can become a big problem later on. Right now, there are 3 major powers within this island. There is us who have lesser numbers, but many advantages in terms of individual strength, weapons, and technology to help defend ourselves. Then there are the central lawless zone, and those within the capital who have much greater numbers or hold some form of alliance with other groups or some political influence. Any smaller groups will be absorbed by them, be taken advantage of, or will have to offer up some form of sacrifice, tax, or tribute to either side, so that they can gain even a little extra protection for the land they live in. Upon our arrival, there would be a shift in power, and many would be waiting to see if it is worth putting their lives in the hands of us all, so eventually, some may take the risk and flee their lands to come over to ours to seek protection and a better life. So what did you find out? Nika sighed. The village or tribe they belong to have a very weak mentality towards those stronger than them, but towards their own, they're very strict to enforce their own rules or carry out what they believe what needs to be done for everyone's good. They would offer up food and other things to satisfy the lawless king's minions who drop by the village. Even though there are quite a lot of skilled hunters among the villagers that can help protect it from wild beasts, the village head still fears those from the lawless zone, so he gives in to their demands no matter what is asked. This time they asked for 5 young and fertile women and some children, but during the time of choosing who to sacrifice, some of the women escaped, and among them was the young woman who carried her younger sister with her. It seems that the young woman or her younger sister were to be chosen for the tribute by the major leaders and decision-makers of the village. A future problem may appear if her sister had been spared from the tribute this time, or if both had been offered together. If she was offered, her sister would soon follow because she had lost her only form of protection since her parents were submissive to the elders of the village, and there was a chance of her sister being offered up instead, or the both of them, so she had to act quickly. She took advantage of others fleeing and headed towards the rumored place that the lawless king's people had been avoiding lately due to their many losses over the months, but was discovered by the villagers who asked for help from the lawless king's people. Alyssia contemplated. What do you think is the best way to weaken a community and make them have to rely on you further? Nika replied, taking what they are already in need of and are in short supply already. Alyssia continued. If people are a resource, they can be used as tributes in these people's eyes, and which kinds of people would be most valuable? There are 3 which are fertile women, young men, and children. Once they are removed, there are only older adults and elders with less stamina to manage the environment or protect it, but they did not ask for the young men, because it would be too big of a tribute for many villages or tribal groups, which may even result in them joining together to put up a resistance. To keep them compliant, they chose to take the fertile women and some children. Do you happen to know why? Nika nodded. They hope to teach the young children to be loyal to them and grow into their own warriors, while gaining many future fertile females upon maturing in order to gain more control over the villagers and tribes. Alyssia nodded. They are taking away the means in which the other tribes can make exchanges, increase their numbers and form alliances through breeding and marriage, then they are monopolizing it completely with the power and influence they hold in the area. Any tribe that would need a bride to increase the village's numbers and prevent inbreeding would usually be unable to join up with another and would have to seek an exchange or pledge loyalty to the lawless king. Many strong hunters would be indebted to him and would have to give up their freedom in exchange for being able to make a family of their own, while others would have to give up their children one day too, as the cycle continues. The person behind this, sure, is evil, and the villagers and tribes have no hope of seeing the end goal behind this scheme. Nika let out a tired voice. To bring down the power of the surrounding villages and tribes to completely absorb their power, or make them so submissive and weak that they have no choice but to follow along with every demand they have been given. What they are really doing is just handing over some of the women or grown-up female children that they had gained from other tribes to another tribe, and playing the middleman in a way, but a little more forceful. Alyssia lay back in her chair. I really underestimated this lawless king and his wickedness, but there is nothing that can be done unless they pass through our lands or get close to the borders. If we invade and start dragging groups into our land, then it will be taken as a sign of aggression since we have crossed the boundary, as we had said we would not do. I do not fear a war, but I would prefer to keep things as they are for now. A larger-scale war may even be beneficial for many of the members of the crew to experience, but many innocents would be caught up in the war, while some tribes may be forced to participate, as they would be pushed to the front. Alyssia spoke once more. Give it a little time, and let us all see the results of the changes brought on by the deaths of the people you killed along with the disappearance of the two sisters. It may have some effect on future events, and allow more people to try escape that system that has been created to trap them within. Eventually some tribes may even try to seek refuge here. Nika grinned mischievously. I see what you mean. So you hope to have their escape be the light of hope for many. As Alyssia started to change the subject, she asked, how is your project going in the development of the claw and winch technology that I had mentioned? Nika put her hands together with an excited look in her eyes. It has improved so much, and with your help we have stepped into the final stages. I would ask for him to be called back to undergo some changes, but you still mentioned that something was missing. Alyssia started to leave the room and said, all right, make sure to inform me upon it reaching the final stages, and then we can await what I have been waiting for. Continue to develop the electro-weaponry, traps, and other tools for combat, surveillance or protection while assisting Ein and Ushvin with their projects. As Nika entered the laboratory area where Ein and Ushvin were, there were all kinds of tools laying around with different types of parts and completed projects on the tables. She then came to Ein's side to see her latest project. Ein had a look of frustration on her face as she spoke. Another failure. We need something else if we ever hope to build something better and more adaptable to battle. She then turned towards the many small to medium-sized mechanical shapes, which had many exposed wires and other parts along with some much larger animal-shaped forms of metal in different parts of the room. You guys, just give me some time, and then maybe you can enter the world with the ability to protect yourselves. They all were not moving as if dead or asleep, but Ein talked to them all, as if they were living and sentient beings with a soul of their own. Each of them were her major breakthroughs after working on K1 as she started to develop bigger and stronger robots which were bigger than the very small ones which were made from lower-grade materials, and some were even disposable with self-destruct capabilities built in. One of her biggest weaknesses was her offense and capturing ability when the enemy was smart enough to look out for traps or spot the incoming small robots. So she started developing battle-based robots to increase her options, but she still could feel that something was missing. Many were relying on a certain piece of news that may be arriving very soon. The events of Rika Island had played out as Alyssia had expected, and slowly there was some small changes taking place within some areas as they gained more courage to risk their lives to gain freedom from the rule of the lawless king. Alyssia finally received a call from 1, 2, and 3 who had been monitoring the underworld, and she started spending her berries as she burned through quite a bit of it. Many shipments of Wapple metal arrived Rika Island after moving the hands and feet of the White Storm to help speed everything up and make everything go smoother. With the arrival of the Wapple metal, many projects that had been halted were once again reignited and several alterations were made to different robots, mechs, exoskeleton suits, or other tools. It was not long before Alfred and Medea were both called back, so that their modifications could be improved upon once Sahajan and others had properly gotten used to shaping and using the Wapple metal. Medea had already been modified to allow her to gain a better use of her rumbled devil fruit abilities and to store up extra energy within her body, but also disguise her abilities as cyborg enhancements, so she was able to build up her achievements in a short amount of time since gaining her new abilities, but upon receiving her latest modifications, she had improved to a whole new level. The Wapple metal added more free movement than what she had on her body before and was very durable, so her body would not be so easily damaged even if she had not changed her body into lightning. Even if some certain types of ability users could touch her like Luffy, she would still have a very tough body that could withstand those attacks above the level of a pacifista. While Medea had completed her transformation, Alfred was laying on the table, and his arms were undergoing modifications along with his legs, while the rest of his body had been stripped of its outer layers. The Wapple metal parts were being added to his body, and his new modified arms and legs were properly adjusted to suit his body. There was not a big change with his overall appearance, but his build did seem a little bulkier and stronger. Although he did not show that huge of a change, there was a hidden feature built into his body that would help him out in battle in the future. Several improvements were being made to the robots, and the mech project was pushed forward after seeing the success from Medea, and Alfred, so K1 was next to receive an upgrade. A little while later, the protection for Alfred was reduced due to his increase in endurance, and he was able to attend meetings more freely without worrying about his safety. One evening, Alfred was seated with a man surrounded by guards as they discussed the possibility of working together. However, the man opposite did not seem to want an equal relationship as he threw down some documents. "Work for me, and I can make you richer than ever before. All you need to do is sign here and bring over everything on the White Storm." Alfred closed his eyes and thought to himself, "The greed of these people are growing every day. So much that they even hope to attempt such an obvious temptation upon guessing that I am either the leader or the group or a puppet. They believe that either I can be turned against my master or that the short-term benefits will make me wish to fall under them. If that does not work, then the next step he will take is obvious: threats, intimidation, and coercion until they are no longer useful before resorting to capturing and torturing me to make me their obedient dog." Alfred was very experienced and had seen all kind of tricks and how the nobles or big businesses acted towards those who had managed to get ahead. He had survived as a merchant because he was able to know when to move forward and when to give up or retreat, which resulted in some losses on his side. It was thanks to his smarts and abilities that he was able to survive those setbacks and make a living for himself and others around him until he had to give it up to find and save his daughter. Within the White Storm, he had to keep advancing but occasionally pay attention to outside threats and power struggles, but most of the time, he rarely retreated unless it was absolutely needed. Alfred crossed his arms and calmly spoke. "Did you really believe that someone in my position did not do their own investigation into you before meeting? A new-on-the-rise businessman who just shows up out of nowhere is already a cause for concern that would make me not wish to show up to this meeting, but I found something interesting." The man lay back arrogantly in his seat and waved nonchalantly. "Go on." It was like everything was in his control, and no matter what Alfred revealed was not going to affect the final outcome. Alfred continued as he was just as relaxed. "Bruce the Golden Tongue, wanted dead or alive with a bounty of 70 million berries because of his crimes in the underworld and the involvement in every type of illegal activity, but his most known crimes are his targeting of many prominent businesses 10 years ago, which he used all types of means to gain more wealth by tempting people with short-term gains of wealth and other promises due to your large amount of connections. Wealth and power behind you." The man smirked triumphantly. Go on, please." Alfred went on with his speech. "If you fail to tempt them, you make it your mission to use your power to make them your own personal dog and hand over any wealth or power they had while using their businesses as a front for your illegal activities, whether it be turning the place of work into something else entirely or as a way to promote your public image while making your ill-gotten wealth look cleaner. Anyone that accepts your bribes are kept under your control by means of threats because you like to record the conversations with tone dials and keep them. You escaped from Impelled Down after being imprisoned, and now you have used everything you had previously gained to rise up quickly. The reason for your nickname is that your usual methods start with persuasion and bribes before resorting to other methods, and your crimes in that area is still unknown to this day. However, I have already informed the Marines, so they will be here shortly to capture you. I do have to thank you for the reward. It was quite a gain for me." Bruce burst into laughter as he replied, "Sorry, but they will not be coming because you miscalculated this time. Nobody will be coming, so I win this little confrontation, and while you know why I got this nickname, you should know that my range of control thanks to those so-called bribes and the influence that I hold over many people is what has helped me grow so quickly and can guarantee that I will remain untouched." Bruce was expecting the calm look on Alfred's face to crack, but it did not as he remained calm. Alfred replied in a calm and stable voice, "I see what you mean. So you admit to either bribing the Marine station here, and that they have accepted it, even going as far as to ignore reports on a previous prisoner of Impelled Down, or that you have dirt from the past on certain individuals of high enough rank to be able to make them look the other way." Bruce smirked. "There is nothing that you can do about it. Everything is within my control. Just give up and become mine. I can easily snap my fingers and have my men beat you into submission, or I could kill you and go to the next person to take over your business. I am sure that they will be easier to turn. The only reason why I am humoring you now is because I think you have potential, and it would result in a loss of many things once you die. If Alfred died and someone else took over, there may be many who would no longer wish to be a part of the White Storm and would take their talent somewhere else, resulting in a big loss for him once he gained control. He had big plans to swallow up the many businesses and keep them running through Alfred before making some changes to a few things. The entertainment business could be used as a corrupt way to buy people's influence with lust. Many beautiful entertainers would be coerced into jumping into bed with people of influence that he wished to create a weakness for and use it when necessary, while making extra berries on the side from the deals made to arrange such things. The mercenary group, which had a clean name, would be corrupted as it would start getting involved with other matters like kidnapping, intimidation, and assassination, which they had stayed away from. Bruce was like a living devil which saw people's desires and used them to manipulate and trap many to do as he wanted. Even when facing Alfred, he was confident in himself and the power he held over the situation because he had enough strength to win over Alfred and many strong bodyguards who were willing to do anything for him should Alfred refuse him. Alfred stood up calmly as he dusted off his trousers and suit jacket. "That is all I needed from you. Thank you for your honest confession." Many of the people around Bruce were not just any ordinary people, but instead were those that had escaped from impelled down with that he had tempted over to his side for many years. They were not the average bodyguards, and they were true believers in their boss's power over many difficult opponents. So when Alfred stood up, they awaited his orders. The surrounding Marines and many other places were within Bruce's complete control. So if he wanted to, they believed that Bruce could make anything happen and get away with whatever happened, so long as it was not something to catch the attention of more straight-laced Marines that have more authority that would be unwilling to look the other way. Bruce frowned as he looked a little displeased. "It seems that you still intend on resisting. Men, teach him the reason why I should not be denied of what I want." Just as they all stepped forward, Alfred seemed to punch his two fists together, as if he was prepping for a fight. "Come on, then." He caught the incoming bat, which was aimed towards his shoulder, and tightened his grip, which crushed the bat completely without little resistance. His other hand grabbed onto the arm of the man who attacked him, and then spun him around. The man was used as a weapon and shield against his own allies, and many were shocked by Alfred's sudden display of strength, which was unsuited to his build. After being fitted with winch green and claw-based technology into his hands and arms, his gripping and punching strength had been greatly improved, while his cyborg body provided excellent improvement to his strength and endurance. The body of the attacking man was thrown across the room after he had been used to hit the others, and Alfred followed up with some simple punches, which were full of power of his modifications. Bruce saw that many people that he had recruited were quickly dealt with by Alfred and noticed that things went in an unexpected direction, so he decided to retreat. Alfred noticed his intentions, and when Bruce turned his back on him, Alfred thrust his hand forward, and the forearm was fired towards Bruce accurately as it grabbed onto him strongly and was connected to a strong cable. Alfred shook his head as he moved his arm to be swung towards the wall, and Bruce became just as beaten up as the others. "You should have just laid low and lived out the rest of your life. Your greed is too much, and it has just cost you your freedom." Bruce revealed a look of rage as he coughed. "Do not think that you have one. They will not hold me. It is not worth it since I can do so much damage to them with just a couple of leak things. You do not know the power I hold." Even when he was beaten up and weak, he did not give up since he still had his final trump card, which was his private stash holding every dirty transaction and the dirt he had on others. If he had not caught the eye of Garp in the past, then he would still be out in the world and would not have to rot and impelled down for such a long time. Instead, he would be living like a king. Alfred nodded. What you have said does make some sense, but there is a flaw in what you have told me. Let me guess. Did you by any chance tell anyone about the information you plan to use against those people or the location? I doubt it, which means that you can be killed if I decide to, and it would never leak to the world. All your ill-gotten gains would be lost in an unknown place and would only resurface by some form of chance, but perhaps that may be in another era. Your bounty was to be handed in dead or alive, and it should be active after you have escaped. If I hand you in dead, then they cannot let you go, right? Bruce showed a look of panic finally. No, please. I can help you, yes. You need a guy like me. He was eager to survive, but he still had revenge in mind. The moment that he found the weakness of Alfred would be the time that he would strike, so he tried to appeal to Alfred first to try to show his usefulness. Alfred walked closer as his forearm was retracting, and he got closer to Bruce. I have no need for you. His other fist hit Bruce in the face, and then Jester arrived on the scene. Eh, you could have just asked for me to handle it, but it seems that you wanted to play around with your new toys. Alfred shook his head. I just wanted to teach this guy a lesson and break him like he has done to many others. Jester shrugged. How boring. So what do you plan to do with him? Alfred contemplated and then calmly answered. We keep him and hand over the prisoners. I am sure that there may be more in their places of business or their registered buildings, so I think that you need to use that. Jester showed delight in his eyes. Good call. Torture would have been fun too, but this method would be more effective. The doors were locked behind him, and the men were tied up together. It was difficult to imagine how so many strong and experienced criminals were so easily defeated, but for the White Storm, such a feat was nothing since he had not been able to display his full capabilities due to holding back to keep some of them alive. Alfred adjusted his suit and tie as he took out a small notebook and pen as Jester opened a small container which had several strange-looking syringes within. Jester shook his head. When you requested these types of things from Tristan, I thought you were going to use it for your own gain or something fun. Who would have guessed it would be for something so big for the White Storm to grab hold of? Alfred looked over and sighed. It seems that you were listening in and understood what I had in mind. Jester shrugged. I would be a fool if I did not understand after being around you for so long. Alfred sighed. You sure have become a lot more chatty and cheeky these days. Jester laughed. You will forgive me for it, though, and I am sure that the boss will be happy with the gains. Jester woke up Bruce and injected it into his body, then started interrogating him, which yielded results because of the effects of what was within the syringe. The syringe made him put into a state that was similar to what is usually shown in movies or TV series when sodium thiopental is used to extract the truth from those captured, but it had been researched by Alyssia. Dr. Indigo and Tristan had proved to work on Bruce as he gave up everything. First, a small dosage was administered, and he resisted telling the truth or refused to answer, but upon being given a bigger dosage, he started to become more honest, as if he had forgotten that he should be lying, and answered honestly. He seemed to feel like he had become more sober and in control as he answered without hesitation. The distortion of short-term memory, which was one of the side effects, made him forget that he wished to lie to the questions, and he answered without hesitation, as if lying had never occurred to him. Every question was worded carefully to get the truth and information from him, while he is more inclined to talk, but since he was in a suggestible state, any question could be answered how the interrogator wishes to hear it, so they were carefully prepared to counter that. Alfred noted everything down and then said, They will no longer be needed. Have a team sweep their bases and capture the escaped criminals from Impel Down. We can make a big contribution and gain the bounties this time, then we can go find his stash. He had big plans on how to use it to counterattack many forces and damage them, especially those that had continued to try to covet or damage the White Storm in many ways. He expected that many of them would somehow be connected to this incident, and may even be under Bruce's influence already, so he planned to give Alyssia a big present that would turn the tables and get many forces to back off, or to bring down those who refused to give up. Alfred smirked. She has a dislike for corruption and other things, so I think that this will be a good card for her to play with. Jester walked out of the room after slashing the tied-up people's throats and waved with the bloody daggers in his hand. I will assemble our forces. The information that they would gain would cause them to gain the weaknesses of many and a list of the crimes they had committed. One leak of any small piece of the information could destroy an individual's life and career, but also put them behind bars. Whether it be nobles, normal people, merchants, criminals, bounty hunters, mercenaries, sheriffs, guards, or the Marines, their image and position could be ruined by some of the things that they had been recorded doing. It did not just stop in one place, since he had planted his roots in many places before being captured by Garp, which allowed him to quickly rise up upon escaping. His biggest weakness was that he was selfish and secretive, so he never once revealed where the location was where he kept his biggest trump card, so even if he disappeared one day, it would all become useless. He had been so used to winning and having control over others that he never expected someone to have the guts to kill him. Alfred was a businessman and had his image to maintain, so he did not expect to be killed, and he would be able to lie to the Marines and threaten them with what he had while saying he was working with someone who would leak it all if he was not released. However, Alfred had seen through him completely, which resulted in him being outfoxed and beaten with power. Whatever he did have would become a source of strength used to expose certain bad individuals and to warn off others who were abusing their power to put pressure on the White Storm. His actions would one day earn him the nickname Unwavering Demon in the business world and among the nobility, as he kept advancing forward without many obstacles, and those that did get in the way were mercilessly torn apart and exposed for their crimes, as he sent his people to dig into his enemies' personal lives or business affairs, while some he already had dirt on from Bruce's stash. The problem with Bruce was quickly wrapped up, and following that, many people in high positions were exposed for their foul deeds and for taking bribes to do things for Bruce or looking the other way. A small amount of workers within the White Storm had ignored the warnings that had been given to them and fell under the control of Bruce, so upon finding out who they were, Alfred either demoted or fired them, depending on how bad their actions were against the White Storm. Some wives received proof of their husbands' affairs, and while high-ranking officials or even nobles gained valuable proof on their enemies who had always gotten ahead of them by doing many bad things and cheating the system to make a profit for themselves. While some pieces of information were kept for Alfred to hold on to use when he needed it, he made sure to collect the berries for the bounties before sending the proof of the Marines that ignored his report to the higher-ups. If the Marines did not respond to his claims and proof, then he would take it much higher, as he had proof on that person too, since they were in league with many of them he had reported. He mainly did so because he wished to test if those people had truly learned their lesson before going above them, but he was greatly disappointed. A total restructure of power took place, and many previous prisoners of Impel Down were captured or killed as the White Storm received the credit and rewards, while those who had gained from everything were grateful to the White Storm and kind of owed them a favor. One small event had such a big impact in many places, and the business of the White Storm started to expand as more were attracted to their good image that had been created. Upon Anne's return to the stage, she started her tour once more and released a new album, while Lucier had his hands full protecting her, and Isa, who had often sung and toured together as a duo and solo act, while Isa still acted as her manager. Passia continued to improve herself further and occasionally showed up at several modeling and beauty pageants, while occasionally showing up as a dancer at some performances, which helped to increase her fame even more. And Isa and Passia were slowly reaching the top as their fame was even further on the rise, which made many wish to see them perform even more, which was very good for the White Storm's profits. Meanwhile, within Rika Island, the gardens were being tended to by Ivy, Ting, and Tun, but a while after a lightning strike had hit the garden, they noticed that while some plants were destroyed, the surrounding ones were growing well, or it could be said that they were growing much better than before. Ivy excitedly reported it to Alyssia. So that is what happened. Alyssia tried to think of some things she had read in her previous life about lightning strikes and trees or plants, but the information about it was very vague. But when searching through the system with all of the knowledge she had collected, she found why she felt it was familiar. The heat and pressure waves generated by lightning can kill or damage plants instantaneously, causing losses in crops, forests, and landscapes, but it can have some beneficial effects to nature. Fire is important for clearing dry brush and making way for new plant growth, so the fires created by lightning cannot always be a bad thing. But if you are wondering why the gardens have become greener and more verdant in the past weeks, I can explain why. Nitrogen is a great fertilizer, but plants cannot make use of the elemental nitrogen in the atmosphere, which is made from two nitrogen atoms, or N2, but instead need a form of nitrate, or NO3. Upon being split apart by the lightning strike, the nitrogen atoms will bond with the nearby oxygen instead, and the result is nitric acid, which is then absorbed into the falling raindrops that accompany lightning. The raindrops both shift the nitric acid into nitrate, and carry newly formed nitrate down into the soil, which is the prime spot for it to be absorbed by the plants. The more lightning, the more nitrates, which means more fertilizer in the soil below. Ivy, Ting, and Tun had excited looks on their faces, although I do not understand most of it. You must know it well enough. So, can it be used? Alyssia nodded. I can either create it with my weather science and cause the same effects on the garden areas, but there is always a risk of setting fires or ruining the plants, so some protection needs to be put up for the plants, or it should be done in between planting. Either that, or I could try to make some nitrate for you to use as fertilizer, or some soil with a large amount of nitrates within that have been made in a controlled environment, or using a large amount of electricity or electro to create the same result. Among the many things she had browsed on the internet during her earlier years or for research purposes or fact-checking during the time working on the game, she had stumbled across a couple of different science and weather-related things, and with the addition of her system storing everything she had read, even if she did not remember that far back, the weather science and her knowledge gained on thunder. Lightning and electro-based powers that she had learned had helped form many methods to reproduce that. Ivy restrained her excitement. Just some bottled sprays would be enough. Alyssia nodded. Good. Then I will have it done very quickly. So, do you wish to work together on this as a business idea? Ivy blinked. Really? Would it sell? Alyssia shrugged. Think of your home, which is so desolate, and without hope of ever recovering, even if it gets enough rain. Other places will take a long time to recover, so if we market the nitrate sprays or soil to such places, you could probably imagine the response once it starts making some lands greener. We minks may use our electro in simplistic ways most of the time, but it does not mean that it can only be used to assist fighting, as you have seen. It can be used to power many things and make everyone's lives much easier. Thank you for reminding me of this. Alyssia had been too focused on making tools for combat or to defend the lives of her crew members, so she had forgotten the most basic concepts that she knew about electricity. While focusing on mechs, robots, cyborg enhancements, and many other things like the power generators or electrical fences, she had forgotten on how to make improvements to the environment around her or create something that could change the world she was living in. Perhaps she had grown too used to the world she was living in that was mismatched with many types of technology that allowed her to live well, so she had forgotten the previous life's advancements in technology. She had not missed many of her electrical devices and got to explore the new possibilities of the world of One Piece, but upon realizing her errors, new plans started to take form which would shape the very image of the future paradise that she was to build in the future. A little while later, N-Spray and N-Soil was promoted by the White Storm and shipped to many places as it helped to enrich plant growth and improve the lands that were previously in bad shape, while many plant specialists and researchers wished to know of its source and how it was made because of the positive effects that it brought. Another small project was put forward as the sunken castle gained light during the night, with the help of a project to make some light bulbs and set up a stable electrical system within the castle and on the walls. Those within the walls of the sunken castle no longer needed to rely on other types of technology to see in the dark or spot intruders near the walls outside. Small advancements were slowly being made one after another, while Alyssia, Tristan, and Nika of the Mink tribe were further exploring uses of the electro, including the new route of electrochemistry, which they had not explored too deeply before, while Ivy, Ting, and Tan had gained a little more berries to spend thanks to the success of the products. Dr. Indigo almost went insane upon discovering all of the new possibilities that the Mink's electro could bring to many of his previous projects, so he was more than eager to work with Tristan and Alyssia to further improve upon what they had researched together. Further experimentation allowed for more breakthroughs in the use of electro, which included electric fields and their effects on crystallization and the purifying of substances, so more and more possibilities one after another. It also helped that Alyssia was able to track down some known locations that were more advanced in mineral, gems, diamonds, or any other types of research, so that she could spend a lot of her build-up points to help learn more about the crystallization processes for each substance after she had finished purchasing her upgrades for her hockey and blade base skills upon visiting the island where Zoro and Mihawk were staying at every now and again, as her points were almost full during the time passed or upgraded her science-related skills at Sabaody. After Alfred's actions, the White Storm mercenaries started taking action against the roaming pirates more actively because they kept causing problems on the merchant ship routes. Many escaped pirates from Impel Down were either killed or captured upon being defeated by the strong forces of the White Storm. The members of White Storm used the bounty system to earn even more money from the Marines since they were not doing their jobs well enough. With their continued growth as they were growing further in reputation, the Marines were the ones to suffer the most from criticism since they had failed to warn the outside world of their failures, just to save face, which resulted in a spread of pirates causing problems everywhere only to have it cleaned up by others. In the Marine headquarters, Akainu pounded the table with a look of rage on his face. We are being upstaged once again and are being made out to look weak. Are they trying to show that they can replace us or something? A bunch of mercenaries and bounty hunters? Sengoku shook his head as he calmly spoke. This is why I was against the idea of hiding the truth about Impel Down. If we had admitted our faults earlier, then we could have released the bounty posters sooner and gained more chances to capture many of them. We could have reduced the damage, but now the blame has fallen onto us all. If we do not solve the problem and then others solve it, we will look even worse. But can you really say that it was intentional on their part? Akainu tossed many pieces of paper from his desk onto the ground near Sengoku. Not intentional? Then what about these reports on corruption within the Marines? Are you sure they are not intentionally trying to bring us down and take our place? Sengoku shook his head again. You are overthinking. If they had wanted to, they could have exposed it all to the public and dealt many small wounds to the Marines' public image, but it was kept quiet. They are showing through their actions that they need us to remain where we are so that they can function as a business. They know their place and know how to use what they have without overstepping those boundaries. Akainu looked like he was about to erupt, but they could just be waiting for their chance. Sengoku smiled. We welcome pirates into our own warlord system, and how have we benefited from it lately? Crocodile's actions in Alabasta? Blackbeard's betrayal once. He had got what he wanted from us? We take risks every time we allow someone to fill up that role, even though we know they're wanted criminals. We could try to save face and build our power up along with our reputation, but one bad move can ruin it all. The world's eyes are on us at all times, so do you really wish to be known for attacking a publicly well-known group that has a good reputation that has been cooperative with us? Just because of suspicion or a loss of face. Do not ruin the work we have done to recruit some promising people, and do not let them lose faith in us. Akainu sat quietly before saying, Fine then, but if they show any such behaviors, I will not get away. Sengoku sighed and then left the room, leaving behind the grumpy Akainu. The Marines may carry the word justice around with them everywhere like their slogan and act like law enforcers or heroes to those around the world, but that was a thing of a distant past. In the humble beginnings, it started with brave people fighting against injustice, but as they grew and saw the wider world or powers, eventually some had settled for wealth, fame, and power. Falling under the banner of the world government, they had been given just that which allowed them to grow in power, but they had practically become the world government's dogs. Each time they were given an order, they took actions that were against their code of justice, and many times they were forced to look the other way. In order to maintain their position, they acted like a business conglomerate that often did everything to maintain their image to the public. Their failures would be buried. Their enemies' achievements may be hidden from the world. They would make big plans to start wars that would shock the world. If they had a competitor or someone else who pursued their own form of freedom or justice, then they would be branded as a criminal or an evil revolutionary group. Their image is built on them being the good guys who maintain the peace, which attracts resources to build their ships, weapons, but also feed and clothe those that would be attracted by their reputation. To Akainu and others, the White Storm was starting to become a thorn in their flesh the moment they started collecting many of the bounties, but there was not much they could do about it. In another place, the buggy pirates were experiencing a rapid growth after they had benefited from the White Storm's actions. Buggy has always had a vast amount of luck, so it was of no surprise that the actions of the White Storm had helped him because many of the pirates without an alliance had came to seek shelter under him after hearing about the White Storm's recent achievements. Their fear of returning or being hunted down by a bounty hunter led them to find someone who could give them some form of immunity, so they chose Buggy, who had the warlord status. Meanwhile, within the New World, Blackbeard and his crew had been kept busy as they had went around seizing devil fruits to strengthen their power further. Blackbeard was still making use of his darkness powers to get the upper hand of everyone that crossed him, but he was still searching every corner of the New World for a suitable replacement for the power that he has lost, but it was very difficult to find one as destructive as the Quake fruit. With two of the most destructive devil fruits in Alyssia's crew, the Quake and Rumble fruit as a Logia and Paramecia, they would put a large target on Medea and Archie's backs, so Alyssia had repeatedly warned them not to show off their powers too much in public yet. After the events of Sabaody archipelagos, many of slaves were able to adjust to their new lives as they made new ones for themselves as they lived with their heads down, but many others that had survived had taken to the seas in pursuit of freedom or to just escape as far away while they could. Among them was a large group that had formed that were made up of all types of people, whether they may be an ex-gang member, pirate, bounty hunter, singer, dancer, scientist, ordinary person, and so on. They formed their own crew and then later caught the eye of the White Storm due to their spies within the underground and the group's actions after they had started sailing within the first half of the Grand Line. Their actions prompted Alyssia to consider if she should allow Medea to approach them, because they had been going around different islands as they attacked other known slaver houses or groups that specialize in capturing humans. Upon meeting them, Medea quickly became the leader of a large amount of people, but she continued with her identity as a mysterious black cloaked leader who had freed them and hid her true appearance and identity from them so that she could not expose herself and put the White Storm at risk. The group was formed named the Unchained, and their sole purpose was to destroy anyone related to human trafficking while freeing anyone from the life of a slave. Due to their actions, the group started to quickly grow very quickly as they absorbed many of those that they freed into their group. At the docking area, there was a piece of land above the water which had started to become fertile as many of the plants and grass had begun to grow, and a tree was at the very center of it. There was a small house which had been built that looked similar to an ordinary martial arts hall, while at the edges of the island, there was several structures which held a protective bubble in place around the island. Monera and several fishmen, merfolk, and sea creatures were on the island, which was just about the size of a small village. Over the time that Ness has been released, she had continued her growth, and the area on her back had increased in size to allow a small village to be put on top of it. The dirt on its back hardened naturally, which formed a natural layer of protection on its back, which allowed for a new civilization to be built upon it. Many layers of soil were added on top of it while seeds were planted into the ground. Slowly, the island was beginning to become more habitable as other parts of the island were being altered to allow for small freshwater sources and other things. Nice arrived on the island and saw the sight of ivy, ting, tong, and many of the others interested in plant life. Truly amazing to think that this place has been transformed like this in such a short time. Monera stepped forward. It should now be possible to be maintained underwater too, thanks to the work we have done together. It should really be called an underwater or moving island more than anything. Nika smiled. So this is what Alyssia has been so excited about recently. No wonder she had been excitedly waiting for the growth of Ness, but we will have to ask all of you to evacuate the island for the next stage. Monera nodded. Very well. We will all move to the sunken castle as scheduled. As everyone had evacuated the island, the large head, tail, and the lower body of Ness was underneath the water as she swam away from the island into deeper water. Around its body there was Alyssia, Nika, Tristan, Carrot, and Clifford, who had encircled its body, while Archie and Medea stood on two different sides as their bodies had activated the electro and rumble powers as they started charging up their power. Underneath the water, Alyssia gave a signal to everyone as they started releasing their electro in their surroundings as it spread out in the water around Ness. But Alyssia remained close to the head of Ness with a large syringe full of a green serum. She patted the head of the large sea beast and opened the eyelid and injected it into the weakest and softest part of the eye, which is where the mucous membrane is exposed. Due to the huge defenses of Ness, injecting such a serum was always difficult to do, but Alyssia had found a weak point which allowed it to happen, and when the environmental factors were put in place. Just as it was all injected into Ness, the surrounding water around Ness had become electrified, and she started to writhe around in agony as the electro and rumble powers affected her body, and she started to undergo a huge change brought on by the SIQ serum that had been made specially for her. Those on the back of Ness inserted several rods into the water connected to electrical generators to allow for the minks to take some breaks and regain their energy during the whole process. After a long time had passed, the changes stopped happening to Ness, who had grown in size once again and had adapted to the environment created, which allowed her to build up in very high immunity to electrical attacks. Many changes can take place to the surrounding water, ranging from it heating up, icing over, or becoming electrified, depending on the environment or being changed by someone's powers. After evolving, Ness had built up enough resistance to electricity to resist such attacks underwater and allow for electrical-based structures to be built on top of her body. Even in the case of an accident with the electrical supply on top of her body, Ness would remain unharmed, which would allow for the island to be rebuilt once again should it be damaged or destroyed, while the back of her had released another layer of dirt from her body, which hardened to allow for the area on her back to be expanded and adjust to the changes of her body, so that every part of it would remain in place. The outer layer of the dirt had formed on the outer parts of the island as she grew in size underneath what was already there, so the layer above it formed a very small slope as it got closer to the center of the island, which was fixed in place, and became slightly higher up during each growth stage or small change with her size as she grew. After Ness had completed her evolution, many other sea creatures underwent the same evolution, while others were placed in a very warm environment to help boost their heat resistances and build up their overall fighting capabilities. Upon returning to Baltimore with some other sea creatures, Alyssia injected the SIQ serum into each of them, which helped many of them gain cold resistance. Each of them had grown in size and overall fighting capabilities, while one of the Kung Fu Dugong, which had unlocked its haki, had grown in size and been one of the creatures that was lucky enough to acquire an ability, which was to freeze the surrounding water or release cold attacks from his body like coating its fist in a layer of ice. After completing her intended evolutionary serum tests on the many beasts within her crew, with the exception of Ghost, Alyssia entered the underground laboratory of Baltimore once again. Dr. Tsukimi led the way and spoke. "As you have asked, the pods have been kept safe, and only I have had access to them, so you have nothing to worry about. After you left, they have surpassed their pre-birth stages and entered their juvenile stages. Seeing the fast growth up close has truly left me amazed. If my own pursuits were in this area, I would greatly covet the methods to recreate this, but sadly in my old age, my achievements with automata is already enough to leave me satisfied. I am sure that I will die before I come to understand everything in detail about this area of research." Alyssia patted his shoulder and said, "Thank you for watching over them all. All that matters is that they have reached a stage where they can be taken out and we can move the equipment somewhere else." Alyssia had planned to have most of the cultivation pod technology and other things moved to the moving island named Ness, and have some of it moved to the sunken castle, where she had been cultivating other life forms to place on top of Ness to improve the ecosystem there and help the environment. In front of her was one bulky and large-sized infant with long hair and horns on its head, while many others were behind it with varying builds and a smaller size. Alyssia smiled. "So the Demon Ape King has reached the stage where it can be removed along with its fellow demon apes." The Demon Ape King was larger in build and taller than those of its same breed of apes. Most of them had similar characteristics of a chimpanzee, while the king had a larger, build a little smaller than a gorilla, but had very similar features to the other apes. They all had horns on their heads, which resembled the fighting race of beasts from near Dressrosa, that are the fighting bulls and fish, which gave them the name Demon Ape, and they had been made to inherit the learning and mimicking abilities of the human drills while improving their bodies to the best of Alyssia's abilities from what she had collected and combined with many types of ape and monkey species. More than 9 months had passed since they begun to be created and grew from something tiny, but with the technology, they were able to achieve 4 times the growth. After the pre-birthing stage was finished, there was still more than 27 months that it had spent growing in its juvenile stage along with the others, which made them all above 2 years old. So with their strong lineage factors, they had grown well enough to be taken from their pods. Very quickly, they were all unplugged as they were released, and many apes were clinging onto her leg with eyes full of curiosity and playfulness. Alyssia sighed. "This might actually be tough. They're still in a stage where they need a parent figure to learn from, so they will be very clingy for now. Luckily, I had already prepared for this." "Ooh. Ow. Eh. Oh. For now, little ones, we will teach you some basic human etiquette and how to live among humans before anything else. The human drill would be an example of the worst way to have you learn. I need to teach you some of the basic courtesies and customs before you start looking at learning anything combat-related." "Oh." The human drill had learned what they had to survive from humans who warred against each other, which made them pick up a savage way of dealing with others, as they were usually hostile even when others may not wish to fight. Upon taking them back, a full course was put forward for the demon apes, so they could learn greeting etiquette and sparring etiquette to interact with others or request a fight, but they had to learn at which point they should also stop to avoid killing or harming their opponents. After they had grasped the basics, They were then put on a course to learn when it was appropriate to attack others should they attack themselves with the intent to do harm or kill them, along with certain conditions like a war situation or where they would have to guard their intended target. They were exceptionally quick to learn everything from just observing, and they were even capable of learning to use certain gestures to communicate, like using sign language, so they were much easier to understand than the creatures on her crew. They were able to understand the basics of exchanging for an item like trading or paying for something with berries, so Alyssia did not have to worry about them creating additional problems by stealing. However, after returning to Rico Island, she found out that all of them had picked up a peculiar habit or a liking for something. Besides needing to be by someone's side to learn from them, they had found many types of clothing and learned to copy how humans wear them, but the problem did not end there, since they had decided as a tribe their own dress code to identify their genders and status. The demon ape king wore a slightly more colorful purple suit over his dark brown body, along with the black horns growing out of his head, while those below dressed in typical human servant clothing for a maid or butler. Meanwhile, within Rico Island, many pairs of eyes were watching the group of apes that were developing in a very strange direction. Nika, why did you have to make them apes? Why not a monkey? At least they would all have tails and look much cuter. I like them. They have a lot of personality and are quick to learn while being eager to do so at an early age. If nurtured well, their potential will be very high. Ushvin, so long as they can help move heavy things around and assist in some ways. I have no problem taking one in. Monera, what about their swimming ability? Alyssia, there should be no problem, since I had added some of the sea beast lineage factor to allow for better swimming ability with their slightly webbed feet and lung capacity to allow swimming underwater. Monera, I see. Then you must have thought of everything. Alyssia, we cannot be too careful and focus solely on land battles. Our enemy may not just be humans and beasts, but also the natural environments or special types of weapons. These creatures are a kind of backup plan. Sunala, but I have my weapon snake. Do I really need to keep one by my side? Alyssia, if you are against it, I will not force you, but it would be wise for many of you to keep one by you at times as a backup or partner. Jester, I want one with some personality. I cannot possibly take one that is the same as any ordinary ape. Medea, so picky. From what I see from them, not one of them can be called ordinary. Alyssia, yes, they may pick up their traits as a community, but once removed, they may imprint upon their partner and mimic or learn from them by their side. There were many devil fruit users among the crew who would be doomed upon falling into the sea, so the demon apes were a backup plan, just like Ghost was for her to use for tracking and navigation purposes while finding allies who had fallen into the water below. Upon learning a little martial arts or how to use a weapon, they would be able to assist their partner in combat thanks to the characteristics of the fighting beasts and the human drills and many others, which make them excellent at adapting and surviving in combat situations. Inside the headquarters of the White Storm, Alfred was receiving a call after finishing his paperwork. Isa, is it really such a serious thing to be calling me about? Isa responded through the sea snail. Yes, I fear that one of the best entertainers will soon be caught up in a scandal or something dangerous. Alfred sighed. Explain the situation. Isa continued. Pascia has been behaving differently lately while making secret visits outside of her usual schedule after evading her bodyguards and the manager assigned to her. She is distracted at work, and her work has started to suffer. I fear that she has either encountered trouble or she is meeting with someone in secret. Possibly another group which is trying to recruit her, or possibly a love interest. Alfred replied. For now, just observe the situation, and I will request for someone to investigate. Do not interfere too much unless her safety or public image is at risk. Isa responded. Got it? After the other side had ended the call, Alfred started to show a look of annoyance. At a time like this, it is unacceptable to have a bad stain on us. Too many eyes are watching and would love to use any one of us as an excuse to tear us down. Out of the many people in the White Storm, Pascia and the other stars were the most vulnerable and could be easily targeted by any kind of attacks, whether it be emotional, physical, or political. Other businesses were beginning to emerge one after another as carbon copies of some of the business models of the White Storm, which includes the entertainment company, and there would always be those who were looking for chances to pull away talents from the White Storm towards them. One setback could cost the White Storm a large loss if a single stain was put onto their top stars. Meanwhile, Sunila had been sent to investigate, since she had excellent sight and would not lose her target so easily. She quickly located a figure of a young woman with a beautiful figure, as she easily evaded the guards protecting and monitoring her. She made her way out of the building where she had been scheduled to practice with other dancers of the White Storm, and she then made her way through the streets secretly, as she finally reached a small cafe where a beautiful and delicate-looking man waited for her. They met and started chatting happily. The man made many forward gestures and showed how he cared for Passia with every small movement he made towards her or his tone of voice. Even his eyes were full of love as he looked towards her like he was truly in love, which made Passia blush. But since Passia had to follow the company's guidelines, she made sure to keep a certain distance until she had confirmed her feelings and knew that the relationship was something that she wished to continue and tell others about. The man continued, "I am not normally a believer of fate, but you and I must have been destined to meet. I will do everything in my power to make sure you will be happy with me by your side." Passia blushed. "No, it was you who helped me at that time. I do not know what I would have done at that time without you." The man sighed. "I am just glad that those villains got what they deserved." One time when Passia had snuck out, she had been tracked by some thugs and was quickly surrounded by them. They had bad intentions towards her, and just as a fight was about to break out, the man appeared with several of his bodyguards and stopped them. Passia had received training to protect herself and had followed Alyssia's strict plan for her, so she was no longer so weak even without her weather suit. But when she was saved, she did not need to show off her power, and it was better to appear as a weak and fragile beauty in front of her savior. The man appeared to be a rookie star who was on the rise lately, but he appeared like a hero to save the beauty along with the guards that were ordered to protect him. He was attractive enough to catch Passia's eye, and his actions had won her over, which earned him the chance to approach her and build a relationship. They had started to see each other secretly, but they had only exchanged a little bit of information about themselves since their relationship was still in its early stages. Their relationship seemed like a fated meeting between the two of them, where the male saves the female, and then they developed their love for one another in secret as they hid their identities and waited to get to know each other better before revealing the whole truth about themselves. After they had finished their date, Passia waved farewell to him and then left while the man remained as he smiled lovingly as he watched her figure disappear in the distance. Soon after, his face changed as if the previous feelings he had displayed had been completely fake. He then took a look around before he headed towards a building that had a sign with the writing "Grand Entertainment" on it and entered the door while heading towards one of the rooms where many people were located. Outside, there was the figure of a young lady with blue hair who was covered in a leather combat suit. She held up a metal compound bow and fired an arrow, which was attached to a wire. The wire connected to her bow, and she was pulled upwards onto the roof area, where she positioned herself as she observed the building. She then took out another arrow and fired it towards the wall, where it became stuck near a slightly open window. Now we just have to wait. The archer was Sunila, who had put to use her special eyes and observation hockey to track Passia and then follow the movements of the man. The arrow that she had fired was stuck in the wall, but with enough of a pulling force, it would be released as she pulled on the wire attached to it. Inside the room, a cold voice was heard. "How is the plan progressing?" An arrogant voice followed. "No problem. She has already fallen for my charms and believes me to be someone that she can trust. It will not be long before our relationship reaches the next stages, then we can use any methods to pull her to our side." The cold voice spoke again. "Good. Keep up the act and use any chance you can get to capture a weakness on her to use. If you must, have pictures taken of your dates and times of intimacy to use as a last resort if you cannot get her to come over on her own." The arrogant voice laughed. "We do not need to go that far, but it does not hurt to have some dirt on her to keep her obedient. I really want to taste that beauty at least once. It would be a shame to lose control of her, so I guess it may be needed. You know my methods and how successful I am in my job. Our growth has been so fast thanks to the many beautiful ladies I have charmed and made come over to our company just to be with me." The cold voice responded. I cannot deny that your methods are effective, but do not be too confident. The White Storm usually protect their own much better than other entertainment groups. It may not be so easy to pull her over if they discover our outpost. The arrogant voice replied, "Do not worry. She is completely in love with me and has been evading her guards to meet with me in secret. Even if they catch on to us, I could just play my part as the loyal boyfriend until it is time to put the plan into motion. By then, it will already be too late." In detail, their plan was to lure talented or very beautiful females to follow him into their company or even break off from their previous company just to be with him, where they believed the relationship would continue and they both would have a positive future, but it was far from the truth. The images from the intimate relationship they had would be used as blackmail to make them do jobs that they were uncomfortable doing, and if they still hesitated to move over, they would be threatened with the images, and if they refused, they would be leaked, resulting in their public image being ruined while their company abandoning them. Not all companies were as protective of their stars as the White Storm and would cut off any stain on their reputation without hesitation. Love scandals and images of their intimate relationship was something many could not tolerate. Once it was leaked, so many female stars were vulnerable to such schemes and traps. Some of the more unlucky females killed themselves because of the shame they had to endure or because of the threats or things requested of them. They were all lured into a difficult situation where it was difficult to escape, as they either withered and died or were used until they were discarded with little will to go on. Passia had started to become ensnared once she entered their sight, and they had planned to use her usual routine, where she escaped her bodyguards for some free time to herself to their advantage. Since they knew the time she would appear and the route she took, they arranged the whole encounter from the thugs to the appearance of the man with his guards to save her just in time. What they had not counted on was that Passia had been trained by Alyssia in her own style of combat, so she would remain unharmed without their help, and that the White Storm employees were very concerned about the smallest change in their stars. How could they have expected that a strong hockey user with excellent archery skills was tracking their every move? After the room had become quiet and the conversation was beginning to end, the cold voice spoke. "Do not fail me. Keep bringing in many new people that look promising, then I will make sure to make you a big star. With your talent and my support, you should rise up high." Even the White Storm would not mean anything. The arrogant voice responded, "Of course, boss." As they had stopped completely, outside Sunila pulled on a wire which yanked the arrow from the wall as it was quickly pulled back towards her. She pressed on something attached to the arrow, and a voice came from it. "How is the plan progressing?" "No problem." As Sunila listened to it all, one of her hands was clenched tightly as she did her best to restrain her urge to handle the problem herself. Stupid, disgusting men. She still was quite opposed to men, but had gotten to know many within the White Storm who she had taken a liking to upon getting closer over time, but when she encountered strangers, she was still quite vigilant. Upon hearing the contents of the conversation and the plot against Passia, who was being targeted in a vile way, Sunila's disgust towards men was reignited once again. She had been brought up with the teachings of Amazon Lily and believed in honesty and strength while being taught to avoid men if they ever appear near the island, even to the point of considering them as enemies and killing them. It was difficult to outdown that kind of hostility and adjust to the outside world, especially after she had heard about the problems involving the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, who was caught up in the Paramount War, and the events that later involved Burndy World. 2 times she was unable to help her Empress because of her weakness, and for other reasons like Alyssia telling her to trust in her Empress, and Alyssia that no harm would come to anyone she cared for, which came true. She trained hard to master her new style of combat, and gained many types of trick arrows, so her usefulness had increased to a whole new level while she had gained more confidence in herself, but the recording from the voice recording arrow had upset her. It took a lot of restraint to stop herself from teaching them a lesson herself. She took a deep breath and then ran across the tops of the buildings as she used the trick arrows to help shoot some arrows to help clear more difficult gaps before appearing by the room, where Passia was located as she was preparing to go to sleep after a long day. She was in a cheerful mood, but was somewhat love-struck and dazed in her own work until something flew through a gap in the window and was stuck in the wall. The sound spread across the room as the impact had triggered the activation of the recorded voices as they were played again, which broke Passia out of her current state. Her figure seemed to become smaller and smaller, as she curled up into a small ball on her bed and trembled. It was unknown if she was trembling from being heartbroken or from pure rage, but she remained in that state for a while after the recording had finished playing. A small and feeble voice was heard within the dark room. That lowlife. After Sunila reported the whole thing to Alfred, she kept watch over Pasha, who had made her way to the usual meeting place a couple of days later. She sat opposite the man with a calmer look on her face than she had previously. "It seems that you have been making fun of me all this time." The man opposite her paused as he heard her words, and then put on his act of affection. "My love, I do not know what you could mean." Pasha revealed a brief look of anger in her eyes, but she then turned cold. "I know everything that you are involved in, and why you have approached me, so you no longer need to keep up your facade. At first I was in disbelief when I heard it, but I have had time to think things over and calm down. I do not think we should see each other again, and you are lucky that I want to leave things as they are." Just as she was about to get up, the man stretched out his arm and tried to grab onto her arm, but Pasha escaped his hold before he could tighten his grip upon her. Her movements were gentle and soft like water as she escaped his grasp and stepped aside. "Do not touch me." She then turned her back to him and started walking out of the cafe, but the man got up from his seat and ran after her, while muttering quietly. "Damn, how did she find out, or has she misunderstood something?" Just as he was about to grab onto her again, she escaped his attempt with her elegant and soft movements, which had been naturally refined into her every movement from her dancing martial arts techniques. The time spent training had put her far above the man who was chasing after her, and she was able to avoid him with every attempt he made. She spun her body around and then kicked him, which knocked him down to the ground. "I said not to touch me. You are not worthy enough to touch me. You are lucky that I am still holding back." She curled up her lips as she saw his pathetic state on the ground, and then started to leave. I did not even know what I had first seen in him. Their relationship had not been going on for a very long time, so she had still been in the falling in love stage where she was experiencing intense and passionate feelings brought on by infatuation and not love. She was in a state where she could disregard or overlook anything negative or concerning about the person she was infatuated with, which made her overlook anything strange about their meeting and miss any signs that the man may have revealed by mistake. Just as she had gotten to face him before ending their short relationship, she had let go of those feelings of infatuation and decided to move on with her life. However, the man got up from the ground and looked around to lock eyes with a couple of people in the surroundings and nodded to give them a signal. Many people started to come out and surround Pasha to block her path of escape as they closed in on her as the man caught up behind. "Restrain her and take her somewhere secluded. The plan is pushed forward. I am sorry, Pasha, but it may have been better if you did not find out the truth so soon. It would have been much a gentler experience." The man had to resort to more forceful methods once the plan had somehow been exposed and once there was a sign of his task failing. Out of the many people he was assigned to pull into the company, there was one that was of the highest priority due to her rising fame and beauty. He had also coveted her body for himself while wishing to pull her in as part of the assigned task given to him, so both had made him unable to give up on Pasha. Since Pasha was within their territory, he still saw hope for capturing and gaining control over her with the help of the people affiliated with the company. Just as they were about to get close and grab onto Pasha, she moved once again and kicked the first person near her, and then turned to softly deflect an attack from herself, and then responded with a palm strike followed by another kick as her physical body allowed her to avoid taking any damage and counterattack while being surrounded. Just as some were getting up from the ground and picked up a metal bar or wooden stick, they charged towards her with fury in their eyes. The man who was watching suddenly widened his eyes. "Stop!" In his eyes, they were about to harm or break what he had spent so long to bring over to the company's side, and even the smallest permanent wound would affect the profits she would bring into the company. Every little thing that they did to her would be put all on him by his boss, but they did not listen to his words as they became more aggressive. Her improved flexibility, agility, stamina, and strength that she had built up had helped her to put up a good fight against them and knocked many of them down, even when outnumbered and surrounded while she was unarmed. Once they had brought weapons into the fight, she had to avoid them more often and was put in a more difficult situation, but a change happened within the battle suddenly. An arrow flew towards one of the men, wielding a metal pipe from on top of a building, which entered their shoulder with a strong force, followed by another one towards another person. Cries of pain erupted from the group of men one after another, as one of their limbs were impaled by the arrows, and then as Passia got away from them. Another arrow was fired, which had released a strong metal wire restraint which tied each of them. As Sunila made her way down to the ground, she met up with Passia. "So how do you wish to handle this?" Passia replied, "I was going to just let it go, but after a while I had realized that I must solve this problem before it becomes any worse. As a public figure, I must use my power to help others and stop these things." Passia had been enjoying the fruits of her labor, which gave her wealth, fame, and power, but after her encounter, she quickly realized that her position came with heavy responsibilities and dangers. She had already faced the dangers and survived thanks to Sunila and the worries of her manager, along with the orders of Alfred. Afterwards, she was able to survive the attack on her own before Sunila's intervention. However, she had not fully faced her responsibilities that came with her position until now, so she decided that she must take action. Sunila asked, "How do you wish to handle this?" Passia paused before saying, "I want to ask for this to be made public so that I can expose this group and create some awareness for such schemes and bad groups." Sunila nodded. This will not end. If I remember correctly, there is another thing which was exposed by the White Storm not too long ago, so we can use that to connect some of the groups that are similar and expose them. The many groups connected to Bruce, which Alfred had confronted, have been brought down and exposed, but there was always many other groups who treated their employees poorly or broke the most basic rules of business, as they used unfair means against their opponents or their own people. Passia wanted to expose such groups which were using unfair means and treating others poorly to clean up the entertainment world and make it safer for other potential stars. A little later, the recording was used to expose the company's misdeeds and put them under investigation, which exposed many of their crimes. Passia became a public figure who stepped forward to speak up for fairness and expose the darker sides of the entertainment industry. The White Storm, who had a very good public image from previous events, had gained a more favorable image for protecting their employees and stepped forward to bring to light many potential dangers of joining new companies or those with a poor reputation, so that they could better protect themselves. The company that was behind many things was exposed to the public for their deeds, which made the Marines and nobility unable to continue to ignore groups which operated in such ways, so the company was used to set an example for others. Many images and documents used to blackmail many up and coming stars under their company name were destroyed to protect those people and let them live on without worrying about being blackmailed once again. The two incidents involving Alfred and Passia helped to recruit many more future stars with potential, while some stars from other companies which had been taken advantage of previously were given another chance, if they still wished to pursue their previous dream to be a star. Those that no longer wished to be involved in the same kind of job were given offers to pursue other jobs within the White Storm and other departments so that they could get their lives back on track. While it had an overall positive effect on the surrounding businesses that operated fairly, many bad ones were brought down or exposed for their wrongdoings, while the Marines were forced by public opinion to fully investigate many of them without receiving any kind of thanks, since they had usually looked the other way or failed to notice the growing problems. While the White Storm was growing much bigger and better than before, the Marines and other groups were facing public criticism, which further enraged Akainu, who was unable to make a move against them in public due to political reasons that would affect their public image. The White Storm were growing to become very influential and to be a thorn in many people's eyes, but there was little they could do. All they could do was wait for them to reveal a weakness or expose some form of activity that would paint them in a bad light. As everything was happening, several minks were making their own preparations for a journey, as many types of equipment had been installed to the Ark Maxim in preparation for the journey. Alyssia, Tristan, Ein, Medea, Archie, Clifford, Carrot, Ushvin, Isa, and Nika boarded the Ark Maxim along with Lee, as they had moved many things onto it from the back of Ness, which had become a moving island to avoid being seen by others, and then flew upward into the sky. They passed through many clouds as they reached the clear sky and continued to fly much higher as they grew closer to a round and full moon. As they were growing closer and closer to the moon, many of the minks were forced to cover their faces with their hats, while the others on board helped to keep the Arc Maxim on course. Tristan spoke. "Shall we begin?" Nika responded. Ein spoke afterwards. "Are you certain that you wish to go through with this?" Alyssia nodded. "Yes, I am very sure." Carrot raised her hand and said, "Me too." Tristan sighed. Those two would take this path since it will allow for them to grow in power even more, but if any of you still wish to take this path, I will not stop you. Alyssia replied, "I will go first." She walked towards a large piece of equipment as she walked inside and was strapped down onto a metallic bed while it was locked. Many devices, wires, and other things were attached to the outside as Alyssia lay there strapped down, which were on standby. A metallic arm came close to her and injected a strange-looking serum into the same position on her eye as she had done to Ness. The arm then retreated as she looked up towards the moon. Her heartbeat started to speed up as her body started undergoing changes, but just as she was about to undergo her main change where she discharged the energy from her body, another arm came close and injected another type of serum just at the right moment where she had started to release a large amount of energy from her body. The first serum was an energy serum, which gave her more than enough bonus stamina in her body to help overcome the overdraft of energy during the Sulong transformation. The second serum was the Bloodline Limit Remover Serum, which had been developed to overcome the limitations of the mink bloodline they inherited from birth, while tapping into the bloodline hidden deep within that belonged to the Sulong form. If from birth, the minks were only able to utilize a certain percentage throughout their whole lives unless they transformed into Sulong, then they would always return to that limitation after removing the transformed state and would never reach a higher level. The serum does the job of removing the limiter on their lineage factor or bloodline that has been put in place from birth while putting up very small barriers at certain stages to allow the user to adapt to the changes brought on within their body and draw out that power safely without it running wild and out of control. Each small barrier broken as they draw out their power requires a certain mastery and control of their electro and a stronger body to not have their power be overdrawn past their body's limits. So small safety measures were put in place, and some improvements were made to fix existing problems while Alyssia had installed the power core within her body to overcome the biggest energy problem. In terms of the quirk or superpower theory, the minks were born to use only a certain percentage of the water within the glass, which is full upon their birth, but that glass will continue to grow bigger and stronger as they grow and become stronger, which allows the glass to contain more and deal with the hidden potential within that the glass could not handle upon birth. The limiter would be placed upon the same place to allow the same amount of power to be drawn out from the time of birth, while the strengthened body could adapt to more power if the limit was no longer there and fill up that glass until it was full, but a stronger limit would be placed on a place where it would be harmful to draw upon that power. With the practice from the energy within her power core, Alyssia had the advantage over others so that she could learn how to better control and draw out a larger amount of energy. As the large amount of electro was released from her body and her hair had grown longer, especially on her head of hair and tail, as her whole body became white and her eyes had become sharper and a bloody red. However, the electro that was released did not disperse as the surrounding had contained it within the space where Alyssia was, and a large amount of electrical energy was released within the space from the devices outside as they started to surround Alyssia. A large amount of energy was required to complete the process of the Bloodline Limit Serum and stimulate the latent talent while within the Sulong form during a full moon. The combination of the strong electrical energy which Alyssia had collected from many sources, and moonlight from the moon, which was very close to the Arc Maxim, had allowed the serum to release her bloodline limits and build up the smaller barriers which could later be broken through. Thanks to the energy serum and her stamina and endurance stats that had long surpassed 35 out of 40 points, she was able to remain in her Sulong form for a very long time as her body was undergoing great changes within as her inner potential was being made available to her. As the changes stopped after a long time, she closed her eyes and returned to normal as she expelled some of the excess energy from her body, and her core absorbed some of it while the surrounding devices started to collect all of the remains released from her. A new change took place on her status window, which involved her stats and the bonus stats. Expert Leg Martial Arts bonus, +8 agility, +4 strength. Expert Navigation bonus, +8 spirit, +4 intellect. Sulong Bloodline Limit Remover bonus, 0.24/4 agility, 0.3/5 strength, 0.18/3 endurance. She then clicked onto the Sulong bonus points and discovered that the bonus points would slowly unlock the more that she accessed her hidden potential and drew it out, while her base stats were the best way to define how much she would draw out and how many bonus points she would receive as her body undergoes changes. Since the 40 points were the limitation of base stats, that is what was considered as 100% of the bloodline as it reaches completion, so at 50%, it would reach the stage of 20 base stats and reward 3 agility, 3 strength, and 1 endurance bonus points, while those would be halved again at 25%, or adjusted accordingly to whatever percentage had been unlocked. Sulong bloodline limit, 6%. Warning, Sulong transformation will be fully removed from skills upon reaching 100%, and Sulong will not provide as big of a boost in power the higher the percentage becomes. Increased senses and battle instincts and electro limits. Alyssia changed back into her original form, and there was not that much of a change to her body as she stepped out of the place where she was restrained. Carrot came forward and inspected her from head to toe, then showed a look of shock. Your hair?" Alyssia frowned. "What about it?" Tristan beat Carrot to it and said, "You have a couple of hairs on your head, which have turned slightly gray from the original black. It is not that big of a change. She is just exaggerating." Carrot looked displeased. "But her beautiful black hair is no longer the same." Alyssia sighed. "It is just hair. I expect to undergo much bigger changes in the future, so this is nothing." In her Sulong form, Alyssia mostly gained a strength and agility boost while her body was toughened even more, so the stats that she had gained from it was in those areas with strength before agility, then endurance to be set as a priority, but other minks may benefit from the serum in other ways. Due to the flaw of the Sulong form, which had stamina and energy problems, after fixing that issue, there was no room left to grant any bonus stats for stamina, since the form did not allow for any stamina boost, so no other mink would receive a boost in stats from the serum in the form of stamina. After her body had broken past its limitations and settled at around 6%, some of her hairs on her head had changed color while the rest of her body had undergone very small changes that were difficult to notice at first as she was growing in size, and her body was becoming more suited for agility-based fights and quick or agile movements while she became a little more mature. She turned to look towards Tristan and Nika. "How long will it be before you can move on to the next person? And are you guys sure that you do not wish to go through this?" Clifford shook his head while Archie looked hesitant, but Nika then spoke. "Since you have taken the risk and were the first to undergo the trial, I cannot deny the results of what you have made, so I will join you too. To be honest, it would be foolish to let go of this opportunity to gain new power. You all should be aware of the flaws of Sulong and how we are unable to access that power unless the right conditions are in place." Archie grit his teeth and then spoke. "I will do it." Clifford nodded. "Fine, so will I." Tristan sighed. "Me too, but I still do not believe that this is my true path to power." Alyssia smirked. "It will not stop you from reaching your full potential. If anything, it will help you grow a little more while you draw from your potential, as you are perfecting your own style of combat." Carrot cheerfully grinned. "I will go first." Alyssia looked down at one of the serums in her hand, and the system recognized it as the effects appeared before her, and she looked at the details involving the stats granted. Plus 12 stat points distributed between strength, agility, and endurance stats of the mink tribe. The distribution of stats depends on the body type and race of the mink. Increases the mink's electro beyond its limitations that are placed from birth. In some extremely lucky cases, the stats could all be put towards one stat while others would be evenly distributed among the 3 stats. Alyssia had gained her main priority as strength, followed by agility, and then endurance. As Carrot was undergoing the same process as her, she had gained a slightly similar distribution, but she did not gain as big of a boost to her endurance stats as Alyssia. She gained 4 strength, 1 endurance, and 7 agility stats from the distribution, which would later be unlocked as she tapped into her hidden potential within her bloodline. After completing her transformation, she had matured a little more, and some of the hairs on her head had become a little lighter as they were turning from her original yellow color to white a little at a time. Tristan had gained an even distribution between her strength and agility stats, which were both at 6 without any changes to her endurance. Nika had gained 3 endurance, 3 strength, and 6 agility from her stat distribution. Clifford had gained a more balanced distribution of stats, as he had 4 agility, for strength, and 4 endurance stats. Finally, Archie had gained the biggest difference in stat distribution from the others, as he had 7 endurance, for strength, and 1 agility stats. After they had completed their transformation, they ate a lot of food due to the effects of the serum, which had increased their appetite. Many minks stuffed food down their throats as if they were members of the Saiyan race from the Dragon Ball universe, or had a strong appetite just like Luffy. Each of them had changed in appearance a tiny bit, and the hair on their heads had some hairs that had started to show signs of changing from the original color, as the final result would be the silver-white or moonlight white color that is seen in their Sulong forms. A new stat window appeared above the power core stat as Electro and was related to her progress with her bloodline limit progress percentage. As she had only unlocked 6%, she gained 2.4/40 stat points in Electro, and since she had unlocked Electro as a stat, her Electro skill was no longer at 100% mastery and reached completion once again upon her reaching the full 40 stat point stage while gaining control over her energy again. However, with her many electrical-based manipulation skills and her practice with her power core energy, she had the advantage to gain practice with her energy early before she had even had her limits removed. Readers are not omniscient beings when they are brought into a world that they are a fan of and know many things that happen within the story's timelines. Some major events may miss some key elements that happen in the background, and some other miniseries that are often missed by fans while they are written in the manga's wiki page for the fans to catch up on. Some events may not be properly recorded specifically because of a lack of data, so the readers can often misinterpret the information or make a mistake somewhere while making up their own theories. One event had become a big mistake on Alyssia's part, which involved the death of Dr. Tsukimi and the things that happened on the moon before Enel would arrive. Alyssia believed that Enel was behind the death of Dr. Tsukimi because he was involved in the events on the moon where the explosion happened, but she could not be any more wrong since he had not yet arrived until later. The space pirates landed on the moon and set up explosives to dig up the ruins of the ancient civilization that belonged to the Sky people who had come down to Earth more than 1,000 years ago, as they left their automata and many of their scientific advances behind to go to a place with better resources. The explosion had been done by the space pirates, but Alyssia had interpreted the story as the explosion being the result of a battle between Enel and the automata of the moon or the space pirates. In her hopes to save Dr. Tsukimi, she removed Enel from those events to prevent what she believed to stop it all from happening, but all she had done was remove Enel from intervening in the space pirates' actions on the moon for a long time. Dr. Tsukimi was able to survive not because she had captured and had Enel killed, but because he had been kept busy with the duties he had been left with the Creation Union. Since he was kept busy, he was unable to enjoy his time under the moonlight and witness the explosions on the moon, which caused him to choke upon his food and die. His automata did not leave his side, and they did not venture to the moon to fight against the space pirates. Enel was not there to hit the automata of Dr. Tsukimi with his rumbled devil fruit abilities and restore their power and awaken the ancient automata left behind on the moon. Due to her actions and misjudgment, the space pirates had been able to remain on the moon for a long time and were not defeated by Enel. When the Arc Maxim arrived close to the moon, many of the minks were already wearing sunglasses to shield their eyes from the strong moonlight, and were met with the sight of ancient ruins that were destroyed by more than 5 different explosions, as the space pirates had used their explosives to break past any form of protection within the ruins. But upon seeing it, Alyssia knew that she had failed in her calculations. She lowered her head in defeat and sighed. I should have come much sooner. She believed that her previous actions could prevent such a future, so she left her visit to the moon to a later date, but upon arriving, she was proven to be very wrong in her judgment. Nika observed the destruction below and sighed. Nobody could know for certain what can happen at all times. You have already done well enough. Ein added, who is to say that we are too late? There must be something that can be salvaged from this. Tristan added, we need to investigate first. Medea spoke. I can sense life on the moon, so it is not too late. Although Alyssia was not fully aware of who was behind it all, she wished to correct her mistake, so she and her crew members landed the Arc Maxim, which was being powered by Medea. One bonus that she had gained from Enel was how to read the moon's ancient murals and texts on the remains of the ancient ruins left behind by the Sky people. Alyssia spoke as she read some of the things written down. The Sky People were an advanced civilization that lived on Burka or the moon. Their technological and archaeological advances were very far ahead of others, but they lacked resources, so they made the decision to leave their home to their automata and journeyed down to Earth. From this information, and from what we know, different tribes must have been the result of different groups journeying to settle in a sky island below the moon while the Shondoran tribe settled down directly on the Earth. Isa, Ushvin, and your fellow people must have originated from this place, and one of the previous sky islands was named Burka after your original homeland. Ushvin observed the mess around him and sighed. We should have come sooner. Isa nodded. If this is where we originate from then, I would have liked to see it when it was in a better shape than this, but thank you for bringing us here. Alyssia shook her head and spoke. Stay sharp. We might be able to find out who was behind this destruction and get the answers we desire. A spaceship was approaching them quickly, and she sensed open hostility from those on board. Many fox-like space pirates and other creatures were on board the ship, which had a Jolly Roger with the skull having an elongated skull. One of them had a bodysuit on which had 3 manometers on it. One was on each sleeve while another was on the chest area. Among the many people who wished to attack anyone within sight was that one who stood at the front of his crew. One of his subordinates asked, Captain Seamars, should we open fire upon the intruders? Seamars responded quickly without a shred of mercy. Eliminate them all. We need to get back to mining the area. The space pirates had mainly come to mine the moon and extract the rocks and other materials or anything that they can find for their own interests. They would land on not just the moon, but also many other places like moving debris, moving through space, or uninhabited planets that the people on the Earth did not know the existence of. It was unknown how many groups of aliens there were in space somewhere, or that inhabited some other planet, but the Earth below could have already welcomed aliens from space or other planets if it had already had the people of the moon journey down. It would explain some things about some of the different or unusual races that may have been said to have appeared more than 1,000 years ago. It may also explain some things about the Void Century, but Alyssia was unable to gain any information from the ancient texts, which had disappointed her. Just as the space pirates were about to attack, the 2 Sky People of her crew had attacked first. Isa hovered on her newly modified skates as she had gained a boost to her speed as boosters were placed on the back, while the bottom had similarities to Germa technology, which allows her to hover in the air. She held 2 pistols in her hands which had special bullets inside. Different from her launcher gun, the pistols had smaller containers and were less difficult to manage in combat. 6 bullets were in each gun, and as she pulled the trigger, the front created a flash which blinded those who looked her way, and a bullet was released as it flew towards a space pirate crew member. Some bullets were ordinary bullets, while some were less fragile, as they contained something within that would be released upon making contact with something. Some bullets contained poisonous powders within or a strong anesthetic, and upon breaking the skin of those that had been fired upon, the contents of the bullet entered their wound, which let the effects take place very quickly. Ushvin flew over the ship and dropped several round objects down, which made a ticking noise as he flew on his modified board, which now had boosters on the back and had many improvements to how it hovered and moved in the air. Tick, clank, boom. Several circular objects seemed to explode, and many fragments of metal and metallic spikes or other metal parts were released outward from the blast locations. The circular object was the result of research which created the nail or shrapnel bomb, which Ushvin had taken a liking to upon testing it out with his hoverboard. Many of the space pirates were caught off guard by the assault of Isa and Ushvin, who had their own methods of combat, while they could avoid attacks quickly with the combination of their observation hockey and their technology to help improve their movements. Captain Seamars was enraged after suffering many losses so quickly, so he jumped up and aimed his spear towards Isa, who he believed was distracted by his men, but just as he was about to pierce her, an object blocked his spear's path. It was Ushvin's blunt sword, which had undergone further improvements, as he had experimented with the help of Zahayajan to make it much sturdier. On the handle of the blunt sword, Ushvin held in a trigger mechanism as the impact was absorbed by the impact dial technology he had built into it, and then released it before pressing it in again, as he remained firmly in place in the sky, while Seamars was in a disadvantageous position after failing to end Isa's life. The moment he pressed the trigger again, the impact was sent back towards the spear tip and traveled back to Seamar's, who was pushed back down. Ashvin frowned. "You dare to target my sister?" Many people have their reverse scales, and Ashvin's was his sister. Even if he was a quiet person who did not like socializing and was busy with his research, he still valued his sister above all else and would not tolerate her being harmed. The thruster activated on his board as he circled towards the back of Seamar's as he was falling, and then swung the blunt sword towards the back of him as he pulled a second trigger below the previous one he had pressed. The force from the fall, which had been created by the impact dial, and the force released from the swing of the heavy and blunt sword, was more than enough to cause him severe injuries and possibly even death. But upon the second trigger being pressed, a force even greater was added to the attack, as the built-in reject dial had ended his life quickly. Medea appeared on the ship and gained the attention of many of those on board. Many attacks were aimed at her in the forms of sharp and blunt weapons, but each of them passed through her body. Anyone that attacked her was electrocuted instantly, which killed many, but some of the stronger ones among the crew had managed to survive within an inch of their life. Lee flew on board the ship and transformed into her hybrid form, as her agile movements had improved after getting used to her evolved form while using her Lynx Zoan Devil Fruit abilities. Her senses were better than before, and she evaded all kinds of attacks, which occasionally switching between her full Lynx and hybrid forms to switch between tactics and confuse the enemy. Her full form allowed for stronger attacks and to cover more ground, but her hybrid form, she was still much more difficult to attack while she was much lighter and more agile. With the protective space suit on her body, she was able to endure any attacks on her body if she had made a mistake and then follow up with a claw or bite in response. One opponent was leapt upon in her full form and brought down to the ground as she bit into their neck before evading another attack on her, and she occasionally brought out her wings to help move better when her feet were not on the ground. Ayn was within her exoskeleton suit and fired several strong blasts of air from her palms, which disrupted their battle formations and damaged many of them, while knocking some from the ship to fall below towards the moon or float off into space. At first, many of the crew members were a little clumsy in their movements due to them being in a place with different gravity, but with their technology or evolutionary traits, they were able to overcome it quickly and defeat the space pirates who had fought more battles in space. Alyssia appeared on board the ship and collected several of the aliens on board that were still alive and said, "Claim this ship as our own from now on. I hope that Isa and Ashvin can work towards establishing a sky division of your own." She then looked towards the inner ruins where there was still many signs of life. "Carrot, Tristan, Nika, Clifford, and Archie, go that way and subdue anyone that you may come across. Tristan, I will trust you with interrogating any prisoners so that we can gain more information on the ruins and their purpose here." What followed was that the remaining ships that belonging to the space pirates were captured, while those that were busy mining were subdued very quickly. Those that resisted were shot by Nika's electromagnetic gun that fired coin-shaped pieces of metal. Others that resisted were cut up by Carrot's claws, which had powerful stabbing and lacerating strength, which had been further improved by her 6 powers training. If she had not held back, then the ruins may have been further damaged. Others were cut up or pierced by Clifford's 2 swords as he held back from firing off any flying wind blades. Others failed to damage Archie as a simple slap of his palm. A backhanded hit or a claw caused a large amount of destruction to whoever got close enough due to his strong defenses and his current mastery over Iron Body and the armor on his body. Finally, the rest were quickly defeated by Tristan's quick and deadly punches as her footwork and agile movements allowed her to evade any attacks. Each of the Minx attacks used Electro, so each attack easily brought down any opponent in their path, and the enemy were left feeling helpless and in despair as they felt that they were just being toyed with by the enemy. During combat, each of the Minx were using up their Electro and drawing from the energy beyond their limits the longer that they used it, so they were beginning to experience their first opportunity to break past their race's bloodline limitations after being injected with the serum. Soon after, they were given a dose of the truth serum, and they all started to answer the questions asked by Tristan. While everything was happening, Alyssia sat on board the Arc Maxim and kept practicing with her Electro, and she channeled it a little at a time and then drew out more Electro energy from within her body. A look of deep concentration was on her face as her whole body was becoming enveloped with a very thin layer of electro, which had only been drawn out from within her body and not from her power core. The techniques named Aleko and Thunder God Mode were both techniques that required a high level of control over her energy and demanded a larger amount of it. So they were the perfect techniques to use to draw out her hidden potential and break past her limits and gain control over the newly unlocked potential after breaking the first small barrier. She felt as if her body was drained of energy and no more could be created, but she continued to try to draw even more power from beyond her limits, which normally could be potentially life-threatening or affect her lifespan. But by doing so, she had been able to gain access to the hidden reserves of potential within her body. A new rush of energy was triggered within her body as new energy was drawn out, as the amount of water within the glass had increased a little past the previous limitations. That was then added onto the layer of electro that coated her body before she activated her core to absorb the energy back inside herself. She felt that she had started to undergo a very slow process of changing as she broke past the barrier and would continue to do so after she had done so each time. If she had a mirror in front of herself, then she could notice that some more of the hairs on her head had turned gray while the length had become slightly longer, and her eyes had displayed a visible change as a small amount of redness was added to her black eyes. Her black nose and her gray fur had become a tiny bit lighter, but the change was not that huge for many to notice it right away. Her stomach started to rumble as the side effects of the serum had started to increase her appetite, and the large amount of energy within her body that had been used up needed to be replenished, while the core within her body was able to replenish any lost energy from her previous activities before arriving on the moon. Her evolution and the process of breaking through each of her limits would require a great deal of trial and error, but most of all, she needed to constantly draw out energy from within while she was in a good state of body and mind. If she did it while she was in a state of hunger or weakness, then she was just going to be harming herself, while rushing past each barrier would result in the same thing. So she kept a lot of food by her side and took some breaks each time before attempting to do it again. By the time everyone had returned, she had already broken past 2 small barriers and drawn out more of her potential. She could easily adapt to the new amount of electro that she could draw out from within her body at its current limit, and she had gained a tiny boost in physique as she was starting to transform and was gaining an increase to her bonus stats. While she waited for them to get close, she closed her eyes and checked her progress. Sulong Bloodline Limit Remover Bonus, 8%, 0.32/4 Agility, 0.4/5 Strength, 0.24/3 Endurance. The overall increase in stats was very small, but Alyssia was satisfied since it had been achieved in a short amount of time without very intensive training over a long period of time like how she had previously trained her body. Tristan had finished collecting all of the necessary information and then proceeded to collect samples of the races that she had encountered among the space pirates to help with Alyssia's research, since they were unique alien races that they had never encountered before. Alyssia was very happy with the gains, and she then found out from the other minks that it was just as important to draw out their potential in combat, but she knew that the other minks were not as efficient in the use of their electro and did not have the power core, so they would be left hungry and weakened after drawing upon their hidden potential in combat, which was not always safe for them. While Alyssia had several things put in place to allow her to have better manipulation of energy and a backup supply of energy, the others would have to take a break from battles after overdrawing their energy as they break through each time, so they had to be more careful when they did do so. Against a formidable foe, they could place themselves in a disadvantageous position, so she warned them right away about when it was the wrong time to bring out any more of their potential during combat. However, she quickly suggested daily sparring for each of them along with her, so that they could do it in a safer environment, and she could teach them how to better channel and manipulate their new limits of energy that they could draw from within themselves. Upon reaching 10% or higher of her unlocked potential, she believed that more obvious changes would start to take place as her body would start to evolve after each major barrier was broken through at the 10, 25, 50, 75, and 100% stages, as her body would slowly become more like her Sulong form. After collecting enough information, Alyssia and her crew were able to gather enough information while they were looting things from the ship and the ancient city of Burka. A large amount of explosives were found powerful enough to help the pirates break loose the rocks and minerals on the moon's surface to allow them to be mined. A lot of the people who had been involved in mining or making of the explosives were left alive, so Alyssia was able to collect enough knowledge in the form of their skills. Just as they had landed on the moon and defeated the space pirates, the new knowledge and materials available to Alyssia and her crew had increased. Even the combat skills and the space pirates' use of the different gravity was collected by Alyssia's system. Everyone was walking towards an underground basement on the moon's surface. Many types of advanced technology still remained that had not been brought out by the space pirates over the year that they were left to mine the moon unobstructed. A very small amount of it had been taken out and sold to other influences in space from the information gathered, but there was still a large amount that had not been removed because the space pirates were not able to understand the worth of it all. Many pods, devices like computers, data banks from the ancient civilization, and many other advanced technology or tools were still left in place while some others were pulled out of place by the space pirates. Alyssia sighed upon seeing the result of her failure, but quickly ordered, "K1, you access the system." K1 moved forward towards the many mechanical tools, pods, and data storage areas, and inserted an attachment which looked something like a small metal needle, which was similar to a USB drive to the other mechanical technology. "Yes, Master," K1 continued. "Infiltration complete. Extraction and copying of data to K1 in progress. Hacking and planting new information into their database, changing ownerships and loyalties." Many automata and computer storage were being accessed by K1 as it had given over a small amount of power to them to power them up, but not allow enough power to put up any form of resistance to its actions of copying everything over into herself. After extracting from many automata that were in the area, K1 said, "K1 has completed copying of data. New emotional knowledge and information on many other subjects have been collected which are beneficial to K1's development. K1 needs to go into sleep mode to sort out new information and learn to increase the overall efficiency. Permission, please, Master." Alyssia sighed. Permission granted. K1 went to sleep as she updated her systems and underwent evolution. Her artificial intelligence was starting to undergo evolution as she was absorbing everything she had gained from the automata, which increased her system's efficiency and learning capacity along with the increased understanding of emotions. Since she had gained more than enough information, she needed to properly use it to update her system. So the time was needed was several days, or maybe even longer since what she had extracted was very advanced, and there was much of it. Alyssia turned to the side and said, "Now it is your turn." Medea stepped forward and nodded. "On." She then stretched out her palm and released several flashes of lightning towards the pods, inactive electrical generators, and machinery. Anything that was hit by the lightning remained still for a little while until several small movements were made within the pods and the generators started to become active once more after a long time of inactivity. Many of the automata came out from their pods, and the machinery was then turned on along with the generators, but some started to break down due to the damage done by the space pirates. The automata were very large in number with animal-like faces, small in size, and each had a mustache and winged back. Unlike the automata made from Dr. Tsukimi, the automata of the moon had wings on their backs and were slightly different in appearance, while the robots made from Alyssia and Ein had a more animal appearance, and the ones made by Dr. Tsukimi for Yao and Zeno were built to resemble a teddy bear toy. Each of the did not look like machines as they were, but appeared as flesh and blood, while they are capable of eating and were slightly smaller in size than the 4 automata by Dr. Tsukimi's side. As they stepped out of their pods, they recognized Alyssia right away after they had their bodies hacked into, and some other things added. "Greetings, Master. We have awaited your arrival. Welcome, new Master of Burka City." Another one excitedly walked to the side of Ushvin, and Isa then bowed before them. "Greetings, young descendants of the moon. Welcome back to your home." Due to the reprogramming, they recognized Alyssia as their owner or leader, so they instantly became loyal to her upon seeing her after they woke up, but they still had their core memory and information that they had stored from the past, so they recognized Isa and Ushvin. To Alyssia, they were very loyal, as they were in a boss and subordinate relationship, while the twins were recognized as the young descendants of Burka, so they were happy to be reunited with their creator's descendants, and they wished to stay by their side. Alyssia then asked, "Do you know how to repair the broken machinery? If so, can you all get to work on repairing everything right away?" "Yes, master. I leader. On boss. I. Roger." Alyssia wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed. "Well, that is lucky." She then turned to Ein, Ushvin, and Nika. "We will all assist with the repairs so that we can learn more about the technology left behind. Once the systems are up and running again, we can access the data stored and gain access to everything within." The scientific advances were very advanced in many areas compared to many of the things on the earth below, and were recorded within the technology of the Baika ruins. So the best way to learn about it was to gain access to it directly after it is repaired completely, or when K1 had woken up. After gaining everything, there would be many improvements to many types of weapons, tools, and other types of machinery which are made from the resources found in space or other places full of alien life forms or materials. What is the most frightening thing to many people is often the unknown. The unknown is the unpredictable factor that most people cannot possibly fathom or know how it will affect the world around it or those in it. Space, aliens, and other civilizations on undiscovered floating pieces of rock or meteorites to planets, just like the ones everyone lives upon in what everyone calls Earth. The moment humankind become aware of such things, there is often fear that follows because of the potential threat they could pose. They could covet the Earth's resources, wish to slaughter any other life forms different to themselves, or may even wish to enslave the people of the world and take over the world while gaining many resources for themselves to build up their new empire. Some may even use the resources to build up their power so that they can go back to fight for what they believe they have a right to on their homeland and put the planet at risk for their ambitions. The space pirates were ruthless individuals who attacked on sight when they saw others and did not hesitate to do so, but that may have been a way for them to survive in the environment of space. They mined up resources from the moon to gain a better way to live, so while there would be space pirates, there would also be space merchants and traders somewhere. If there were space traders, there would be a type of space currency and probably their own form of law enforcement group within space. While most would be fearful of these new possibilities, Alyssia was excited because it was outside of her predictions and provided many new skill sets in futuristic or sci-fi-based technology to be discovered along with new types of herbs and many other materials. The flying space pirate ship technology, generators, pod technology, automata, and many others was already a giant leap forward past a lot of what was on the earth below, so Ushvin, Ein, and Nico were very excited. Ushvin and Isa was the most excited to discover their roots, while Ushvin was very interested in his people's technology along with the other space civilizations. Some of the spare pods and technology that could be taken away was put onto the Ark Maxim so that it could be taken back and studied further along with the materials that were found on the space pirate's ship. A little while later, on the moon within a secluded space where there was only moon rocks and dust around, many furry human figures were moving within the area as they clashed with each other within the difficult environment where the gravity was less than on Earth and the breathable air was even less than on Skypea or other sky islands. Alyssia was at the very center as she held her ground as she held out her arms to each side of her body. Her body was coated with Aleko and her limbs with hockey at the same time, so as she reached out, she was able to block an assault from both sides from Tristan and Carrot as they both channeled their electro into their claw and punching attacks along with their weaker armament hockey. One simple clash seemed to stop their assault and somehow disperse their attack's power before they tried to attack with other parts of their body, but another large figure appeared behind, while one came from above and another far away. Archie came charging forward from behind, ready to make use of his strong body and quake powers, while Clifford came from above with his two swords raised above his head, ready to slice down at her, while Nika fired off a shot from her gun at just the right timing. However, the trap seemed to have not worked as expected, as Alyssia did not release her grip on Carrot or Tristan and only slightly shifted her body to dodge the oncoming bullet before jumping into a backflip as her legs met the swords coming at her with one leg as she kicked off, then to continue backward as she released her grip on Carrot and Tristan finally, who had their arms twisted and rotated on the spot due to the force applied to them in the low-gravity environment. The missed bullet, the deflected swords, and the release of Carrot and Tristan made Alyssia gain a stronger spin on her backflip, and the line of sight of Nico was obstructed. The fist of Archie, which was covered in a quake bubble, a very thin and faint layer of hockey and electro, was met with a stronger force, which seemed to possess a similar property belonging to the 8-impact fist, armament hockey and electro, which had succeeded in knocking Archie off balance and breaking past his attack. Alyssia controlled her breathing and movements as she was becoming more relaxed in the new environment. Come again? She could do things she could not do on Earth because of the lower gravity and because her body was less weighed down, loose, or relaxed, but she did occasionally experience a loss of control. However, certain techniques could help to regain that control mid-fight and let her fight many strong minks who had potential to surpass Cat Viper and Dogstorm, who were currently in their 40s, while she had already surpassed them at the age of 17 in many ways, whether it be the many techniques she possessed or her stats, which many of them had reached the limit or surpassed it thanks to her bonus stats. There were many clashes of hockey, clashes of electro, clashes of iron body and hockey-coated feet that met with swords, many gunshots which were dodged along with additional counterattacks in the form of long-range finger pistols or tempest kicks and 8-impact fists which were used to pierce the quake bubbles as concentric waves met with the bubbles of concentrated seismic energy. With the high-level mastery over the technique and her mastery over creating impact dial types of attacks, concentric waves, shock waves, and range bullet and blade types of wind attacks with her legs, she had ventured onto her own power, which was far more powerful than each of them, and it was far more powerful. However, against Archie's mastery of his Quake Devil Fruit abilities and his current physique, she only needed to use her mastery over the 8-impact fist to overpower him and make him experience difficulty. If she went all out without giving them room to grow, then she would not feel any pressure herself, resulting in both a loss for herself and others where there was a chance to experience a breakthrough. However, the two other minks who had been personally nurtured by her were not too far behind, as they had mastered abilities to adjust their bodies in the air within the lower gravity. Moonwalk allowed then to readjust themselves and send themselves towards Alyssia, who had just sent Archie backwards and sent Clifford higher into the air with her kicks. They gave up their opportunity of attacking and moved right at the same time as a bullet passed them and flew towards Alyssia, which she used a combination of paper art, observation hockey, and her moonwalk to dodge it before she landed back on the ground. Her body was coated in electro like tiny electric snakes were all covering her everywhere, and then her tail went towards one direction to block one attack as it was covered in hockey, and she moved her head to the side to dodge a punch. Her tail stopped Carrot's attack and whipped at her to knock her back from the strong impact, while the long hair on Alyssia's body moved as it was alive and wrapped around Tristan's arm. The use of Life Return allowed her to gain excellent body control above many others, so her tail and hair could easily he used to counterattack Tristan and Carrot during a time where she was believed to be in a vulnerable position. The hair pulled Tristan towards her and allowed Alyssia to regain a stable position to attack from as she surpassed Tristan's defense and hit her with a kick that sent her flying before she could get off another couple of punches at Alyssia. At each difficult time, one of the minks would push past their limits before finally being tired out because of the evolution process that they were undergoing each time they pushed past what they were previously capable of doing with their electro or physically. Alyssia occasionally attacked Nika from far away or closed the distance to put more pressure on her so that she would not be left behind since she was focused on range combat despite her abilities, but she was able to slowly break through a little after the others. Alyssia looked at her progress, which had become 10% while her body had experienced a small change, as if she was now 10% of her Sulong form and 90% mink that remained. Although it was not a big change, her body was starting to become lighter in color while her eyes had gained a little more red in them as the white of the eyes had started to become slightly darker and a little bloodshot, and her long black hair had gained much more dark gray hairs while the other minks were starting to show visible signs of reaching between the 5 and 10% stages of their bloodline limit being unlocked. Each time, they would mostly gain more electro to draw out from within their body, which increased their fighting potential and lethality to a whole new level each time, but they also gradually gained a small bonus in the form of the tiny increase of their physique the more they broke through. Sulong Bloodline Limit Remover Bonus, 10%. 0.4/4 agility, 0.5/5 strength, 0.3/3 endurance. After reaching 10% mastery, Alyssia had unlocked 10% of her overall electro potential within her Sulong form that she could draw out from her body, but she had also gained 2/5 of an agility, half of a strength, and 3/10 of an endurance stat. Her growth over the past year had been large for various reasons since she left So, but with the changes brought on by the serum and breaking past her limits, she was starting to grow even taller and into a more ideal shape the more she pushed her limits, as she was approaching a similar body shape and size as Yamato, as she had previously reached the size of 7 feet 1 inch before even taking the serum. Many of the other minks had experienced their own types of body growth along with her in various ways for the same reasons, but Nika, Carrot, and Tristan did not seem to experience that big of a change, partially due to their race being from a smaller species of animal, while Clifford and Archie were a large breed of dog and bear animal type, with the addition that they were males, and males of the mink tribe inherit their racial types more and grow larger than the females. Alyssia was able to ignore the rule because she was of the kangaroo animal type, combined with her diet, training, and probably due to eating very high-grade meals with powerful sea kings and other strong beasts with lots of beneficial properties within them, or maybe it was just because she was an existence that already broke past the rules and limitations of the world thanks to her system and the perks it brought to her. Her legs were slightly longer than other females thanks to her kangaroo race. Her legs were a little longer than others, and her feet were bigger, but it could still not be compared to the long-legged tribe. Her body remained a well-proportioned shape, as she was tall and slender as her hair went down her back, down to her waist unless it was tied back, and she had a narrow waist and large chest. Yamato was around 8 feet 8 inches due to being the child of Kaido and being the Oni princess while being in her late 20s. With the growth of Alyssia before she had even turned 18, she believed that one day she may catch up to her, or at least get close to her size. However, it was not so bad that while she was shorter than a lot of strong males in the world, she was a lot taller than many females like Boa Hancock, Nico Robin, and Califo, while Tristan and Kara were only a little behind them in terms of height, while Nico was much smaller in size. Many minks were laying on the ground weakly and out of breath, but the spectators were small animal-faced robots that had wings and mustaches, along with some of the non-minks within the crew who had come along to the moon. We have a winner. 1 versus 5. Wow! Did you see that? They have changed a little in appearance. I saw it too. Fascinating creatures. Master is so strong. Teach us. They adapted to the environment so quickly. Yeah. Do we have any of these creatures in our previous data? They could possibly heave from down on the Earth below, or another undiscovered space community. Alyssia shook her head. We come from down on the Earth, but our history only goes back so far. Then it might be possible. Indeed, there are many strange life forms within space, and you would all fit in with them. Carrot lay there with her tongue sticking out. Quiet. Let me rest. Huh? Tristan bonked her on the head as she sat by her side. Fool. Do not sleep and rest your body in a better environment or position, or eat something first. Ein sighed. Compared to them, we are still very far behind. After all, I am just a weak human with low physical potential, and I have already passed the ideal time to start training seriously. Sigh. I need to find my own path. Ein had her power suit, animal-shaped automata, and other mini-robots along with the mech that she had in development. All of those were what made her a force to be reckoned with in many parts of the world after she had gained the Wapple medal, but Sue still saw herself being helpless in the face of true strength. Even with the protection of her exoskeleton, she would still be vulnerable against a strong and direct attack that could break past her defenses. Even Ushvin and Isa felt helpless as they watched on, so they aimed to further improve their mastery over their observation hockey, to improve their abilities to avoid sneak attacks or fast projectiles and attacks that they could not normally detect before they got close to them. Isa wanted to go further down the path of a roulette type of bullet user, which relies on quick shooting with a little less accuracy, but was boosted by the randomness of her bullets, as some may be real, while others would contain something that would obstruct or harm her target, while Ushvin wished to stick to his combat style, but further improve upon his tools to increase his options during combat. Medea watched calmly as she watched the ways that each of the minks used their electro and detected every little electric fluctuation, so she became inspired in many ways so that she could improve herself. From all of them, Alyssia definitely has the best control over her energy. She is really efficient and knows how to not waste any of it, so that she can keep fighting while dealing maximum damage. The crew kept on fighting among each other in the environment created by the moon's gravity. Archie, who had the most stable and heavy build which allowed for many types of combat with his lower half firmly on the ground to hold his balance and create more stability and power behind his attacks, has a more difficult time adjusting to the different gravity. He struggled to hold his ground when attacking or clashing against others within the lesser gravity, so he lost his firm footing and was pushed back often. All Alyssia had to do to defeat him was to overpower his attacks that have his quake bubbles with her own high mastery of the 8-impact fist, and to hit him hard enough to loosen his stance a little so that he could not be firmly rooted to the ground. Soon after, he would be knocked back and be forced to stabilize himself before rejoining the battle, but because he was less adept with moonwalk and other techniques and mostly focused on Iron Body, he quickly found that he had a major flaw in how he had been focusing his priorities during his training of the 6 powers. It wasn't that training Iron Body as a priority was wrong, but that the 6 powers each had their own power and style of combat that provided more versatility to adapt to all kinds of environments and opponents. Just like he was focusing on his defenses and neglecting his training in the others may be doing the same, and while he was focusing on defense and lacking in movement and a high enough mastery of how to use Tempest Kick, he was now able to make up for some of his weaknesses with his Devil Fruit abilities. Clifford was the same, as he focused on his sword skills over others and had gained some mastery over the shave technique, while Nika was the same with her shave and sniping. They both lacked in defensive training, unlike Archie. The 3 of them could be considered monsters already when Electro was used, and their new bloodline serum had been injected into their bodies along with their own combat styles, but they were not without their flaws. Carrot and Tristan were a lot more versatile, as they had built themselves up in a balanced way. Carrot had both ranged and melee capabilities while using Finger Pistol and Tempest Kick in her claw attacks and kicks with a higher mastery over Paper Art than Iron Body, while Tristan had worked more towards balancing her mastery over Iron Body and Paper Art while improving her 8-impact fist, which had been further improved from several shockwave type of skills Alyssia had collected. Due to Carrot and Tristan's physiques being above the others as they trained with Alyssia from a very young age, they were able to adjust their bodies to the 6 powers and 8-impact training quickly and gain a high level of mastery over each of them much faster than the other minks, while Alyssia had long surpassed them. If Alyssia was now classified as being somewhere between a commander/general and emperor level with her current physique and mastery over her hockey and other skills or abilities, or perhaps even higher with a bounty between 800 million to 1 billion berries, then Carrot and Tristan would be between 400 million to 800 million berries. Archie, Clifford and Nika would probably be between 200 million to 600 million berries, while other crew members had gained enough strength in a short time to allow the strongest among them to compete against the worst generation, while some may only be able to fight against others with a bounty lower than 100 million or 200 million berries if they are in possession of their equipment or use their Devil Fruit abilities. However, those were just rough estimates made from their current capabilities, since they had yet to face a true challenge for themselves, since provoking powerful people was not something that they had been doing over the past year or more since they joined the crew. Once they each got to face someone at their own level or slightly above, would they know their own level properly, while Alyssia was perhaps already at the level of an admiral/emperor, or would be very soon if she gained more mastery over her hockey and gained more fighting experience against stronger opponents. Her stats and skills were not everything, and even if she had surpassed the world's limit for many of her stats, her experience in hockey was still lacking compared to others who had held their position for a very long time. After some of the spare parts and equipment were moved to the Ark Maxim along with some minerals and other things from the Space Pirates or the Burka Ruins, Alyssia had finished analyzing the progress of the crew members that were with her and stepped on board the Ark Maxim. For now we can go back to Rico Island, but I have a task for some of you. Carrot, Medea, and Ushvin. The 3 of them straightened their backs instinctively as they knew that Alyssia was about to give them an important task. Yes, sis. Alyssia continued. I wish for the 3 of you to form a sky exploration crew that is focused on activities on excavating the ruins of the sky islands you may come across, along with further exploring the moon and space. I would ask Isa to join too, but she has her own duties within the entertainment company. Carrot asked carefully. Why me? Medea then asked too. And me? Ushvin just nodded quietly as he waited for her to explain. Alyssia started explaining. This crew may seem small, but it really isn't, because there will be others who will be a part of it, like the Scipians who chose to join us, along with the many ancient automata who have joined. Ushman will be needed to help study new technology and handle the relations with the automata and Scipians. Medea will provide her excellent combat and detection abilities, along with her ability to recharge the automata, while Carrot will be placed as the captain of this crew. When the automata are wounded or without power, Medea's electrical attacks can help them recover and charge up their power once again to allow them to fight once again, so she was needed to keep the automata army functioning and able to fight. The automata seem to possess the ability to self-repair upon being charged up, so long as their injuries are not too fatal, so they could continue to fight again so long as they received a hit from Medea's abilities. Medea also possessed a wide range of detection thanks to her Rumble Devil Fruit abilities, so she would be able to better pick up on approaching people or spaceships, so she was more than qualified to take the role as the vice captain or first mate. Carrot was the strongest among them, so she was given the role as captain by default, and Ushman was given the role of the second mate or the cruise scientist because of his many responsibilities. Medea calmly spoke. So, I need to stick around and keep those things charged up, but what about the ones down below? Alyssia answered. The ones below have been built in a similar way to these automata, but they do not just work with your abilities. Having some minks around should be more than enough. Medea nodded. Okay. Ein smiled lazily as she said. Indeed. I did not get a chance to show off my babies here, since the environment is not so suitable for them. Carrot sighed. I will take up this task you have given me. But what else do you have hidden from us that you wish to have done? Carrot may not be a sly character, but she knew how Alyssia was and that her goals would not be so simple. Alyssia smiled as she looked towards her. Just explore, discover new races, discover new civilizations, discover new technology, discover new materials, and just discover other groups, or at least learn about the culture or structure of the aliens. Carrot grinned. How exciting! Alyssia nodded. By looking at the space pirates' suits, the air further out must be even less and difficult for others to live within, so they need a space suit. Do not venture out too early until you get one for yourselves, and if you encounter a big problem, retreat and contact me. The three of them nodded. After the discussion, the crew returned on the Ark Maxim as they flew away from the moon and back to the Earth below. After they arrived back on Rika Island, Archie started kneeling down to the ground and kissed it to show how much he had missed the normal gravity that he was used to while everyone was adjusting to the change of gravity once again after leaving the moon. Meanwhile, on Rika Island, something was beginning to take place that Alyssia and others had been wary of for a long time, a couple of days before they had started returning from the moon. A couple of days ago, several movements were made from the lawless king as he started making his people take more radical action against those on the island and around it, which had started to interfere with those of the capital and those within the sunken castle, the floating island on Ness, and the docking area. Monera, the fishmen and merfolk that she recruited along with the sea creatures fended off several attacks on the sea in a short amount of time. The Kung Fu Dugong took the lead as it punched the ships from below with a layer of ice on its fist, and several attacks caused the ship to sink slowly into the sea before continuing to another ship. The many other sea creatures joined to provide assistance in the same way, while the merfolk attacked with ranged water attacks and attacked the ships with their tridents. The fishmen climbed on board and used their superior strength to crush their enemies while Monera took the lead. Many brick fists and shark arrows destroyed the enemy's forces and caused great damage to them, as some were unable to retreat due to the damage of their ship or being captured while a couple had slipped away. Within the forest area, some beasts seemed to stray into the territory of the sunken castle, as if they had been forced there, which resulted in a battle over the land. Many devil apes were armed with all types of weapons of different types, as they had started to learn from those around them, and started mimicking some of the training methods and martial arts of others. Many beasts strayed into the territory and clashed with the devil apes, but were unable to put up any resistance as they were taken as hostile and quickly defeated. Many gunshots and clashing of metal was heard afterwards, as the people behind it had emerged after their plan had been ruined. As the group were being heavily wounded and killed by the juvenile devil apes, a small amount of them fled with fear in their eyes. The last thing that they saw and heard before their deaths, or from behind them as they had gained enough distance to escape, was the many devil apes brutally defeating the invaders as they seemed to be grinning excitedly and laughing while a couple let out war cries. Their fighting spirit had been aroused, and they entered a battle state the moment the enemy was confirmed to be hostile to the place and people they were to protect. Urr! Kaka! Aho! Meanwhile, within the sunken castle area, suspicious movement followed as the new residents of the land had gathered together. Should we move now? They said to wait for a signal. This must be it. Do you really wish to go against these people? You should know that we are just sacrificial pawns at this point. Shut up. But do you think we will live after this? Even if we do, we will suffer from either side. Maybe if we inform someone, then we can gain some guarantee of safety. I said, fool anyone else? No. Okay. Then we will move out right away according to our orders. Many of them were tribesmen of Rika Island who had moved from the other lands and settled by, or within the sunken castle walls, and started building a new life for themselves, while some were not as they seemed. Some were spies who had come along with some of the tribes, or a large group that wished to infiltrate and cause problems, but awaited the right time to act. Some armed themselves, while some others prepared to try to sabotage many things within the walls to allow an easier invasion for those outside. One person started to head towards the generator with a pickaxe in their hand as they prepared to strike at it in the hopes of destroying it and removing the electrical defenses. However, just as they saw a metal animal-shaped statue which was nearby, it felt as if they were being watched by it, but shook their head as they had recognized the metal statues as just statues and nothing else. Many others continued to act as they planned without knowing how they were walking towards their own graves. The statues watched their actions, and upon showing destructive or hostile actions within the walls of the sunken castle, they started to move, and the strong claws or teeth of them caused heavy damage to those people as they were killed or subdued. They were the automata of Ein, which were made in the shapes of many different animals. Some were smaller animals, while others were slightly bigger, like the size of a medium or large dog, and a very small amount were as big as a tiger. Many of the automata had been placed around the island to behave as statues and act as observers and silent protectors, so the moment that there was a flaw in the security and others were able to slip past or cause harm to the people or area, they would exit their state of sleep. Oftentimes, when the master and their strongest followers are away, the security will become weaker, and enemies outside will use the absence as an excuse to attack, so Alyssia had Ein leave her automata behind to act as the protectors and guards. As they acted, they set off alarms within the area to alert the others of an attack, which prompted Ivy and Zahajan into action as they lead those able to fight towards where there was an enemy. Ivy dove into the fight using her small and slim build to her advantage as she changed to her hybrid form. Several lacerating slashes of her claws allowed her to defeat many, while she also made use of her mastery over the dragon claw technique to grab onto the opponent and crush whatever she held onto, or at least allowed her to hold them in place for another attack. Occasionally, she would back off when she was outnumbered and then lift up her arm, which had a metal cylinder attached to it. She clenched her fist as if she was squeezing something, and a circular object was shot from the cylinder at a fast speed. Upon exiting the cylinder, the circular object then transformed into a spinning blade type of pop green, which was the shuriken type, which was triggered upon being fired and cut through anything in its path. However, that was not the end, as she released her grip and squeezed 2 more times, which fired off another 2, which were the same. She then backed off again and raised her other arm as she did the same action 3 times. This time the result was different, as 3 large plants grew quickly nearby and started to devour those by them. In another place, Zahajan was holding his ground as he was dressed within his new suit of armor that protected his chest and legs while keeping him firmly on the ground, while his arms were left bare and his head had a protective helmet on it. He swung each of his hammers according to his practiced rhythm as an electrical attack was released upon coming into contact with the enemy, followed by a second attack, which followed with more power. The second attack released a large amount of heat, which helped to defeat the enemy along with the built-up power, which was then followed by a third, fourth, and so on. The first opponent he faced was the lucky one, as they did not get that much damage done to them compared to others, and only a light electrocution, while the next one suffered more severe injuries and burns from the impact. The more that he fought them, The more that he could not stop himself from doing excessive damage, the more he swung his hammers. The more he swung and built up his power, the more likely his enemies would suffer a fatal or life-threatening blow. After requesting assistance, Alfred started to send some others to assist with the defenses while Alyssia and the others were still away. In the meantime, those on Rika Island were left to defend themselves from attacks from the lawless zone, as they tried all kinds of tactics to overwhelm them over the course of many days until reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, within the capital of Rika Island, the nobles' homes and other places of importance suffered many setbacks from similar tactics used by the lawless king as he made his move to remove his opponents, which prompted the noble families and the royals to gather together to come up with a solution as they planned to move their forces to control the chaos and counterattack against the lawless king. Within the capital city of Rika Island, inside of an ancient stone castle, there was many people who knelt down before the person in the throne. A man with gray hair and wrinkles sat on the throne, and by his side sat a thin woman with gray hair and wrinkles. Behind them was a group of smartly dressed people who resembled them, and some small children who had some similarities. One of the people kneeling down started to speak. "My king, we have come up a way to prevent further problems and deal with our enemies once and for all." The king showed a look of interest. "You have permission to speak." They started to explain their plan. The only influence on the island is no longer just those of the capital and the lawless zone anymore. There is the influence that belongs to the sunken castle. The king then frowned. "Have you investigated them?" The king had started to show interest to things outside the capital along with his trusted advisors ever since the events of Marineford. Before, they were ignorant about certain things because they rarely had people leave the island and investigate, or they had not dared to even venture out of the capital themselves for fear of being attacked. Their ignorance allowed for the White Storm to easily take over the sunken castle and establish their own place, while the lawless zone became even worse after the war as a conflict had already started. However, after investigating the residents of the sunken castle, they were finally able to come up with some results which made them draw up plans of their own. The man replied, "It has been confirmed that they are very influential in the outside world, where they have helped other islands increase their trade with other islands and provide protection services for a price while occasionally targeting those with a bounty on their heads. It is well known that they do not usually get involved with conflicts within an island, but this might not be a problem if we can give them enough of a reason to help us remove a threat. It is already in our favor that the lawless king will most likely send his men to attack them too. If we cannot move them with revenge alone, then we can try using money or status to allow us to work together. This way we can gain a potential ally and push our own agenda forward while removing any stain from within the island." The king then nodded. You are correct. Since we are not a recognized island of the world government, we will not receive any outside help, and it will cost us all if we wish to hire any other help. We can probably set up an agreement that will entice them to do most of the dirty work for us." The man smiled. The king is wise. One person talked about cooperation, while the other understood it as using those within the sunken castle to do the hard and dirty work for them so that they could clean up the island and move towards their true purpose. The king was very satisfied as he said, "If this is successful, then we can achieve our dream of joining the world government and change our island completely from the previous lawless area everyone believes it to be. Draw up a plan and send a group to the sunken castle. Be sure to do it stealthily." Many of the nobles showed a look of excitement. Some had indifference on their faces, while a small number had a look of anger in their eyes. Many of them were excited that the situation was in their favor, so long as the negotiations were successful, while others did not like the idea of outsiders stepping into their island's problems and taking away the glory and riches for themselves. Even when danger was at their doorsteps, they still stopped to consider the benefits that they would lose out on if someone else stepped in to help them, but to them, their pride and greed were often the things that they valued the most, as it helped each of them to maintain their current positions and rise higher in the ranks. Just as Alfred, Jester, Lucier, and Sunila had arrived on the island, they headed to the sunken castle, where Yao and Xena were being closely guarded and cared for within the walls by the staff within the castle. Ghost took up the role of protecting them and keeping a close watch over the prisoners like Shiki and Dr. Indigo, along with the petrified statue of an old lady. The people belonging to their side had suffered very few injuries thanks to their quick response time and the measures that had been put in place, but upon hearing about everything, Lucier stepped forward with his newly made weapons in each hand. "Where are they? I will cut those people up. How dare they?" Alfred put his hand on his shoulder and then pulled him back. "Calm down. Alyssia would not have left without putting a plan in place or setting up some way to defend ourselves, so it could have been much worse. However, what you should be asking is why they are acting now." Jester smirked as he juggled some daggers in his hands. "We arrived here a long time ago and were able to settle in just fine, but that is because we have been careful. She probably left so that she could test how we would respond to the situation. She knew that once we revealed a weakness, those on the island would make a move. We have passed the first stage, but what comes after is just as important. It is actually quite funny." Sunila tilted her head to the side. "What do you mean?" Jester continued. "When the bad guys start misbehaving, many will want to teach them a lesson or even put them down to prevent future troubles. However, once they realize the risks, they will back down right away, unless there is a way for them to turn the tables on their enemies with less risk. How do you think they would act if they knew who we were?" Lucier frowned. "But we do not get involved with others' disputes, right?" Alfred nodded. "That is true. It would be very true for us, but now it no longer can be considered as someone else's dispute." Ivy gasped. "You mean that she planned to use the excuse of revenge to justify our actions so that we can take up the task this time?" Zahajan shook his head. "She may not have planned it to every detail, so it cannot be perfect, but I think that she has set up the right environment for us to act on our own without worrying about the final outcome." Monera laughed, revealing her sharp teeth. "So sneaky. But what is it that she wants this time? Gold? Jewels? More influence? Or is this just to train or test us?" Alfred then spoke. "I think that it may be a little of all of them." Someone walked into the room and bowed. "Boss, it seems that we have a visitor." Alfred sighed. "Just on time." Jester broke into laughter. "The pieces are all in place. All that we need to do now is just make the best use of the situation." Monera revealed a crafty look in her eyes. "Old man, do not let us down." Alfred then spoke. "Continue to arrange for the other mercenaries that are not working to remain on standby until I call for them. If this is successful, then we should gain a lot." Everyone nodded as Alfred left. They then hurried to get ready for a battle. The negotiations began as the terms of the agreement was brought up, but Alfred then counterattacked. "We did not really suffer that much from the attack, but I do admit that we do hold some resentment against them. However, I am still a businessman first and foremost, so how about this? I heard that you wish to be recognized as a member of the world government system and receive the protection of the Marines. This can only be achieved once most people on the island agree to it, and you get rid of the lawless zone, so you need us more than we need you. We could just as easily leave this island to settle somewhere else to avoid further problems. So, in exchange for our cooperation and hard work, I want to make some changes." Alfred had done his homework on the influences on Rika Island a long time ago, and he knew some of their political goals, so it was easy for him to turn things in his favor. The man opposite looked a little angered but held it in. "Please speak." He had a large amount of pride which had been challenged by Alfred, but he came on the order of the king and could not fail since it affected the island's long-term plan. Alfred then continued. "First is a contracted agreement to grant 1 or 2 noble titles of noble status upon the island being recognized by the world government. Having a noble title was very important to Alfred since it helped to let him face other nobles without needing to be as careful as he had before, while it also provided himself and the White Storm an extra layer of protection. It was even better if the title came from a world government-affiliated country, so that the noble title and status was recognized by the outside world. If it was not, then it would only be able to be used within Rika Island, which was useless to Alfred and many others unless they had plans to remain." The man then replied, "I can only offer 1 title, and it cannot be too high. Any more will be difficult to achieve." Alfred smiled. "Second, the White Storm have rights to the percentage of the spoils of war, depending on how much we have contributed. Third, we will take payment up front, but since this is a personal matter too, we can consider bringing down the price a little. Fourth, if there is a valid bounty within those killed by us, then we have the rights to claim it." The second condition was to state that while it was a business transaction, it was still a war. In war there were casualties, and while they were compensated with the payment for their work, there would still be the spoils of war to deal with afterwards, which would cause further friction and cause the agreement to fall apart once greed gets the best of everyone. Since the army of the royals and nobles were participating, they would want some of the spoils of war, but they could only get the same percentage of it for how much they had actually done during the war. The third condition was to avoid any future problems with the king or nobles backing out of paying the full amount after the spoils of war were split, so that everyone who participated would be paid in full. The fourth condition was put in place, so that extra berries could be made, since many in the lawless zone may have a bounty on their heads which could be claimed. The king and nobility may not care much about collecting the bounties, but their subordinates may, since it will help them gain a little more for their efforts. So Alfred put that condition there to allow his own people to collect on the bounties they had found within the battlefield, while protecting the ones his subordinates had killed from the other soldiers. The man grit his teeth and said, "Are you trying to humiliate us? These conditions are unfair for our side." Alfred shook his head. "You should know about the White Storm's reputation after doing a little investigation, so you should know that our price is not cheap these days, and we have many mouths to feed just like you. With our power, we can change the final outcome should we decide to attack, and I am sure that you are aware of that. If you wish to gain from our cooperation, then those involved in the war will have to work harder to gain anything. After all, we do not want to do all of the work ourselves while everyone else sits on the back lines and then wishes to swallow up all the benefits afterwards." Alfred spoke in a slightly cold tone as he warned the man opposite him and the people he served not to have any funny ideas of leaving the work to others and expecting to swallow up the spoils of war, or to not have any thoughts of betrayal. He was letting them know that it was both sides who were cooperating in the war and not the White Storm that was running into the front lines with the people at their backs, but they should be acting together if both sides wished to cooperate and gain some benefits at the end of the battle. Without putting themselves or their forces at risk, how could they ever hope to achieve their dream unless they planned on using more shady methods? Alfred spotted the weakness of the position of the White Storm, where they could be betrayed or taken advantage of if they had spent a long time fighting and were weakened, so he had to make it safe for the others as much as possible. As the man and his escorts returned to the capital to pass on the message and agreement that had been drawn up, many nobles started to voice their dissatisfaction, but were silenced by the king, who saw it as another opportunity. Many nobles were becoming too greedy as they were starting to become a thorn in his side. So he found that the conditions set could be used to provoke those with too much greed and possibly let them self-destruct because of it. The chances of them succeeding was not that high, so the king saw it as a chance to remove any noble families with too big of an ambition and regain his power within the island. Once they and the lawless king were removed, he only had to worry about the citizens' petitions to make his plan move forward, while the White Storm were people he hoped to build further relations with, since they were an outside force that could open up his country and improve the trade situation of the island. After further investigation, he had rethought over everything and realized that the White Storm are better as allies and not enemies. It would be beneficial to see the deal through to the end and build up a relationship between them. In the long term, Rika Island could not build up its forces or wealth to last long on its own, while donating the heavenly gold tribute to the celestial dragons, so they had to find a way to open up their lands to trade before they were forced to consider other options like warring with other islands like many others. However, there was always a final option to be taken as a last resort, so the king did not wish to discard the relationship with the White Storm, who would gain a noble status from within Rika Island. He also hoped that he could make connections from using his relationship with the White Storm, since they would receive their noble status from him, but he did not know that certain plans were already being put in place to put aside any kind of connection to Rika Island, as the White Storm was preparing to move after staying for some time. The closer that people were ready to go to the New World, the less likely they would remain within Rika Island or rely on the noble title unless it was used outside of Rika Island. Within the main room of the lawless king was standing overlooking his territory from above with a cold look. "My patience has run out. Unlike my ancestors, I cannot wait any longer. With my generation, I will be the one to achieve the ancestors' wish. Too much time has passed to allow our bloodline to survive and grow in power, but now it is my turn to achieve the goal of retaking the island. No matter what I must do, I will do it for the sake of that goal." "Aha! He had a crazed look in his eyes, and to him, the moon above looked blood red as he anticipated the blood that would be spilled. Now is our time. It is time for the true rulers to take back the land from the filthy usurpers. He had been patient like his ancestors had wished for their descendants to eventually carry out the plan to build up power patiently and take revenge on the current king of Rika Island and his entire bloodline. The ancestors of the king of Rika Island were of low birth, but became a qualified guardian family and a trusted aid to the ancestors of the lawless king who ruled the island. However, that bond and trust was broken due to the lawless king's ancestors' tyrannical way of ruling. Their bloodline only seemed to produce children that grew up as a tyrant, or perhaps it was due to the family teaching and upbringing that made them that way. They abused their power and hurt their citizens many times. Even their most trusted aides who swore to protect the royal family eventually stopped carrying their swords with pride, and then later were forced to turn their swords on their ruler and their bloodline so that a new age could be brought forward. The man who killed the previous king was then crowned as the king of Rice Island, and his descendants continued until the present day, while some of the bloodline of the previous king had gone through many difficulties before gaining power gradually within the ruins at the center of the island, taking over the tribes and villagers with unfair methods, creating a lawless zone, and establishing close ties to criminals, bandits, cannibals, mercenaries, and pirates is what they had been doing for several hundred years so that they could build up their resources and power to take back the throne. All they needed was to wait to build up that power and use it when the royals and nobles were at their weakest. But the lawless king had become impatient and saw himself as the one who would achieve the wish. It was either his delusion that he was the chosen one or his arrogance that led him to believe that it was the right time for him to act, but he had overplayed his hand when he got greedy. Attacking the White Storm was something that he should never have done, and it would cause everything that his bloodline had built up to collapse. It could be that he had a short-term memory, and he had forgotten the previous warning and the information that he had gathered on the White Storm, so, with a long time of peace on the island, he quickly became complacent and arrogant, but it could also be that he was just simply crazy and illogical enough to provoke them. There is an attack. Prepare to meet the enemy. There is an army approaching the front gate. Report. Attack on the side gate too. Prepare the crossbows and guns. Throw some spears at them and pour hot oil and water on those trying to climb the walls. They have ladders. Quickly destroy them. Push them off the wall if they get close. They have brought several battering rams. Take out those bringing them forward. Do not let they reach the gates. Man down. The man at the top of the building that overlooked everything revealed a crazed look in his eyes, but no panic was seen. He walked slowly towards a sealed box and revealed a creepy smile. Ah, now it is time. I have trained and endured so much hardship. With this final piece that is in place, I will overcome it all. He seemed to look towards the thing inside with desire, as if it was something incredibly important that could turn even the worst of situations to his favor once again. He took out the small fruit that was the size of a small bean and ate it without even bothering to check if it was safe to consume. Ancestors, bless me. It was as if he had already known the powers he would receive upon eating the devil fruit, as he went straight to the food storage area and started to consume a large amount of eggs, nuts, fish, beans, and different types of meat and poultry. However, his body did not grow any fatter, as if he was digesting the food at a rapid rate. Strength, yes. Come to me. Ah. Gulp. Ah. Show. Good. Chomp. This is the rush I have been looking for all this time. Ah! The king of the lawless zone had further descended into madness as he anticipated the blood that would be shed in the battle, since he believed in the power of his fruit along with his own power that he had built up. Even those White Storm jerks, they are nothing to me now. He was already too far gone and could not have foreseen the future events that would happen and what was currently happening in different parts of the island. At the docking area that was connected to the lawless zone, many pirates and criminals were on board their ships, as they were expecting to stay where they were for the night or go to the lawless zone later to help out with the battle that was coming. Others remained in place, because they were always remaining cautious as they weighed the variables and left themselves a path to escape. If the lawless zone was defeated, then the only way to retreat would be towards them, where the enemy of the lawless king would have a difficult time approaching unless they used boats to go around or ventured through the forest, and took on the dangers that come with it, so it would be difficult for others to approach without being noticed unless they chose to take such a path. Even if they tried to use the method of going around by sea, the ships may be destroyed and looted upon approaching if they were not identified as an ally force. The people on the docks or within their ships were quite relaxed, but a change took place within the water as something started emerging from underneath. Land was rising from beneath the water, and a long neck and tail came out along with it not too far away. Finally, the large prehistoric-looking head emerged from the water and then bit a large chunk out of a ship within a short moment and started destroying the ships and cut off their route for escape. Many fishmen arrived on the ships nearby, and among them was Monera, who laughed while revealing a sneaky-looking grin as she cracked her knuckles. Time to cut off their escape. Charge! Ness possessed a massive amount of destructive power, just using the power of her long neck and tough head, but the strong biting force was even more powerful as she destroyed many ships. Several cannonballs and bullets were shot towards her, but she just shrugged them off as if they were even less than tiny bug bites to her. The added assistance of the fishmen was more than enough to provide additional support to kill or subdue the enemy forces on board the ships or those on the island, while the merfolk provided support from the water and attacked the ships from below. The many sea creatures continued to deal with those that fell into the water and attacked the ships from below before they made their way onto land to battle the people staying nearby, as they had claimed the docks for themselves and successfully cut off the escape route for the enemy before the battle had even begun. Monera smirked as she recalled the previous conversation. Indeed, it went just like they said it would. I guess that Ness played the biggest role in this and allowed for us to block their path and cause this much destruction. Alyssia sure does know how to make powerful creatures. I am kind of envious. Several hours ago, Alfred drew up the battle plans for Rika Island and brought up what would be happening during the battle. We will keep this simple and attack one wall while the other will target the one facing the capital. This will split their defenses, and if we are successful, they will have two ways to escape from. The problem comes after this. Monera! Monera grinned as she raised her hand. What is it you want me to do? Alfred continued. Both walls will be used for their escape, upon them looking like they will lose. Their only path from there will be the docks or the surrounding forest or villages, while they could also come across some other mountain area or ruins to hold up in temporarily. The most likely place for most of them to go would be the docks, which would allow many to escape the island for good and allow them to evade the royals' forces and pursuit. A sly look appeared in Monera's eyes. You want me to go and cut off the path of escape then? But I do not think we can do that alone. Alfred revealed a smile of satisfaction as he stated calmly. That is why you will be taking Ness with you this time. She has not got to experience proper combat against humans yet, so now is the time she can test her capabilities. Monera revealed a look of excitement. Excellent. In the present time, Monera looked over the mess created by the large sea creature and sighed. When it grows bigger, I can imagine that it will become even more fearsome. Giant sea kings, beware. Not long after the attack had begun on the docks, the people of the capital started moving from within their protective walls as their strongest warriors were brought out to fight, and on another part of the island, the people of the White Storm were venturing deeper towards the central part of Rika Island where the lawless zone is. Before the attack had even begun, an unexpected attack came from within the walls. Inside the walls of the lawless zone, a man was walking out of tavern in a drunken stupor and stepped onto the ground, which seemed to swallow them up. They fell below into a hole and tried to regain their composure, but before their eyes could adjust to the darkness, a claw tore through their throat, which rendered them unable to even let out a single noise before they died. A small figure climbed up from the hole and took out a large slingshot before opening fire upon the tavern. Many small seeds flew inside, and a combination of bamboo javelins and carnivorous plants caused chaos within as many screams followed. The small figure disappeared back into the hole as the route behind her seemed to be destroyed and caved in as she continued on to the next destination, just as the others were catching the attention of those within from outside of the walls. Ivy was able to attack several local inns bars, and strongholds before quickly escaping underground before she was found. Wherever she passed, there would be many who were eaten by the carnivorous plants, and they would be pierced by the bamboo javelins. Few were able to be saved, but her little covert mission allowed her to sneak attack them and get away, while the people nearby would then be attracted to those locations because of the screams inside. She made use of her digging abilities, as she was able to dig under and through the stone wall to create a path for herself and then move about freely within the walls of the lawless zone. Underneath the ground, within a small tunnel that she was burrowing, Ivy wiped the dirt from her face and sighed. This is such a tiring and filthy task, but I cannot complain since this type of task suits my abilities. Humph, that old man had better pay me back for this. Some time ago, Alfred pointed to the map where the walls were. One of the problems that we will have to deal with is their large numbers that will be protecting the walls from within, while some may even confront us directly. Until we can break past the walls or open a gate, we cannot possibly gain a truly advantageous position in this war. So, Ivy rolled her eyes. What is it? Humph. Alfred sighed as he pointed to the walls. Among us, there are quite a few that can break past the walls, but they would all be facing direct fire from all directions. We need someone to use more covert methods to break past the wall and cause chaos within and reduce their numbers. We can take advantage of that chaos to weaken their defenses on the walls and gain the chance to create a gap where we can enter. If you can reduce their numbers enough, you can attempt to open the gates. However, first I wanted to focus on attacking any places that large amounts of people may gather together, or any of the main strongholds or places to store food or other materials. Ivy glared at him. Why give me this kind of task? Alfred shook his head. I know that you are still young, and this is asking a lot of you, but I believe in your capabilities. You have received direct training from Alyssia, so you should not be any less useful than any of us. With your transformation, you can easily infiltrate within the walls and complete this task. All you need to do is remain vigilant and escape once you have been noticed or have completed an attack so that you can remain safe. Ivy frowned and then nodded slowly. All right, but I want an extra share of the Boyne treats. Alfred waved his hand lazily. Fine, it is a deal. Ivy revealed a small and cute smile before suppressing it as she looked towards Alfred indifferently. Humph. On the walls where the biggest towers were built to overlook the inside and outside of the walls, many people were on lookout, and on one of them there was an attack which came suddenly. Many hockey-coated arrows flew towards them without warning and took out one after another, as they pierced very accurately into their head or neck, which ended them quickly. Each arrow came one after another without much delay, so they had no time to draw attention to themselves before their deaths. Another arrow hit the tower, and a figure in a dark cloak could be seen flying upward in the direction of the arrow, while holding onto a metallic bow until a mechanism was pressed on the bow, and she dropped onto the wall. As she landed, Sunila rolled to lessen the damage from the fall, and while rolling she removed another arrow and aimed her bow readily as she got a firm footing on the wall. Just as she had landed, one of the dead people fell from the tower and fell below, which alerted the people nearby. Gooer, ah! An arrow entered their throat, and they dropped down to the ground lifelessly before they could alert anyone of the nearby threat, and anyone that had even come close had experienced the same thing. Sunila grinned on top of the wall, where she had the greatest use as a sniper, as she took down many potential threats with ordinary arrows or ones coated with hockey. Old Man Alfred gave me an easy task. A large group of people appeared as they stumbled upon the many dead bodies, and an arrow hit one of them on the heart, which then released a blinding light in the middle of them in a single moment. Wah! Ard! No, Before they could recover and recognize the danger they were in, they were each quickly hit with an arrow one after another. The snake that was attached to Sunila's waist hissed and flicked its tongue with a bored look on its place, but then the look on its face had changed. It got down from her body and went to a nearby spot on the walls which Sunila had missed because she had not yet checked it properly with her hockey, because she was focused on dealing with the incoming threats and trusted in her partner to handle anything else. Not too far away, there was a man trembling in fear with a knife in his hand while he remained hidden and kept silent the whole time during the attack from Sunila, but his eyes occasionally looked towards her direction from his hiding place. He had seen her turn her back on him, and his eyes lit up, but he noticed something odd about her figure. Where did the thing on her body go? He had mistaken the long and thin thing on her body as an accessory and did not realize the incoming threat. Just as he was mentally preparing himself to attack Sunila during a moment of weakness, a shadow grew bigger under his body as something appeared above him. The moment that he turned around to look, fear filled his eyes as the weapon snake with the name Marilee had already got within range to bite into his neck before he could even utter a single cry or put of any kind of resistance. Marilee continued to hunt down anyone in the area that is near the stairs that leads up onto the wall, which kept Sunila safe from any surprise attacks as she cleared the wall near one of the corners while the place in the center there was still many people by the gate, and on the other side in the other corner, there was another attack taking place at the same time which attracted attention away from Sunila. She took out many arrows with explosive functions built in along with a timer, and then fired them towards many buildings that were close by, and some bigger buildings that were close by. She then wandered closer towards the middle of the wall where the gate was, and started to fight against those on top of the wall while avoiding the path of bullets that were fired at her. With a couple of quick movements, she dived and flipped around before meeting the enemy head-on. She spun her body around and blocked a sword with her bow and pushed back before taking out an arrow and firing it. She then dodged another attack, then turned around and sent the end of bow whipping towards the face of her enemy. He turned again to lower her body and trip over another, and then took out an arrow while stabbing it into the leg of another. With the openings that she had created, Marilee had taken the chance to bite at their vital points, which gave them a severe enough wound to kill them. Sunila continued to fight against those on the wall as she made her way closer to the gate area, and she kept practicing the fighting style, which she had learned from Alyssia. Her style incorporated martial arts, acrobatics, weapon use, and archery along with some other elements, so she had some difficulty adjusting at first, but later she found that it had been tailor-made to suit her previous style of combat, but added some other movements and techniques to what she already had while no longer having her worry about the safety of Marilee, who she had previously used as her primary weapon. Now that Marilee was assisting her in a new way, like helping her to attack or defend, and to help her regain her balance or other things, she could focus on her shooting when she was without any other support while not having to worry about close-range combat anymore. As she got closer, she occasionally shot some explosive arrows down towards the people below who had not attempted to climb up onto the wall. The explosive arrows landed in the middle of the crowded groups and exploded, which made many close by being pushed back and fall to the ground injured, while those closest had suffered more severe wounds which could even be fatal. Finally, she was close enough to get a couple of shots off on the gate where many were gathered, and she destroyed the main mechanism which held the gate closed securely even against large attacks. Her mind was kept preoccupied by something else as she fired off some more explosive arrows towards some other buildings or where a large crowd was before firing off another wire-based arrow up onto a large and tall tree, and then stepped outside the wall, as she then was brought upward onto the tree. As she was going higher and rested on top of a strong tree branch, she overlooked the battlefield as the lawless zone had become severely weakened from her actions, and as many appeared on the walls just a little after she had escaped. She continued to snipe from her safe location, and she overlooked the battle from above until many explosions followed one after another. Many buildings were destroyed by the blasts, and the rubble fell onto the people below while those inside were closest to the blast and suffered the worst damage compared to others. I need some more of those. They're so useful. Usually those within the White Storm did not create explosives, poisons, diseases, and flammable weapons, because they are too difficult to control, but there were some which had been made to be put onto some arrows for Sunila, but they were only to be used in special situations. They did not have that big of an explosive effect as ordinary bombs, so they could only be used for targeted and small explosions to damage the structure of buildings, walls and gates, or other structures, while also releasing enough force to damage many people who were near the blast. The timed explosive arrows were the same, but instead of exploding upon impact, they have a set time which allows for additional utility and use for different strategies. She thought back to a little while ago. Alfred finished giving Ivy her task, and then turned to Sunila, who had merrily attached to her waist. While Monera handles taking care of the route to retreat, Ivy will reduce their numbers inside the walls with surprise attacks. What is left is the vantage points where they can keep a watch out for our approach and to deal with the gate. Sunila pondered a little, then spoke. You want me to go alone, just like them, right? Alfred nodded. Among the people that are not of a superior race like the minks or fishmen of the crew, there are a couple that possess very high capabilities already, or possess a special ability to help us tactically. You have superior strength compared to others in hockey, so you can survive this without much difficulty, even with many guns aimed at you. Your archery is mostly what is needed since it is quieter than a gun, which will allow you to infiltrate and kill more of them while carrying out additional damage to the enemy's forces. He pointed to a corner of the wall and then moved his finger along towards the middle of the wall. Start at the corner and move into the middle where you should locate the gate. Destroy anything that will block the gates and keep it locked before you escape, but if you get overrun and experience difficulty to complete it, then do not risk your life. Sunila nodded. Does that mean that I can use the new arrows? Alfred smiled. Of course, the best time to make use of them would be now, but remember that if you cause too much destruction, it would be difficult to salvage anything of value from the remains. Sunila froze on the spot and then replied, I will try to be careful. On another corner of the walls protecting the lawless zone, another point was set up for those within the walls to oversee everything. A man that was dressed in a business suit emerged casually from the forest and approached the wall, which alerted a couple of people who were on lookout duties. He calmly adjusted his tie and stood still as he looked above the wall and saw the people above come closer as they had aimed weapons at him from above and leaned over to look at him with vigilance. Who are you? State your purpose. The man did not move, but only shook his finger from side to side. Then the people above became irritated. Just shoot him. Just as they were about to pull the trigger, their weapons disappeared from their hands. Huh? What? Where did it? You? The man stretched out his arms, and his two forearms were fired above the walls, and then held onto the part of the watchtower. What is this freak? This is inhuman. Enemy attack. The arms started to be pulled back into his body, but since they were gripped onto the tower, his body was then pulled up into the sky before he arrived above the wall and let go, which allowed him to land on the wall. He stretched out his arms again, and his hand captured a man in the watchtower while there were many that attacked him on the wall. However, they could not harm him with such simple attacks because of his high durability as a cyborg, and they had their weapons stolen from them. Alfred took back his arm after he grabbed a person from the tower and then swung his arm around to release them and let them fall outside of the wall where they fell and got heavily injured or even died. A dagger flew into the body of the person who fell and then disappeared from where it was. What? There is another enemy. This guy is not a normal human. He is strange. We have a devil fruit user as an enemy now. Who did we provoke? The strangeness of the things happening could only be explained by a strange ability from a devil fruit or some form of human modification. So they grew fearful as they were unable to find a way to bring down Alfred or find the other person hiding in the dark that was believed to be the one taking their weapons away. My coin bag? Mine too. Who is the thief? While their belongings were being taken away as they tried to subdue Alfred, Alfred had already captured each of the people on the tower and threw them from the wall. Many things were thrown out in the open that belonged to those people, and a young man ran out from the cover of the forest as he ran towards the wall and reached out his hand. Alfred elbowed a man in the face while he turned to kick another, but then reached out his hand and extended it towards Jester, which caught Jester's hand and pulled him up. As Jester was flying upward, he stretched his hand towards the pile of things and spoke. Snatch! He then held many types of coins in his hands and threw them towards the people above that were attacking Alfred. His strong strength and improved throwing power caused the coins to cause them a large amount of damage to them upon hitting them, which forced them to step back and even fall from the wall. After the coins were thrown, a dagger was mixed in within them, followed by a needle and kunai as he mixed up the types of things that he threw towards them. Some were dangerous while some were less damaging, and most of all, he was able to retrieve them if they missed the target. However, the best feature of his ability and the way he used it was not just his ability to snatch others' items, but to also be able to keep an arsenal close by without the need to bring it on his body. Among the things he had stolen and piled up outside the wall was a large box which contained many types of throwing weapons, swords and daggers, so whatever he got his hands on became something to be thrown at his enemies. Upon landing on the wall, he held 2 daggers in his hands tightly after releasing many deadly attacks, and was met with the many new enemies after those nearby had sent out an alarm to everyone close about their invasion. Jester walked by Alfred's side and bumped his shoulder with his fist. "You sure are tough. Not even a scratch on you." Alfred sighed. "I know this was part of the plan, but did you really have to do that?" Jester shrugged as his eyes revealed a playful look. "I knew that even if they hit you, you would be fine, so no need to worry. Throwing many things at once is not always so accurate, but it is effective on crowds so long as allies are not nearby. But with you around, I do not need to worry about that." Alfred sternly spoke. "Whatever, I will let this go for now, but you should focus. They are coming." Someone appeared nearby as they climbed the stairs and were caught by Alfred's arm, which fired out and dragged them back towards him. The other fist hit the body of the person who was pulled towards Alfred before they were tossed aside, and their current status was unknown as they showed no signs of movement. Many grappling moves, punches, and grabs continued on anyone else that appeared as Alfred made use of his winch modifications to defeat his enemies. Many deadly weapons continued to be thrown towards anyone within sight, and they could not even open fire upon Alfred or Jester before they lost their guns or any other weapon they had on their body. Jester and Alfred were very casual as they walked around the area that they were attacking. Jester had always been strong on his own, but with his improvements since joining the crew along with his mastery over his devil fruit, he had become even more fearsome. The combination of the two of them was like having a strong shield and dagger. One could take the hits and fight too, but the other was able to cause a lot of damage from a close range or from a distance depending on how it was used. The more that they fought, the more attention they attracted, and the more difficult it became to snatch so many weapons, but he still could use Alfred for cover and use his observation hockey to detect the nearby people who were firing upon them and steal the weapons to lessen the burden. A very large crowd emerged. Some held weapons in their hands while some did not, but many of them showed a little hesitation to step forward because of the threat that Alfred and Jester posed to them. Jester patted Alfred on his shoulder as he stepped out from the cover confidently, as he threw 2 daggers up into the air as he juggled them. "Let me show you something fun." A series of complicated and tricky movements followed with his hands as he caught his daggers in each hand and threw one forward towards a person in the crowd. Alfred showed a look of confusion. "Isn't this just the same thing?" However, Jester did not stop as his next movement followed as he swiped his dagger in a line sideways, and with his other hand he turned it towards the dagger and said, "Snatch!" A flying wind blade formed from his attack, which flew towards the crowd who had started to close the distance, while another one followed behind it after Jester retrieved his dagger. As he continued to juggle and use his snatch in between his flying wind blades, he stole the weapons nearby and added them to what was in the air or to what was thrown by him in between releasing flying wind blades. Many of his attack patterns became unpredictable the more the variety of weapons increased, and the damage done by the flying wind blades increased depending on the weapon used. Alfred sighed. He has been keeping himself busy. Alfred then joined in to assist Jester so that he did not get surrounded and captured so many enemies were cut up by flying wind blades, pierced by throwing weapons or larger weapons that were thrown, or they just cut up by Jester after they had gotten within range of his daggers as he switched back to both of his daggers again while evading any type of attack before counterattacking. The remaining people were either captured by Alfred and thrown from the wall, or were beaten up by him, but more just kept on coming up the stairs due to the chaos they had created. Even some of Jester's attacks had signs that his weapons were coated in armament hockey when he faced off against people that wore tough armor or had stronger bodies. They had not caught the attention of many people within the walls before many explosions were heard from closer to the other corner where Sunila was on the other side of the wall, as the explosions started to get much closer. While Alfred and Jester attracted the attention of the many people on one side, Sunila infiltrated the other and made her way towards the gate and destroyed the means of holding the gate shut securely and preventing anyone from breaking in. Alfred showed a smirk as he recalled the battle plans. "Everything is coming together. To be honest, I thought that we could do this with just a small group, but that would be too wasteful. What we need is to experience a proper battle and learn from it. We cannot just power through everything like we have in many situations." As the explosions went off nearby Jester started laughing comically. Ah ha ha ha! It has been done! Many types of ball-shaped objects appeared in his hands as he stretched his hands towards the box outside the wall. Snatch! A variety of different effects followed, as some had a fuse lit before he juggled them and tossed them below him inside the walls where the enemy was, while some did not have any kind of mechanism. A couple released a simple burst of smoke or powder upon making contact with the ground or a person, which caused people to become weak or disoriented, while the others set off a small explosion or released a colorful smoke as the contents inside the ball was ignited. Many of the enemies were helpless in the face of the many things that they had to deal with. So many of the weaker people were unable to stand after a while after being affected by what they had breathed in. Some of the other round things turned out to be shuriken-type pop green, and upon being released from his hand as he threw them, they cut up anything in their path. Jester stretched out his hands, and 2 masks appeared in his hands as he handed one over to Alfred. Time to cause some more trouble. They both placed the gas masks on their faces and walked down the stairs as they dealt with anyone they came across. Jester's use of his acrobatics and observant hockey allowed him to stroll among the gas and smoke as he passed by many enemies that were struggling to find their way or struggling to even stand up. Each time he passed by, his daggers would cut or stab them as he quietly continued forward, and Alfred bumped into many others due to his inability to use observation hockey. Even without that ability, Alfred could confidently walk forward without fear of being injured as they started clearing the area of the enemies and started making their way towards the wall nearby. That would be one of the ones that would be used for the enemy's escape. Alfred and Jester continued to cause trouble for the enemy within the walls as they attracted a lot of attention to themselves and defeated many enemies one after another. After a while, it was difficult to count the number of lives that they had ended. Anyone that still had the will to fight would be killed right away, while a lucky few surrendered after realizing how useless their struggle was. Not everyone in the walls could be considered a bad person, but in times of war, even the most innocent-looking individual could not be overlooked by Alfred and Jester because many were still loyal to the lawless king and were carrying out their duties. 2 sides were opposing each other, and it was difficult to show mercy unless the enemy was thoroughly subdued and no longer able to resist or become a danger to their allies. While they both tried not to cause an absolute massacre inside the walls, some of it could not be helped since they were the invaders and enemies of those people who followed the lawless king, who had ordered the attack on the sunken castle and triggered the war in the first place. While the lawless zone was being attacked in many ways to cause chaos within and on the walls, the capital's army arrived at the gates and were met with a fierce resistance upon being spotted while they were approaching. The fight started off as a ranged battle as they traded gunshots and other projectiles until the numbers were reduced, and the people of the capital became much braver. Shield and armor units, along with some minor foot soldiers, pushed forward as they secured the front and started setting up means of seizing the walls. Some carried ladders and hooks attached to rope to allow themselves to climb upwards, while others carried a battering ram as they started striking at the gate while under fire. The people on the walls responded quickly and poured hot liquids down to burn and knock those climbing back down, while they did the same to those striking at the gate to reduce the power they could exert as they were striking the gate. One of the main warriors was faster than others and much more agile, so he ran up the ladder the first opportunity that he got and started to fight against those on the wall as he provided the others a moment to climb up too. The shield and ranged unit kept in place where they were best put to use, while the foot soldiers used their numbers to overwhelm the people on the walls and buy time for the gate to be smashed. More and more strong people from the army had made their way up, so they were able to deal with the stronger people who provided backup on the walls as more and more people came to fight against the people of the capital. Capital dogs, go back where you came from. Vile spawns, filthy creatures, die, hypocrites, brutes, args, They were fighting for a long time, and there were even spears and javelins that were thrown over the walls by both sides, which further increased their power struggle. The chaos created within and on the other wall had helped the people of the capital to have their burden lessened, but since they had attracted a lot of attention to themselves, they still had to deal with the constantly increasing reinforcements that came from within the walls. Bang! Bang! Thud! Crack! Bang! Slowly the gate was showing signs of weakening, and the strategist raised his hand. Prepare the mounted unit for combat and await the signal. Be prepared to cut a path through the enemy's forces. While they were showing signs of breaking into the walls of the lawless zone, the other gate had already been breached. A little while earlier, there were several explosions that went off one after another, and the walls were no longer well defended as Sunila, Alfred, and Jester had each played their part in the strategy. Now it is my turn. Zahayajan was dressed in some armor as he walked forward out in the open towards the gate and increased his pace. Just as an arrow was about to hit his body, another arrow accurately hit the flying arrow, which caused it to not hit him, so he confidently moved forward as he received protection from above him. Upon arriving at the gate, he held his two hammers and swung out one as he struck the gate, followed by another strike with the other hammer as they started following a certain rhythm. The already loosened gate, which had the beam damaged or destroyed by the blast, was further damaged by his attacks as they increased the damage done with every blow that followed until the gates were blown upon with a strong force. Many people had arrived not too far away as they prepared to defend the gate from intruders, so they quickly tried to close the distance and prevent Zahayajan from entering, but someone was already much faster than them. The moment that Zahayajan had shown signs of breaking the very strong gate's defenses, a large figure rushed forward. Shield and spear units forward. Every unit, get into formation and follow behind. Capture the gate and wall area and push forward. I will create a path for us. Lucier rushed forward excitedly and waved the two large weapons in his hand as he ran before he had rushed past Zahayajan and met the approaching forces head-on. A large slash of his heavy weapons had a strong crushing power that destroyed his enemy's defenses from the first attack, and the large flying wind blade caused even more destruction. He spun his body around, which allowed for the blade in his other hand to come back around and create a strong force and flying wind blade that further allowed for more damage to be done not just in front of himself, but also to those in the path of that swing of his blade. He started getting excited as he completed the first moves, and he quickly entered the middle of the enemy's formation that had already been partly destroyed. A quick tornado-like movement at the middle of them created several more flying wind blades and cut those apart that had survived. Upon stopping, he had looked at the surroundings with slight disappointment in his eyes. I got too excited again. But these guys, what a letdown. Oh well. He saw more of them approaching, so he started to attack the much bigger and dangerous-looking groups. Gunshots were fired towards him, but he lifted his large war glaives to block and parry them while he moved forward and released more large flying wind blades. Suddenly, another flying wind blade had crashed into his own, but because of the difference in power, Liushir's had continued onwards a little while before it dispersed. The forces behind him entered the walls and started to secure the place near the gats, and some of them pushed further inwards. The shield unit provided extra protection for the spear and staff units as they held their ground, while the blade and blunt weapon units entered into a close melee with anyone they came across, and the ranged units belonging to the pop green, throwing, gunner, bow, or science units provided support from behind the shield and spear units. Many clashes followed as Lucier was met with a strong swordsman who wielded a large and heavy single-bladed sword. The sword came downwards in a straight line, while Lucier controlled one of his war glaives to meet it while knocking it off its course. The next attack followed as the other war glaive hit the chest of the man, but the man was only pushed back from the strong force. The man panted as he was slightly left breathless from the force, but he seemed to be still in a good condition. They kept clashing together, and Lucier kept getting the upper hand in terms of technique and strength, but the other party seemed to have a very high durability due to their build and the armor they were wearing. Lucier was getting frustrated, but then there was suddenly a strange sense of enlightenment as he thought back to one of the lessons he received from Alyssia as she taught swordsmanship to Clifford, Medea, and others. Back then, Alyssia held two scythe blades which had been separated from each other and sliced at a strong and large boulder as she cut it cleanly. She then cut towards many other things. Sometimes she would cut a steel shield in half or a strong armor, but then she would move on to a falling leaf. She demonstrated that while they could each be cut, there is a way to also not cut them with a swing of a blade. All things have a breath or some form of structure or rhythm. Those that use the sword should focus on this aspect the most, as they will learn how to cut or not cut anything depending on their intent. Even the most impossible things to cut should be possible with this, and there will be an obvious gap that you must overcome to be called a true swordsman rather than just someone that swings around a weapon. Lucier lowered his head upon receiving those words, since that had mostly described himself and his style of combat that often allowed him to win over his enemies due to his heavy weapons, strong body, and mastery over his martial arts. Alyssia then continued, "There is not just this, though. Once you understand the breadth of all things, you should be able to mimic that in some way and adjust that into your breathing pattern. Some styles of combat take on certain elements or inspiration from the things around you, whether living or non-living. So if you can perfectly sync your breathing with your combat style, you can gain a better link between mind and body while increasing your overall concentration. Let's just call this total concentration breathing or elemental breathing styles, depending on how you have derived your own. My own breathing patterns during combat are more based on thunder and wind, so it is named storm breath, while I think some of you may be better suited to one type. The two methods of breathing and sensing the breath of other things will prove to be very useful when combined together." She then continued, "Medea, I will teach you the thunder breath along with the others like Tristan and Archie, while Lucier will be best off learning a wind breath or a variation more suited towards matching the changes in his style. To be honest, whirlwind or razor wind types of breathe suit you best, while jester best suits the razor wind style. Clifford has already been taught the storm breath patterns along with Carrot. It took a little experimentation to perfect them, but they should be useful when you are experiencing a time where your current strength is not enough." She then continued, "In all types of martial arts, breathing is just as important as many of the movements and experience you gain. A small change can help you to conserve much more energy, relax your body, and gain better control and concentration during battle. If you can master this, then you will be one step closer to being a true martial artist or swordsman that can stand at the very pinnacle." Alyssia had a high level of observation hockey, and her own type of observation was related to her navigation skill along with the elements. So she was especially sensitive to worldly phenomenons and nature, so she was able to come up with different types of breathing methods and perfect them for the crew members to suit their fighting styles, but due to her favoring wind and thunder over the other elements, the storm breath was developed to suit her since they were quite compatible with each other. She then added, "These are just the basic breathes that I can teach you. You are the ones that have to adjust them to your style of combat and movements, techniques, and abilities. There are certain levels to the breathing patterns from beginner, where you can use it a little during combat to having stronger lungs and mastery over it to use it for a longer time, but you should aim to make it as natural as possible, so it as if the breathing pattern has become natural. The highest state would be to use it so naturally that you even remain like that in your sleep or everyday life. Although the breathing styles did not have the effect to speed up healing and grant superhuman strength, it did provide a better mental state and link between the mind and body for Alyssia when she used it, which allowed her to use her body better to its fullest capabilities without wasting anything, while taking in a large amount of breathe to her limits provided a short time where she could collect and release her energy into one large attack, while it also had some small influence over her use of hockey, as it made her sense sharper and improved her control over uses if armament and conquers hockey along with her electro. It also helped to maintain a clearer mind and focus on battle, so it was very useful against tricky opponents, which used means to play with their enemies' emotions to gain an advantage. Part of it was derived from Demon Slayer, the manga/anime, and a little from Naruto Thunder Breathes, but it was also influenced by her insights into meditation and martial arts along with other things that she had picked up in Kano, but even she felt that her own storm style was still missing something crucial, as it was not yet complete, and did not completely match up to her style. Back to the present, Lucier was caught in his recollection as he was fighting back against the swordsman, and his observation hockey suddenly became much clearer as he adjusted his breathing and focused on the enemy in front of himself. In a split second, as he breathed a large amount of air into his lungs, as he followed the breathing pattern of the whirlwind breathing style, which suited him much more. His eyes turned sharper, and his body moved to deflect another attack before turning his body into a whirlwind once again, and as he moved around, his attacks became much sharper than before and more precise. Each of his attacks, which had mainly used his brute strength, along with some of his technique, had changed in essence, as each slice of his war glaive started to leave a large cut on the armor on the swordsman's body. Most of his attacks had previously only left small dents and scratches to the armor, which seemed to be specially made with high-grade materials and was very heavy, but the swordsman seemed to possess a strong enough physique to be able to wear it while carrying a large and heavy sword. But after Alyssia's enlightenment, the situation had changed greatly. The previous dents and scratch turned into large cuts that continued to appear all over the armor, and then completely broke through as his armor had become useless. The swordsman fell back onto the ground as he was surrounded in a pool of his own blood. Impossible you are. G.U.H. Alyssia stopped spinning and looked at the mess he had created as the many wind blades had taken out many in his surroundings and destroyed many buildings. It worked. Now I just need to get the hang of it better and learn how to coat my weapons in hockey. Then I will no longer have to worry about anything else. Those that were near the battle between the two were unable to offer any help because the moment they got between the fight, they were quickly injured by the strong flying wind bless and pressure created from their clash of weapons. Those of the White Storm were smart enough to know of Alyossia's destructive powers, so they kept their distance and made sure to secure their position or head towards another direction. The combination of the ability to sense the breath of his opponent and the armor on his body, which was added to his state of heightened combat potential and state of mind, had allowed Alyssia to further increase his mastery over his martial arts and take a step forward in this battle. Zaheijin led many others that carried many types of blunt weapons and clashed against many enemies. He maintained his stance and continued to build up his power with every attack as he grew more familiar with battling many opponents. At first, the armor on his body protected him from receiving severe injuries, but as he adjusted to the battle, he was able to use his hammers to smash against the enemy's weapons and use his lower body to remain firmly rooted on the ground while his upper body moved to avoid any fatal attacks before turning his body back into its original place and swinging out his hammers again. The large forces of the White Storm that came from the mercenary group had provided assistance and increased the overall fighting potential. The leftover people who had been brought in from the remnants of Baroque works, the Foxy Pirates, and many other groups that had been defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates during their journey on the first half of the Grand Line had only helped to increase the overall combat that they sent against the Lawless Zone, which caused the enemy to be unable to fight back effectively, especially with the many things that were happening in many other places. The people of the capital had later broken through the gates and pushed forward as they eventually met up with those of the White Storm after they had spent a lot of time distracting the enemy and fending them off until the White Storm had severely reduced their numbers. Many hundreds of people who were capable of fighting were reduced in one night down to a low number, while snipers or those with less combat abilities were taken out one after another, and the battle was slowly coming closer to an end as the main person behind the whole event had yet to show his face. Monera and Ness blocked off a path of escape. Ivy reduced the numbers and caused chaos within. Sunila took out one lookout while causing more chaos and weakening the gate's defenses, and even after that she provided support to those fighting. Jester and Alfred dealt with another lookout while reducing the enemy's numbers and headed towards the other gate, leaving one left for those within to run towards, while Alyssia and Zaheijin provided a way to break through the defenses and charge forwards. By the time the people of the capital had caught up, those within the White Storm had already done most of the work, which meant that they could claim a larger amount of benefits afterwards. Far away, within a tall building that overlooked everything, a man stood with many bloodied corpses around him with a crazy look in his eyes. "So useless! How long have I been raising you fools, and yet you cannot even do your jobs?" Earlier, the Lawless King had witnessed the changes on the battlefield one after another from the comfort of his home and sent out his two best fighters along with their main army to support those defending the area. After seeing one of them fall to Alyssia, he started to go even more crazy as he slaughtered many of his loyal followers. He looked over and saw another man that was clearing a path towards one of the places to escape, but was met with Jester and Alfred. He waved his halberd around and caused a lot of destruction, but his attempts did not faze Alfred in the slightest as his arm shot forward and grabbed onto the pole of the halberd as his arm was pulled back into place with a strong force. A tug of war began as the man put up a fierce resistance and held onto his halberd, but he was starting to lose as he was pulled forward a little at a time and could not get Alfred to release his grip. A chance happened as another hand shot out and the halberd disappeared as it appeared in the hands of Jester, who stood nearby Alfred. During that brief moment, Alfred pulled back his arm that held onto the halberd and landed a punch from far away, which landed on the undefended chest of the man that had his guard lowered. Alfred pulled back his arm and threw out another launch punch towards the enemy as he started sending out rapid punches one after another. Each punch had a very strong force behind it, and with his modifications using Wapple metal and other advanced technology, even a couple of those hits would take down anyone who was a decent fighter, but the man still remained standing even after many rapid attacks. He was heavily damaged, but he was still determined to stand up and continue fighting even after being caught off guard and being unable to escape from Alfred's extending and retracting volley of punches. The man's eyes glinted cruelly as he spat on the ground and removed some wrist and leg wraps on his body. As they fell to the ground, they hit the ground with a heavy thud. You can make me actually take this battle seriously. Ah, it has been a long time. Alfred sighed. Fool, you think that I am just your opponent? Before he even finished speaking, there was a change on the battlefield as many daggers and other weapons of different types were stolen from the many people by the man's side that had not yet been hit by Alfred's barrage of punches, but all of the weapons soon appeared in the air above them. While Alfred kept the man busy, Jester continued to steal lots of weapons and threw them up high into the air with all his might. Jester calmed his breathing as he kept it in a certain rhythm which Alyssia had taught. Razor wind breathing style is best suited for those using a sword style or that follow a path of martial arts which have elements of the wind within it that have quick, sharp, but also free movements. Jester's use of different weapons, but mostly his use of daggers and knives, was what could be called his main specialty above all, so the razor wind style suited him well and worked well with his current way of fighting. Upon continuing his breathing pattern, he focused even more as he let his mind not be distracted by anything and fully made use of his observation hockey to see his surroundings. Many types of weapons fell down upon the crowd of people that tried to get close, and Alfred started to fight them off using his strong cyborg body and abilities, but Jester played a much larger role, as he even entered the rainfall of deadly weapons. An agile and acrobatic dance took place as he narrowly avoided each attack with a huge mocking grin on his face. He stretched out his hand and snatched a weapon, then was about to land upon him and thrust it into his enemy before moving on. In between defeating those near himself, he would throw more into the air to add to the falling weapons that could land anywhere and kill or injure anyone they hit. It was as if he was back to the days where he was ordered to juggle knives at a very young age by the king, but somehow survived, but he had turned that experience into his own personal tactic or special move. Random falling weapons, snatching falling weapons, or the nearby weapons from the ground or enemies, throwing weapons into a crowd, maneuvering through the crowd along with avoiding any attacks from all directions, using the weapons in his hands to slash or stab his enemies, and finally the assistance on his own footwork, which was inspired by the shave foot technique, which suited his own acrobatic style, which had helped him to enter the large crowd of enemies and come out of it unscathed. Jester was always very talented and strong, but he rarely got a chance to fully test himself lately, but upon facing off against so many strong warriors under one of the two men under the lawless king, he was able to show what he was capable of. The man was fighting Alfred barehanded after losing his halberd, so he was kept busy and was unable to worry about the damage that Jester was doing to his army. Many smaller flying wind blades and falling weapons occasionally came from behind or above, which further put him in a difficult situation. The man and Alfred had locked hands as his body had become pale and bloody from the wounds he had suffered, while Alfred just looked a little dirty and his clothes were a little messy. They fought for dominance and power, but the strength in Alfred's hands became stronger, which started to crush the hands of the man, which forced the man to his knees. In a split second, Jester appeared just like an assassin at the most opportune time and positioning while stepping on their shoulder and stabbed 2 daggers into the eyes of the man deep enough to kill him. He removed them and jumped back to avoid a falling weapon and threw the 2 daggers into the air as he continued to deal with the remaining forces that were approaching the wall. Some of less trusted people in the lawless king's forces and allies were sent to deal with the army belonging to those of the capital, since they were the smallest detected threat, but they were only able to hold on so long as the middle and left side had been swept clear as they pushed forward, which led those on the right belonging to the lawless king's forces to have many at their back and front. They had become trapped and were unable to continue to fight so strategically as they fell into disorder and panic before losing the battle completely. Just as everything seemed to look good for everyone belonging to the capital and White Storm's side, a hulking figure appeared on the battlefield that was much bigger than most others. Each swing of their arm caused a big shockwave force which showed how much power was within a single attack. Many eyes turned to the hulking figure and started to become serious as the main people started giving orders. Tend to the wounded. Fight from afar, and do not get too close. If you can, try to keep a distance or retreat if you do not think you can damage him. Every part of the hulking figure seemed to have veins popping outward, and every part of the body was full of a large amount of bulky and tough muscle that could even fend off strong, sharp, and blunt attacks with the addition of bullets and cannon fire. His physique looked very different from how it had looked before, and nobody could be able to recognize him as the lawless king, but he was able to strike fear into the hearts of many that witnessed him up close. As the lawless king overlooked the battlefield, he had read through the letter left behind by his ancestors, which had been constantly rewritten and restored through the generations while he was growing more impatient. He was consuming a large amount of food that contained a large amount of protein, and as he became more frustrated with how things were going, he turned to his followers. The muscles on his arm expanded and bulked up as he stood up and waved his hand towards the nearest person, which caused the weak individual to die instantly from the impact. "My lord, no. Spare." Several transformations took place on his body as his eyes turned colder and full of madness. When he threw out a punch or swept out his arm towards someone, it would expand and then shrink back to normal afterwards, but then his legs would expand as he stomped on the ground as he quickly stepped forward and kicked those nearby. All of those that he killed were technically on his own side, but he showed no remorse from his actions, but instead showed excitement. After he cleared the room, he then read the final part of the letter. PS inside should contain a preserved serum that had been developed by the family, which should be compatible with your newly attained abilities, so keep it, and only use it when you absolutely have to. For a normal human, this type of serum may be harmful or cause death, but this should be helpful to your abilities since it is a pure concentration of protein that is very powerful, so we call it the super protein serum. He cackled maniacally as he crumpled up the note and took out the serum before going back to consuming up to his limit of food. They dare invade my lands. They dare to kill my men. Arg, you are all dead. The rest of you are just useless. After I get this island in my hands, then I can turn this whole island into a completely lawless paradise. Then I can rebuild and replace these useless trash. He jumped out of the window, and his whole body transformed into a large hulking figure as he fully bulked up his entire body. He crashed down onto the ground without suffering damage and then ran towards the battlefield as if he was a juggernaut that could not be stopped. Even the allies in his path were swept away and injured if they could not get out of his way, and as he arrived at the front of the battlefield, he swung out his arm, which caused a large shockwave attack. Luckily, many of the shield and armor units had advanced forward, so many had been able to avoid injury and death, but there were still those who were knocked back and went flying far away. He grinned menacingly and shouted, "Come, who was it that killed my strongest people? I dare you to show yourself." His appearance truly shook up the battlefield as he intimidated many nearby and caused many to become fearful. Many had spotted his large appearance as he made his way towards the middle of the battlefield, so Lushur was the first to arrive, followed by Zohajan and many others like Sunila and Ivy. Those that were not capable of damaging him were quickly told to retreat or fight somewhere else and leave the battle to the strongest among them. Physically, the lawless king was above them all and could unleash enough power to injure even the strongest of them in a pure physical battle, but Lushur was the first to step forward as he raised his large war glaives up. "You may be big and tough, but that is all you are. Come fight me." He gripped onto his weapons and calmed his breathing as he kept his whirlwind breathing style steady, calm, and concentrated. Boom! A punch was about to land of him, but Lushur expertly moved to avoid it and spun around, which allowed his blades to leave a shallow cut on the body of the hulking figure's arm that passed him. If Lucier had been hit with the punch, then he would have received an injury for sure, but due to his mastery of martial arts and his overall training, he had been able to avoid it and counterattack in a more concentrated state. Zahayajin stepped forward and hit the side of the large arm with a hammer and pounded it again as it was being pulled back, and then Zahayajin moved to dodge the range of the other fist that swept towards Lucier and himself. He then looked over at Lucier and shouted, "I do not think that we can damage him all that well unless we figure out his weakness or how his ability works. You keep his attention on you, and I will provide some support." Zahayajin continued to use his hammers to build up his power from each swing, and he occasionally attacked the limbs of the Lawless King to knock the attack away from his allies and inflict some damage to the muscles, skin, and bones of the large hulking figure that was rampaging, but he had to remain extra cautious and not catch the attention of the Lawless King, since he was not yet at Liushir's level, where he could avoid those fast and powerful attacks too easily. Due to the huge bulky figure, the Lawless King possessed a large amount of power, but his speed and body control was not so good because of his overly bulky muscles and his unfamiliarity with his new power, so Lucier was able to exploit that and wound him several times even if it was not that deep of a wound. After several slashes, he frowned. "This guy's body is too tough and is difficult to damage, so stay back and do not risk it unless you are certain you have found a weakness or something. I will handle him." An arrow flew towards the Lawless King, and he stretched out his hand as he caught an arrow. Pathetic. The next moment a flash went off as the arrow released a blinding light, which caused him to step back and cover his face, making him more clumsy in his movements, and several arrows followed as they aimed for the joints of the body. The arrows still did not pierce through completely, but they were stuck in the large body, while a couple of the arrows released a small and controlled explosion. Another series of different arrows followed as many wire-type arrows were fired, and they wrapped around the legs of the Lawless King, while some restrained his arms and chest area, but the muscles on his body seemed to become even bigger and snapped them. Ivy popped out from a hole in the ground far away and watched the battle that was ongoing. Lucier was taking on the most difficult task as he attracted the most attention to himself, and kept counterattacking as his large war glaives cut through the large bulky muscles and left many different-sized wounds. However, the wounds did not seem to affect the Lawless King at all, since some of the energy was spent on expanding his muscles to make them stronger and harder than before as he kept getting bigger. The bigger that he became, the smaller the wounds he received, and although he had become slightly slower and more clumsy, he was able to create much more powerful attacks. He held his ground and sent out many punches towards Lucier, which caused further damage to the surroundings and put even more pressure on Lucier. Meteor Fist. He followed up with a leg sweep, which narrowly missed while he suffered a light wound on the bulky leg of his. Axe. Ivy watched from far away and felt helpless, but quickly took out a small attachment to pop green launcher on her arm. This may not be a big help, but it should be enough. In her hand was a small circular vial that could be attached to the launcher, which contained a newly developed liquid, which had been an improvement to the nitrate spray. She started loading several pop green into each launcher, and then started digging underground as she waited for her chance. It was not long before a big change took place, as the buildings had long been destroyed. Lucier had started to struggle against the enemy, and even the hockey arrows and other trick arrows were unable to cause a large amount of harm to the Lawless King's body. From a blind spot, Ivy lifted up her arms as she took aim and squeezed the trigger, which had resulted in a pop green flying through the cylinder tubing of the launcher. But as it exited, a small watery mist was also released just as the pop green exited, which led to the pop green passing through it. Pop green, super growth. The two pop green continued to fly until they hit the legs of the Lawless King at the most opportune time, but following that, some snake-like vines started to grow and started to restrict the lower half of the Lawless King. However, unlike a normal constricting vine, the growth of it was much faster, and the plant itself seemed to be much more aggressive and stronger than before. Another seed flew towards him as he tried to pull the vines from his body, which hit him in the back this time, after Ivy had changed her position. The seed transformed into a large impact wolf, which had also been made to be much more aggressive and stronger than before. The impact caused a large amount of internal damage to the Lawless King, which passed by his tough muscular defense, followed by another constricting vine, which allowed wrapped around his upper body. His previous attempts to rip the vines from his lower body had been interrupted, and he found himself unable to break free as the vines started to squeeze tighter. 2 more vines were added shortly after, as they helped to wrap up his entire body. His heavy breathing could be heard within by those close by, which gave an indication that he was under a lot of pressure and was low on energy. Within the vines that bound his body, his hands were reaching around his body until he found an object and quickly reduced his body size for a moment so that he could loosen the grip of the vines and reduce his overall toughness. A needle penetrated his flesh, and he felt his strength being renewed once again, but he quickly found that the vines had lost their grip on him, so they instinctively intended to bind his body much tighter so that he could not escape. His eyes became red as he roared within the vines while his mouth seemed to be covered in blood after taking the impact. "You vile pests!" Ivy's eyes sharpened, and she fired off many more vines, which added to the layer of vines that wrapped around where he stood as they tightened. "Everyone be careful. Something is strange." Suddenly, the tightening of the vines came to a halt as the lawless king had regained his muscular body and continued to expand in muscle size. A battle took place between the restrictive power of the vines and the expanding body of the lawless kings, but it seemed that it only continued for a while until it finally came to a halt once again after Ivy added on some more layers of vines. Within the vines, the lawless king was roaring and swearing as he struggled to free himself from his restraints until finally he became quiet. Everyone started to watch quietly to see if he had been defeated, and some in the distance had become cheerful as victory had been achieved, but a strange thing happened shortly after. Some kind of smoke or steam seemed to pass through the gaps in the vines, as if something was burning up within. Inside, there was a large Hulk-like muscular man which continued to shrink down to his original build. Before consuming the fruit, he could be considered as a strong individual that could earn a decent bounty, since he was able to keep his 2 combatants in line and loyal to him for so long. With the powers he possessed, he could use the muscular strength beyond his original limits, and even match up to a strong attack by someone with even higher strength than most superhuman individuals and catch up to some of the stronger people on Vice Admiral level, but his lack of hockey would put him at a disadvantage. If he wanted to achieve an even higher level, then he would have to greatly reduce his speed and movement because of his body becoming far too bulky, but when he had started to be worn out and be forced into a desperate situation, he had to inject himself with the serum which allowed him to transform again. It was still not enough to break out as he was still being heavily restricted and more were being added, so no matter how much he grew, he would not be able to break free, so he chose the final resort. He grit his teeth and started to compress all of his bulky muscle as he reverted back to his original body size while his muscles looked very compact but powerful. Steam came off his body and his whole body emitted a strong heat as he was burning through a large amount of energy. The moment that he had become small once again gave him the chance to have a short period before the vines would reach him again, so he started attacking them from within and ripped them. He is breaking out. Delay him. It must be his final struggle. Do not give in. Many bullets were shot through the gaps that hit his body, but they seemed to bounce off him, but several arrows flew inside, which followed by a flash of light, which helped to delay him a little every time. More vines were added to the layer of constricting vines around him, but they did not help that much anymore, since the power the lawless king was using was now made more compact, which helped to increase his overall power, speed, and defense to inhuman levels. Just as he was about to escape, his arm was stretched outside the vines as he grabbed onto the outer layer ready to rip onto it, but then there was a strong grip on his arm which he had difficulty shaking off right away, followed by another strong flash of light which blinded him. In the next moment, something had been placed on his wrist and his body. A little while earlier, Alfred and Jester had been alerted to the situation, and they hurried to lend their support, but found that Ivy had already played a very crucial part in restraining him. A little while later, the situation had changed again as he was close to breaking out, so Alfred grew uneasy. If he breaks out, I can imagine the damage he will do and how many he will kill before falling. This may be a final stand for him, which makes him even more dangerous, so we must be smart about this. What do we do? He thought back to a lecture he received a long time ago. Alyssia stood before them and spoke. I know some of you are pure martial artists or swordsmen, but you will eventually run into some walls along the way. They may be someone with a strong physique, high skill, or they possess hockey. Many of these can be countered with enough training, experience, and luck, but there is something that can make these become unstable and sometimes turn the tides of battle. Different devil fruits have different uses or tricks. Some could require a large amount of energy to do, others can be activated upon having contact by the hands, and others may even fire off some form of beam, so they can be tricky to deal with while some will change the person's body. I recommend fighting smartly against such enemies and never run into a battle with them without a backup plan or solution to their powers. Alfred frowned. Then how do we deal with them? Alyssia answered with a smirk on her face. Most types of powers have a weakness due to their element or whatever they are based off. If there is a power out there, then there would be one to oppose them. There would be something in the world that could be used to oppose it. If the ability is required to be used by touch or fired like a beam, then all you need to do is avoid it. But if it is an ability to make someone stronger or requires a large amount of energy to gain a strong power, then you will need to either defeat them quickly before they can continue to grow, or you can delay or restrain them until they run out of energy. Alfred asked, "What if we cannot delay any further?" Alyssia took out some handcuffs and shook them casually. Simple. Create a situation where you can hit them with a sea prism stone weapon and hold them down with it, or put a cuff on them that is made from sea prism stone. The biggest weakness would be that most devil fruit users have not been exposed it, so they have not been able to build up any form of immunity. They will become weak immediately upon it coming into contact with them, and then you can proceed to restrain or capture them as they are weakened. However, if you are a devil fruit user, then I do not recommend it since you could potentially self-destruct mid-combat. One slight wrong touch on a certain part of a weapon or cuff in your hands will weaken you before you can even use it on your enemy. Everyone nodded as they understood. In the present time, Alfred had realized that many of the tactics could not be used, so he quickly devised a plan which was very risky. He took up the highest risk task as he waited for the lawless king to nearly escape from the vines. When the time came, he grabbed onto the arm tightly with his strong cyborg grip as he prepared to put the cuffs on it. Upon seeing Alfred acting, Sunila fired one final flash trick arrow which helped Alfred to put the cuff on the arm before it was pulled back. Suddenly, the vines were expertly cut apart by Lucier and Jester, who looked down at the weak body of the lawless king, who could no longer put up a fight against them. Jester laughed. "You put on a good show, but this is all you can do in the end. You will make a good present for the boss." Lucier sighed. "You were a good opponent, but it is a shame that you have such a terrible personality. I feel a little sorry for your allies." Alfred snorted. "Everyone, hurry and hold the ground we have captured, and do not let anyone escape." Suddenly, there were several sounds of triggers being almost pulled in the surroundings from many directions and from afar, which caused everyone to become shocked while Alfred revealed a look of anger. "So they have already turned on us?" When the benefits were in front of them, not everyone could stick to an agreement, and they would act for their own benefit. Although the Rika Island King had warned people not to act rashly, many had taken the moment where the White Storm had achieved victory as the perfect moment to act. Often when someone achieves victory over an opponent, the next moment is when they are most vulnerable to attack since they have partially reduced their combat awareness and guard. Some of the noble families of Rika Island saw their chance, and took it right away, as they ordered their snipers to open fire on many of the key members of the White Storm without any kind of warning. Just as the battle was coming to an end, far away up in the cloud was where the Arc Maxim had landed. Just as everyone on board had received an update via the sea snail, Alyssia had left the others behind as she took out a black-colored Kim beforehand. A transformation took place as the clothes on her body changed, and her body became transparent as she dropped down from the clouds. She used a combination of the Germa technology and her moonwalk footsteps to quickly let her appear over Rika Island as she watched the ongoing battle. She watched the battle as it was reaching its final conclusion, but she had kept her observation hockey on the surroundings as she started picking up some strangely placed individuals along with some separate forces belonging to the people of the capital. While everyone was kept busy with the final opponent that was the lawless king, and the rest were dealing with the remaining forces, an attack was about to take place upon the side of the White Storm from those factions within the capital, which were influenced by their greed. Many triggers were about to be pulled upon receiving an order from the superiors, and upon the trigger being pulled, there would be a lot of death that would follow. Just as that was about to happen, Alyssia coldly smirked. Not on my watch. A massive amount of Conqueror's Haki was released from her body as it swept across the battlefield. A huge, intimidating force swept those that she had targeted, which overwhelmed them all and sent them into an unconscious state. The guns that were previously aimed and had people's trigger finger on had fallen to the ground with them, while some were fired off towards the sky or towards their own people. She continued to observe the situation as there were some extra attempts on her crew members' lives, but they posed no threat with her around, so everything had ended quite peacefully. Just as everything was coming to an end, the White Storm took charge of the territory that they had claimed and started going over their many spoils of war as they increased their vigilance towards the enemy that was hiding in the dark. Far away, there was several men who were dressed in noble attire, and one of them held a sea snail in their hand. Hello? Hello? Respond. Why have you not acted? You idiots. What should we do now? The plan has failed. We could just try again. We have more pawns to use, so just send them. What should we do this time? There must be explosives somewhere. If we can trigger them all, then we could take out a large number of them. You are right. That so-called lawless king would definitely have a supply. All right, then we should do that, but how do we lure them into it? Just leave that to me. Heh, heh, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, light footsteps were heard nearby, and it was far too close to them and too late for them to realize before several clean cuts were done to their necks, and they dropped down to the ground. Alyssia looked down at their dead bodies coldly and said, "You should have just let it go once you knew that the first attempt had failed. Maybe then you may have gotten away with it." She looted their bodies to make it look like it had been done by one of the criminals who had escaped from the lawless area and had come across them before she left. Anyone that had been able to get away had to make it to the docks. So many were killed by wild beasts, but those who survived had been beaten by the sea creatures, fishmen, merfolk, and ness. The rest of those that were captured were either kept to be turned into the Marines, or those that were captured by the people of the capital would either be put to death, or they would become slaves or prisoners for the nobility. As Alfred handled the final discussion with the king's messengers, Alyssia continued the cleanup work before returning to the sunken castle. She petted the large white snake and then passed by it to find the two children which were sleeping. You did a good job protecting them. Thank you, Ghost. Ghost flicked her tongue and her eyes displayed her happiness. Hiss. She continued to look over her two children. You have both grown up well. Sleep well, my babies. When facing her children, Alyssia became gentle and soft, unlike how she looked in front of others. Xena and Yao had been in the world for less than a year, but she had witnessed many of their firsts, whether it be being able to lift or control their own head, their first smiles, and their first laugh during the first couple of months. Xena seemed to show the fastest development when it came to emotions and learning ability, while Yao adapted quicker to more physical tasks, but since they were already advanced in physique, their firsts often came before the average baby. In the 4 to 6 month period of time, they had already been rolling, sitting up, grabbing objects, and teething. Xena had started babbling often in an attempt to speak, which was becoming clearer every day, but she was quite lazy when it came to learning to crawl and attempting to stand. Although she had a strong secondary skeleton within her body and enhancements from Germa, she was still a little slower to adapt to her movements than her brother, who had better animal instincts than her and was faster at learning how to use his body. Unlike humans, most animals learn to walk very early after their birth, and it was the same with Yao, which allowed him a quicker learning speed for those things since he possessed mostly animal and Sulong characteristics over his human side, while Xena was more on the human side with her animal side being far less, especially in appearance. It had been 4 to 5 months during the original timeline before the time skip of the original, and a couple more of months had passed since then, which allowed the two babies of hers to grow up a little. In between her harsh training, research, and personal tasks, she still found time for her children and pampered them endlessly. She loved the small, mystical-looking white kangaroo baby and found him lovable, while she found the little fox girl baby especially cute to the point of wanting to constantly pinch her little cheeks. Standing over them, she restrained herself and then returned to her research to go over some of the results that had been achieved by the scientists while she was away. When everyone had returned, Alyssia waited for the time that K1 woke up, and when it had, it inserted the port metal needle into a large metal object which started making noise after Alyssia had given the order. Good job, K1. K1's red neon light eyes lit up, and it started to respond with even more emotion than before. You are making me blush, master. Alyssia rolled her eyes. So, you know how to blush now? K1 shook its small head and replied. K1 is metal, so K1 cannot blush, but K1 can still feel embarrassment and feelings of joy. Alyssia sighed. All right, I want a copy of any of the updated information on your new system. Have it all prepared and sorted out neatly so that I can begin studying it. It is very important. K1 nodded. Yes, master. Arranging the data and you will have it very soon. Please provide additional power to support the large task. Alyssia started channeling her electro into the body of K1, who was connected to the large object which was making noise. A little while later, the large object started to make more noise and started spitting out a piece of paper one after another with a large amount of freshly printed information on it. With the combination of printer technology and K1, she was able to gain access to other computers and take away everything that she needed, then print it out so that she could study it herself. Right away, she started studying many of the space science subjects along with different types of technology, but she found one subject which was very beneficial to her own growth, but was not that urgent. The White Storm were able to take hold of many ships, treasure, and prisoners or bounties from the efforts they had put in, which had been added to the overall payment for the task. The king wished to continue his partnership with the White Storm, but he still had to hold up his side of the deal, so he sent out a petition to his citizens which had gotten them past the first stage of signing up to become a member of the world government. As they had promised, after they had achieved that status, they handed out 2 lower-ranked noble titles to the White Storm, which the first had been registered to Alfred's name, while the other was registered to Alyssia. Although she rarely showed up to the public, she still was the boss or leader of the crew, so having a noble status could be helpful to her in some ways and could help to solve some problems. Among the many prisoners that had been captured, the lawless king was held within the walls of the sunken castle with Shiki and Dr. Indigo. Upon everyone returning, they all went back to their usual activities while Alyssia continued to study and work on the space suits to get a couple of sets ready for Medea, Ushvin, and Carrot. Due to her responsibilities of leading the Unchained, Medea went to check up on their activities and found that they had continued to grow rapidly in number, but had continued to suffer losses in recent attempts to free any slaves. With the growing attention on them, the world government were very unhappy at the idea of another person appearing much like Joy Boy, who had saved many people from slavery in the distant past. They ordered the Marines to catch those involved, so Medea stood before their wounded bodies and sighed. If this continues, then you will all die someday and will be unable to be truly free. How about you all join me on a journey that is far beyond your wildest dreams? While there was still a split between those who wished to continue and those that wished to give up, quite a lot of them had decided to follow Medea on the Arc Maxim without knowing the major details beforehand. Those that remained had to continue their ideals without the support of Medea and would be forced to struggle on against their many enemies that were hunting them down for various reasons, whether it be revenge or justice. It was not long before they were all suited up in spacesuits as they all made their first trip to the moon, where they started to explore the ruins there and would later continue their journey around the outer parts of the Earth which they lived on. The 6 natural satellites that continued to orbit the world would be their first goal before they went deeper into space while they were on their journey. While everyone was busy adjusting to the changes or were busy digesting the new progress they had made, Alyssia stood alone, dressed in her training clothes with leg warmers and arm warmers on her body with her eyes closed. Her breath was very calm and natural, but it seemed to follow a strange pattern which was different from her storm breathing style. Fum whiff hiss, fum whiff hiss. The new breathing style incorporated the various styles of her martial arts into one and had been pushed to their absolute limits as she continued to train her lungs and breathing in various ways, whether it be underwater training as she swam deeper and continued to train underwater under the heavier water pressure, but also simpler breathing methods like using gourds as she breathed into them until they broke apart before moving on to a bigger or stronger one. Before long, her breathing had been trained to be much quicker, and the capacity had increased a great deal to allow her to continue her breathing pattern regularly in her everyday life. Learning the storm breathe was an easy task, but it was still incomplete, so she continued to ponder its future direction to match her martial arts style. After absorbing many females' martial arts that suited her body and many other foot-style martial arts, her movements had become more simplified and every movement had become more minute and smoother, which made her waste less energy in combat and everyday life. Her thunder movements and breathe were influenced by her electro. Her wind or shockwave elements of the six powers were included onto it to form the White Storm style, but upon adding on the hardness and softness of paper art and iron body, she had been closer to discovering her style after she had absorbed the styles from Sanji and Boa Hancock, which formed her own style, which had been influenced by a lot by Boa Hancock's, which was suited towards snakes, but there was also the influence of her Conqueror's hockey manifestation that took the form of a serpent. The softness and hardness of snakes and their movements suited her style and her female body shape, so she started paying much more attention to the regular breathing patterns of Ghost, who was almost always by her side. Upon linking up the three types of breathing patterns, she eventually found the best breathe type that matched with her martial art style and perfectly aligned and put her body and mind perfectly in sync and in the best possible state she could achieve. The fum came from the thunder breathe, the whiff came from the wind breathe, and the hiss came from her snake breathe, while some occasional changes were added occasionally, which formed her White Storm serpent breathe, while her leg style had been upgraded over the time past after she gained many martial arts skills from many high-ranking fighters who participated in the Paramount War. The new style had formed as an SSS class skill called White Storm Serpent Leg Style, which was compatible with all of the powers she possessed, but there was one skill which stood out on her list as a SSS Plus skill, which was a combination of everything, which was also influenced mostly by the Elbaf Spear and a concentrated breathe or higher state of awareness of control. Alyssia was very tempted to name the skill Sirius Series or something similar, but she just ended up naming it Divine Snake, while adding on the original attack's name, which depends on the overall effect. Divine Snake, SSS Plus, 100% concentration, full mind and body link, complete bodily control and output. Note, Elbaf Spear is mostly the influence for this technique, and it requires 100% of the user's body and power to be used into a single powerful attack without holding anything back, while some breathing patterns have been added on to maximize efficiency, power, and control, which could help maximize an attack beyond the limits it was possible to produce originally. Divine Snake was an all-out serious attack with high destructive power, and if used along with her other abilities or skills, it would only help to make her even more overpowered, but Alyssia was very greedy when it came to pursuing greater power. In her everyday life, she had been adapting to her breathing as she ate, talked, slept, and everything else, while she continued to wear very heavy weights that were wrapped around her legs and forearms, hidden underneath her leg and arm warmers, while she wore a weighted vest underneath her training clothes, which had similar training methods as Goku from Dragon Ball or Rock Lee from Naruto, but her own weights were much heavier. Even with the weighted additions to her body, she continued to breathe calmly with her eyes closed as she entered a complete state of meditation, which formed from another skill she had acquired from combining shadowboxing and meditation along with the skills gathered from many people. In her mind, there were mental images which formed bodies which were all types of different shapes and sizes that seemed to suit the combined skill sets perfectly, which were formed from many different people or were from one person in particular, as all of their skills were put to use all at once. A tall and slender shape of a woman appeared as she started attacking inside her mind with a kick, which made Alyssia respond with her body on the outside as she matched the kick with her own without wasting any movements. Many different types of moves were used, and before long, it appeared as if she was fighting a clone of Boa Hancock, or at least one of her from the time of the Paramount War. Alyssia tried her best to match the opponent's level of body power and speed while she still had the weights on her body so that she could respond to the Shadow's moves and grow more familiar with everything as she was gaining more experience. The more that she fought, the more ingrained her moves were becoming with her every instinct, which allowed her to respond much quicker to every movement until she had perfectly gotten used to it, but when she had adjusted, another shadow appeared that was the same. Several flashes of different types of kicks followed as she moved around the empty space around her and continued to jump around as she seemed to be dodging some attacks while counterattacking as her every move was slowly becoming further refined. But then another shadow had joined which had the same shape and skill set, which put her under more pressure. The same thing continued as it kept increasing and her shadow boxing became much more animated as she started to make full use of every move of her White Storm serpent leg style to defeat the many shadows that she faced. Before long, she found herself against the shadowy manifestations of many different others like Mihawk, Jinbe, and Doflamingo, as she sometimes added another of one of them or decided to add a mix of different skill sets into her shadow boxing opponents. The more that she gained mastery over her martial arts and gained more experience, she moved on to even tougher opponents like the Admirals and Whitebeard, which she found a little more difficult, but they were not impossible to defeat since the shadows only included the skills and physique while not including Haki and Devil Fruit abilities into it. But it was more than enough for her to learn from those experiences and hone her martial arts and perfectly merge it all into her body and instincts, until it all starts to become completely natural. Slowly, she was reaching the realm of perfection with her leg style, and she then moved on to her scythe blade style of combat, which she found a little more difficult to adjust to, but soon she found herself improving.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.